Chapter 120. Firstly, when I was adventuring outside, I secretly obtained a marshal's secret manual from before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Een scripture, which is specially suited for the cultivation of maidens of extreme Een. Fu Enshu's gaze flickered as she stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng, who was at the side, was slightly startled. Lunar scripture. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right, looks like you've also heard of it. Feng Yunsheng murmured, I have indeed heard, the elders of the past mention it. Maidens of extreme Een like us do not have any special advantages in cultivating other martial arts. We are no different from ordinary people. It all depends on our own talent in the martial arts. However, it is rumored that before the Great Calamity, there was a martial art known as the Extreme Een scripture, a treasured scripture specially suited for maidens of extreme Een to cultivate in. Maidens of extreme Een would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort if they were to use this to cultivate. Not only would their martial cultivation realm increase rapidly, it would also be able to nourish their extreme Een physique, causing their extreme Een energy to become even stronger. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge. However, ever since the Great Calamity, this martial scripture has been lost, not even a single word left behind. Only its legend remains. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he listened to her finish, then said, That's right. The method to help you recover your extreme Een body was something that I came up with myself. However, the inspiration for it also came from the Extreme Een scripture. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he looked at Fu Enshu. Currently, in our entire clan, only Grand Master and my father know of this matter. You are the third higher echelon to know of it. After I found the lunar true scripture, you were in seclusion. That's why I didn't have the time to tell you today. Fu Enshu nodded and said lightly, You have made a great contribution in this matter, but since you have the lunar scripture, you can give it to me and I can teach it to Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng and Si Kongqing opened their mouths but didn't say anything. Hu lowered his head to look at the ground. Elder Fu was the only one who could say such words so naturally. Fu Enshu said faintly, I don't have the intention to take your credit. You should be rewarded. The sect will definitely not shortchange you. I have to teach Yunsheng martial arts cultivation on a daily basis, and this can coincide with this. Why bother two people for the same thing? Your cultivation can't be delayed, Zhaoge. Fu Enshu glanced at Yan Zhaoge, unless you have some other thoughts, therefore seeking to accompany me day and night? Ahem. Hu almost choked on his own saliva. The usually cold Si Kongqing also looked curiously at Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng blinked, not revealing the look of a shy girl as her big eyes instead contained a hint of a smile as she looked towards Yan Zhaoge openly. Receiving everyone's gazes, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not seeming distressed in the least. Fu Enshu said lightly, You are in charge of the nurturing of Yunsheng's power of extreme Een, so you often have to interact with me. Because of the problem of the previous generation, you actually feel a little awkward facing me, right? Why bother? His words were even more direct than before. Yan Zhaoge now had the urge to smile bitterly. This martial uncle of his really only cared about his own happiness and did not care about the feelings of others. However, Yan Zhaoge actually did not feel any dissatisfaction, because while Fu Enshu's words were not all that polite, her thinking was actually not without reason. If it was possible, Yan Zhaoge would also be happy to hand everything over to Fu Enshu, while he himself would just be a carefree shopkeeper. Just like Fu Enshu had said, the credit was firmly his anyway, with no one able to take it away from him. However, Yan Zhaoge still decided to take matters into his own hands. He had his own reasons, just that there were many things that outsiders could not understand. However, whether it was for public or private reasons, Yan Zhaoge had to personally go into action this time. I do not deny that I admire junior apprentice sister Feng very much. However, just from the current situation, there are no romantic feelings between us. Faced with Fu Enshu's question, Yan Zhaoge answered calmly, I suggested that I be in charge of raising junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme Een power because I have some ideas that require me to monitor her in real time, unceasingly observing her changes. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Just based on the extreme Een scripture alone, whether junior apprentice sister Feng can definitely close the gap between her and the other maidens of extreme Yin is still hard to guarantee. After all, in the process of junior apprentice sister Feng's pursuit, with the help of the extreme Yin crown, the other party's cultivation speed will also be faster. Fu Enchu's expression turned somewhat serious. You said just now that there are two methods, working on both sides simultaneously? Yan Zhaoge said, that's right. The first is the extreme Yin scripture, while the second is an idea of mine. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge extended his hands, bringing them together before him. It is said that Yin and Yang coexisting is a great Tao, but isn't the Tao of extreme Yin also another great Tao? The extreme Yin crown, the pinnacle of the power of extreme Yin under the heavens, is also the foundation of its might. Therefore, no one has ever tried to destroy this. It is just that a path that is too extreme may similarly have a great future, a similarly high peak, but the path itself is destined to be harder the further one goes. Even if the end point is right before them, the path will only get narrower and narrower. If more variations can be integrated into it under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme Yin, there will be greater room for development, the path will be widened. Yan Zhaoge said, this way, the path will also be much faster. This time, Fu Enchu was not in a hurry to question whether Yan Zhaoge was taking things for granted, instead falling into deep thought. After a while, she opened her mouth to ask, you wanting to find a treasured land of solitary Yin that contains solitary Yang to help Yunqing recover her original extreme Yin power is the same idea as this. And these two are both the results of your own analysis of the extreme Yin power. The two are equivalent to corroborating each other. Is this idea really feasible? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. After researching different sources and making different considerations, I came to the same conclusion. While it still needs to be verified, I think that this method is feasible. Fu Enchu hurriedly followed up, you also said that this is under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme Yin. Otherwise, Yin and Yang will only mix, harming the power of extreme Yin, the gains not making up for the losses. This requires a truly feasible method. Otherwise, it can only remain on paper, like a castle in the air. Yan Zhaoge nodded, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu's words make sense, I completely agree. I have always believed that actions trump words. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger, rapidly writing in mid-air, as though he was deriving something. Traces of his oroqi remained, not dissipating for a long time. A bright light abruptly flickered within Fu Enchu's eyes, only calming down after a long time. While it is only an embryonic form, it is already sufficient for the martial scholar realm. She glanced at Yan Zhaoge, saying straightforwardly, no wonder you dare to take on everything, your attainments in this area are even deeper than mine. If I insist on not allowing it, it would instead delay Yunqing, and also hinder the clan's major matters. Chapter 121. Having successfully convinced Fu Enchu, Yan Zhaoge's mood was also not bad. After all, this was not an easy task. This was because Martial Aunt Fu often did things based on her personal preferences and mood. Money couldn't buy a person's happiness. Sometimes, there was no such thing as reason. If it wasn't necessary, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't be in the mood to waste time with her. However, the situation this time was rather complicated. From the first moment that Yan Zhaoge had met Feng Yunqing, he had already been planning for this matter. If it weren't for Fu Enchu suddenly coming out of seclusion, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. Because the Great Calamity had caused legacies to be broken off, many things had to be developed from scratch. In the current world, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the Maiden of Extreme Yin's extreme Yin physique was still limited. Even though they knew of the rumors that the Extreme Yin Sutra was beneficial to the cultivation of maidens of extreme Yin, there were still many things that the people of today did not know. Yan Zhaoge had browsed through the scripture vault of the Divine Palace. Other than the Extreme Yin scripture, there were also other scriptures related to maidens of extreme Yin. Some of these things were not limited to maidens of extreme Yin. They were similarly useful to other cultivators. Yan Zhaoge was very interested in this. Through his interaction with Feng Yunqing, The real-time feedback he received as a reference greatly assisted Yan Zhaoge in comprehending the supreme principles of the martial Tao that he wanted to understand. However, there was no need for outsiders to know about this. Furthermore, there were many ways to help Feng Yunsheng improve her strength. It was not something that could be fully explained by the lunar scripture. He had too many secrets, so he had to either hide them, or he had to handle them himself to make it easier for him to conceal them. If they held back, how could they ensure that Feng Yunsheng could make up for it and catch up to Meng Wan and the others who were in the lead? If they couldn't win the extreme Yin bout, what was the point of working so hard for half a day? It was true that Feng Yunsheng was a martial arts genius. Even if she did not involve the extreme Yin body, she would still be able to achieve great things in the future if she cultivated step by step. But in a short period of time, her potential could not be transformed into real strength, and she could not play a strategic role in determining the world situation. As Yan Zhaoge resided in Broad Creed Mountain, whether it was himself or his father, they were all closely linked to Broad Creed Mountain, sharing their glory and their loss. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yan Zhaoge had to ensure that the development of the situation was within his grasp this time. Fortunately, just as he had expected, while Fu Enshu's personality was unbridled and unrestrained, when it came to the major matters of Broad Creed Mountain, she was still able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Although she was competitive and prideful, and it was said that there were times when she would even act shamelessly and refuse to admit to her debts, she still admitted that her skills were inferior when it came to the matter of the Maiden of Extreme Yin. I've also heard about what happened at Cloud Portent Mountain. Fu Enshu regained her senses and asked, "How confident are you in this matter?" Yan Zhaoge answered solemnly, "At least 80%. If you want to say more, you will have to arrive at Cloud Portent Mountain and investigate it on the spot. Only then will you be able to say for sure." Fu Enshu raised an eyebrow. "If you weren't bragging, 80% chance is already very high. Since that's the case, let's go now." As Fu Enshu said this, her surroundings began to move despite there being no wind, streams of qi directly sweeping Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing within. Yunsheng will naturally be going to the Cloud Portent Mountain as well. "Sikong, why don't you come with us as well? You can use this opportunity to gain experience. I can also teach you martial arts along the way so that it won't affect your cultivation." That barrier of water surrounding the small island at the center of the Cloud Pavilion Lake leisurely descended, while Fu Enshu directly swept along Yan Zhaoge and the others, speeding off into the distance. Hu stuck out his tongue, sending a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge, "Young master, isn't Elder Fu's swift and decisive actions a little too much? Acting as she pleases, leaving as she pleases." Yan Zhaoge rubbed the space between his brows. "I rarely hear this now. I only heard someone mention it by chance before. In my father's generation, when they were young, there was actually a saying. Fu Enshu's thoughts, the skies of June, changing as she pleases. From the looks of it now, while she has grown in age, this senior apprentice Aunt Fu is still the same, acting as she pleases. Just get used to it, just get used to it, just get used to it," Yan Zhaoge grinned. "We can also be considered to have come on a trip where she pleases." Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing were also slightly taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. While the former's thoughts were not as jumpy as Fu Enshu's, she also had a straightforward personality. Meanwhile, other than cultivating in the martial Tao, she didn't really care about anything else. The group was led by Fu Enshu, passing through the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, rushing towards the mountain region. Their first destination was the vast expanse ridge in the middle of the mountain range, and then the Cloud Portent Ridge in the east. Unlike the Heaven Domain, which was divided into 5 continents, the Mountain Domain was divided into territories. And because there were many mountain ranges and hills in the mountain region, the various territories were mostly divided and named according to the different mountain ranges in the mountain region. For example, the territory of the Mountain Domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was known as the Infinite Boundless Territory. The Cloud Portent Territory was the region where the Cloud Portent Mountain Range was located. The main peak that shared the same name as the mountain range was the Cloud Portent Mountain. The Cloud Omen Territory was located at the eastern end of the mountain region, and it was directly connected to the Thunder region to the east. The Earth region was located to the southeast, while the East Heaven region was located to the south, and the North Heaven region was located to the southwest. The Sealing Dragon Abyss originated from the Earth domain, passed through the Heaven domain's East Heaven continent, and then extended into the Mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory. The Dark Blue River, which also originated from the Earth domain, entered the Cloud Omen territory first, and then the North Heaven continent of the Heaven domain. Because of Cloud Portent Mountain and the giant spirit magnetite, while this place was located by the borders of the Mountain domain, it was the area that Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the most, strictly guarding against the infiltration of the Thunder domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Heaven domain's Broad Creed Mountain. After receiving news of Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu and the others' arrival, Infinite Boundless Mountain did not tarry. Broad Creed Mountain had vaguely revealed that the matter concerned the giant spirit magnetite, and Infinite Boundless Mountain would naturally place great importance on it. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Fu Enshu, they both acutely felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude seemed to be a little ambiguous. After the previous War of the Eastern Tang, the current situation of the world was indeed rather subtle. However, Yan Zhaoge could still more or less feel some abnormal signs. "There's something strange," Yan Zhaoge muttered within his heart, but did not reveal anything on his face. Accompanied by Infinite Boundless Mountain experts, he headed to Cloud Portent Mountain together with Fu Enshu. And just as they were on their way to the Mountain domain, Yan Zhaoge and the others received a piece of news that could definitely be considered grievous news for Broad Creed Mountain. In the third Extreme Yin bout, the Sacred Sun clan disciple Mengwan had undergone nirvanic rebirth like a fire phoenix amidst the darkness, domineeringly returning as a king, dominating all females as she had obtained the Extreme Yin crown. As though confirming Feng Yincheng's previous judgment. As long as nothing happened to her, Mengwan was currently the strongest maiden of Extreme Yin. The sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin crown, had returned to the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. The situation of the world instantly changed as a result. While the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia had still yet to leave seclusion, the Sacred Sun clan's previous predicament already no longer existed. Hearing this news, Yan Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yincheng. Feng Yincheng's expression was calm, not the slightest change in it. She also looked at Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 122. Although the other party did not say anything, Yan Zhaoge instead felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain had become even more passionate towards them. With the Sacred Sun clan becoming more domineering, while Infinite Boundless Mountain would not directly face their might, they would also be increasingly on guard. Before he himself had sufficient confidence, with Broad Creed Mountain's help in blocking the Sacred Sun clan, it was clearly a good thing for Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, Yan Zhaoge could still feel that on the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous. In their interactions with Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be more inclined towards seeking cooperation in other areas. This caused Yan Zhaoge to pay more attention to it. While Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous, under their guidance, Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu and the others still entered the Cloud Portent territory. "Young Master, it is also a coincidence that Zhao Ming and his wife have also come to Cloud Portent territory." On the way, Hu sorted out the information sent over by his subordinates, summarizing it before reporting it to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and thought for a moment. "Oh, the Scarlet Rainbow sect and the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent territory do indeed have business dealings." Hu nodded. "That's right, a place of solitary yin and solitary yang is extremely rare. The Crimson Rainbow sect has a few types of spirit herbs that can obtain the best quality in a place of solitary yin and solitary yang. So they rented a piece of land in Cloud Portent Mountain and opened it up as a medicinal field." Yan Zhaoge nodded. Broad Creed Mountain was aware of this matter, also not forbidding it. Although there was some competition between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, it was far from as tense as it was with the Sacred Sun clan. Interactions between the various powers of the Heaven domain under Broad Creed Mountain and those of the Mountain domain under Infinite Boundless Mountain were not rare. Cloud Portent Mountain was an important area of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but as long as it was not near the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was not forbidden for outsiders to come here. Of course, if it was a power of the same level as Broad Creed Mountain approaching, it would definitely draw the attention of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but a power like the Scarlet Rainbow Sect would be fine. Who continued, I heard that there was something wrong with the medicine field this time, so Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji came to have a look. Jing Yunji was the daughter of the chief of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. She had not entered the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, instead having entered Broad Creed Mountain, becoming a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Ming. Yan Zhaoge said, after we have arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, we can inform them to gather when we have the time. According to etiquette, they will also have to come pay a visit to senior apprentice Aunt Fu. Who gave a silly smile. Yes, young master. Stepping into the Cloud Portent territory, traversing the numerous mountain ranges of the Cloud Portent mountain range, Yan Zhaoge and the others headed east. The main peak of the Cloud Portent mountain range, the Cloud Portent mountain, gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire Cloud Portent mountain range was like a crouching dragon, and the Cloud Portent mountain was like the dragon's head. The foot of the Cloud Portent mountain was connected to the other mountain peaks, forming a small basin. That was where the giant spirit magnetite vein was located. Halfway up the peak of Cloud Portent mountain, there was a spiritual spring known as the Yin-Yang Cloud. This Yin-Yang Cloud spirit spring was one of the few places in the world that contained solitary Yin and solitary Yang. Because of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountains faction, other than the first seed elder who was in charge of the affairs of the entire Cloud Portent territory, also had another long-established Grand Master Elder who sat over Cloud Portent Mountain, known as the Magnetite Elder. Adding on the Infinite Boundless Mountain Elder who had accompanied them over, at this moment, Infinite Boundless Mountain's 3 long-established martial grandmasters were gathered at Cloud Portent Mountain. The Infinite Boundless Mountain's Cloud Portent Mountain's first seat elder who was in charge of the affairs of the Cloud Portent territory was surnamed Zhua, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. Looking at this elder Zhua, Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. The principal elder of Infinite Boundless Mountain stationed in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the Heaven Domain's East Heaven region was precisely a subordinate of this elder Zhua. In the previous chaos of the Eastern Tang, the actions of Infinite Boundless Mountains faction could not have been without the shadow of this person behind them. To our clan, the giant spirit magnetite vein is naturally of utmost importance. Your clan suddenly paying us a visit is still something that was somewhat out of our expectations, Elder Zhua said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Yan Zhaoge sat quietly, not speaking, with Fu Enshu naturally dealing with the other side. It is precisely because this matter is of utmost importance that if we did not have sufficient confidence, how would our clan have brought it up so rashly? In recent years, because the giant spirit magnetite vein had gradually dried up, they were in danger of being eaten up completely. On the one hand, Infinite Boundless Mountain had been seeking a solution, on the other hand, they had also begun to limit their internal mining. This way, it had naturally unknowingly slowed down their own development. If this problem could be resolved, and giant spirit magnetite could be mined in large amounts once more, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely enter a period of rapid development once more. Fu Enshu said mildly, our clan is extremely sincere, your clan has no need to be so nervous. Elder Zhua also had some understanding of Fu Enshu's personality. Hearing her words, he smiled slightly. If Broad Creed Mountain came here to cause trouble, that would be equivalent to completely pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain towards the Sacred Sun clan's side. However, he also had his own thoughts on this. Broad Creed Mountain definitely wouldn't come to help Infinite Boundless Mountain for no reason at all. Since it was a collaboration, both sides would each take what they needed. How much they took or how little they took would be a problem. Your clan says that you want to do an on-site investigation. Then, after you've settled down a little, follow me, Elder Zhua said. Fu Enshu directly swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Do you need to rest? Yan Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes, once more having a direct understanding of this senior apprentice aunt of his. I can do so anytime. Fu Enshu nodded, swiveling her head to look at Elder Zhua. It's still early now, let's go now. Elder Zhua and the other 2 Infinite Boundless Mountain Grand Elders exchanged glances, then all nodded. The magnetite elder who sat over Cloud Portent Mountain said, "Follow this old man." Arriving in the valley, the group directly descended into the vein. Feeling the flow of spiritual qi within, having specially entered the pith region, Yen Zhaoge grew more and more certain. The mining method is too barbaric. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder only obtained the giant spirit profound art, but didn't have a matching technique to specifically mine giant spirit magnetite. The mining method developed afterwards is simple and crude, unceasingly harming the pith of the vein. Yen Zhaoge had a plan, but a shadow also gradually surfaced in his heart. Other than us, there also seems to be someone else who is pondering on the problem of the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein. It doesn't seem like Infinite Boundless Mountain's own research, but rather has some of the flair of an ancient technique from before the Great Calamity. No wonder their attitude is so ambiguous. They indeed have other hopes, and therefore aren't too keen on my side. However, that side should also still be in the testing phase. Therefore, when we came over, they also didn't directly reject us. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. However, on the surface, Yen Zhaoge still looked as though nothing had happened. Exiting the vein, Yen Zhaoge roamed the basin of the valley, feeling the spiritual qi flow there a step further. Why does it feel like there's a yang reversing qi that directly penetrates underground from the mountain? Frowning, Yen Zhaoge exited the valley, raising his head to gaze at Cloud Portent Mountain before him. Halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain, the light of fire shockingly flickered. Yen Zhaoge blinked. What the hell is this? Infinite Boundless Mountain burning their own mountain? Just as he was thinking, Ahu sped over, bringing back an unconscious person. Yen Zhaoge recognized him as Zhao Ming's retainer. After waking him up, seeing Yen Zhaoge, the other party was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 123. That was the location of the source of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring, a place of solitary Yin and solitary Yang. The spirit field that the Scarlet Rainbow sect rented to cultivate spirit herbs was right there. That retainer hurriedly said, "Fourth Prince and Miss Jing are both on the mountain." Infinite Boundless Mountain's people burned the Scarlet Rainbow sect's spirit fields, and Fourth Prince couldn't restrain himself any longer, and made a move against them. Yen Zhaoge held his forehead. Unlike Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng and the others, Zhao Ming's temper was more of the violent and impulsive type. The other party having burnt down Jing Yunji's family's spirit field, Zhao Ming was naturally unable to restrain his rage, no longer caring that he was actually currently in Infinite Boundless Mountain's territory. Why would the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain burn the spirit fields of the Scarlet Rainbow sect? Yen Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. The retainer hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully, the Iron Yuan sect, a small and medium-sized force under the jurisdiction of Cloud Portent territory, has invaded the land of a manor nearby. The owner of the manor didn't comply, and the two parties had a conflict. During the conflict, the son of the owner of the manor injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The other party broke into the manor and wanted to kill to vent their anger. Miss Jing passed by the manor and was once a guest there. She was an old acquaintance of the owner's family, so when she found out about the incident, she hurried over to save him. In the end, that Iron Yuan sect's chief was acquainted with a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain here, and called for reinforcements, demanding that the Scarlet Rainbow sect hand over the person. Since the Fourth Prince and Miss Jing were unwilling to hand her over, it was convenient for them to burn down the spiritual fields. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly, on purpose, right? That retainer was greatly shocked. Young Master Yen, the Fourth Prince does not intend to become enemies with Infinite Boundless Mountain, it's just that, I'm not talking about Zhao Ming and the others. Yen Zhaoge waved his hands, swiveling his head to look at Ahu. Go tell Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Ahu scratched his head. Young Master, Infinite Boundless Mountain has 3 higher echelon bigwigs here, as well as quite a few martial grandmaster experts. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. This kind of small matter is still not enough to disturb people at the level of Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and the others. Infinite Boundless Mountain will definitely have their subordinates deal with it first. I asked you to inform Uncle Master Fu so that he can understand the situation and be prepared. We're not afraid of alarming a big shot like them to deal with it. I'm rushing over now to prevent Zhao Ming from suffering a loss if the other party has an expert. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge strode forward, leading the way up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing were currently discussing the martial arts that Fu Enchu had just imparted to them. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, they could not help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" Yan Zhaoge pointed at the black smoke halfway up the mountain. "There are some people of the same clan clashing with people of Infinite Boundless Mountain on the mountain. Let's go take a look." Exchanging glances, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing both nodded, following behind Yan Zhaoge. On the mountain path, an Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner also appeared to obstruct them. "There's been a change on the mountain, halt." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "If I stop, your family's giant spirit magnetite vein will suffer a calamity." The other party was taken aback. "The ore vein is at the foot of the mountain." Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt as he instantly passed the other party. "You cannot bear the responsibility." That Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner wanted to stop him, but felt a strong gust of wind assaulting him, directly suppressing the words he wanted to say back into his chest. He was completely unable to open his mouth at all, his figure also continuously retreating backwards. Not saying a word, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing followed closely behind Yan Zhaoge, rushing up the mountain. Having arrived in the vicinity of the fire halfway up the mountain, Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept the area, seeing that amidst the thick smoke, there were currently people clashing. One of them was precisely Zhao Ming. His opponent was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but not of Infinite Boundless Mountain's lineage. It could be assumed that he was the chief of the Iron Yuan sect. This middle-aged man was being suppressed by Zhao Ming, but there were quite a few people helping him to surround and attack Zhao Ming from the side. Zhao Ming's broad Creed Mountain martial arts were far more profound than his opponent's. Even being surrounded and attacked from all sides, he was still able to handle it with ease, even being able to protect a small boy. It was just that Zhao Ming was entangled to the point where he was hard-pressed to extricate himself. His expression was a little anxious as he looked to the side. There, a girl was currently clashing with an Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple. That girl was precisely a fellow disciple of Yan Zhaoge, Xikong Qing and the others, Zhao Ming's lover, Jing Yunji. The two were both in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. One executed Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial arts, but in the end, it was Jing Yunji who was being suppressed. From the looks of it, there actually seemed to be a feeling of danger all around. Yan Zhaoge carefully analyzed for a moment, remembering the intelligence reports he had once seen in the clan, recognizing that the other party seemed to be called Ho Xiang, a genius of Infinite Boundless Mountain who had recently risen to prominence. In the vicinity of the fire where they were clashing, there were already a few corpses lying on the ground. From their clothes, they were all on Zhao Ming's and Jing Yunji's side. Glancing at them, Yan Zhaoge directly said, "Junior apprentice sister Xikong help junior apprentice sister Jing, junior apprentice sister Feng help junior apprentice brother Zhao." Feng Yunsheng stroked the hilt of her saber, not waiting for her to ask. Yan Zhaoge directly waved his hands, "Murderers, pay with their lives." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge waved his sleeve, sweeping up gusts of strong wind, blowing away the dense smoke of the blazing fire before him, first extinguishing the flames. On the other side, not saying a word, Xikong Qing unsheathed her sword, a cold light flickering as she directly replaced Jing Yunji, clashing with that Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple Ho Xiang. Feng Yunsheng was even less courteous, brandishing her saber, the winds and clouds changing color as a violent saber directly forced back the people surrounding Zhao Ming. With a long howl, Zhao Ming brandished the sword within his hands, sword shadows floating, resembling 7 stars streaking across the sky as he focused fully on dealing with that middle-aged man of the outer aura stage, attacking until his back was drenched in sweat. That Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple Ho Xiang was greatly enraged. "People of Broad Creed Mountain, daring to be so arrogant in our clan's territory?" Dispersing the blazing fire, not even turning his head, Yan Zhaoge said casually, "Those who died here, all died from wounds inflicted by saber or sword. You are bare-handed, obviously not a murderer, so you can rest easy, you don't have to pay with your life." Ho Xiang's chest felt stifled, as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and laughed coldly. "Today, I've really broadened my horizons, I've never seen someone who comes to ask for help so arrogant. I know who you are, and also know what you've come to our mountain domain for. But you don't seem to be quite clear-headed. Now, it is your broad creed mountain who has a request for my infinite boundless mountain. With the extreme crown in the hands of the sacred Sun clan, and their east-coming martial saint not leaving seclusion, just based on these two sacred artifacts, your broad creed mountain will not be able to stand against them alone. Ho Xiang was not old, still looking to be less than 20, having cultivated to the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, which was rather rare. What was even rarer was that he was skilled, not falling into a disadvantageous position in his clash with Sikong Qing, attacking and defending, his movements orderly. He laughed coldly as he looked at Yan Zhaoga. Coming to my infinite boundless mountain, to put it bluntly, is to ask for reinforcements, wanting our clan to resist the pressure of the sacred Sun clan together with you. In the Battle of the Eastern Tang earlier, if not for our clan standing by the side and helping the sacred Sun clan, even if you joined forces with Jade Sea City, victory and defeat might still have been uncertain. It's the same now. Jade Sea City has lost the extreme crown, also being held back by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If our clan helps your broad creed mountain, you need not fear the sacred Sun clan. If our clan helps the sacred Sun clan, your broad creed mountain will immediately be finished. Chapter 124. Yan Zhaoga couldn't be bothered with Ho Xiang at all as he shook his head rather amusedly. The extreme crown having fallen into the hands of the sacred Sun clan, it is possible for your infinite boundless mountain to not help either side. But to help the sacred Sun clan, there really must be a hole in your brain. Being willing to be someone else's vassal is another matter altogether. Otherwise, if the people of infinite boundless mountain all have the same level of experience as you, they would never be able to rise up. Seeing Sikong Qing replace Jing Yunji and fight with Ho Xiang, Zhao Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With his worries gone, and with Feng Yinsheng's help to clear up the disturbances around him, he immediately pounced on his opponent like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. As Yan Zhaoga extinguished the fire, he scanned the entire area. Looking around, Yan Zhaoga's attention fell on the child that Zhao Ming had been protecting earlier. It was a boy who was only a little over 10 years old. He looked a little dazed, as if he was mentally unsound. He knelt beside a man and shook the man's arm. "Daddy, Daddy." Yan Zhaoga knit his brows slightly. With just a single glance, he knew that the man on the ground was already dead. Seeing that the man was ignoring him, the boy stood up shakily and walked to the side, turning a blind eye to the flashes of swords around him. He came to a woman's side and shook the woman's arm. "Mother, mother." Yan Zhaoga sighed to himself. This child was an orphan. The boy looked around blankly, his eyes still filled with confusion, as if he did not understand why his parents were ignoring him. Jing Yunji was replaced by Sikong Qing. She came to the boy's side, her gaze also somewhat unable to bear it. Looking at the other corpses on the ground, her eyes once again surged with fury. Other than the boy's family, the other victims were all the stewards of the Scarlet Rainbow sect's medicinal field. Jing Yunji shouted and joined the battle with Zhao Ming, killing the warriors of the Iron Yuan sect together with Feng Yunsheng. The middle-aged man at the middle stage of physical invulnerability was the sect leader of the Iron Yuan sect, who had led his men to cause trouble. At this moment, facing Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciple Zhao Ming, even though their cultivation bases were the same, he was still quickly defeated. He called out to Ho Xiang, "Save!" Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ming's sword had already pierced forward. Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded from the distance, killing people in the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. A powerful gust of stellar energy soared through the air, ferocious and forceful. It was like a mountain-splitting axe cleaving towards Zhao Ming. It was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength, but this axe strike was something that Zhao Ming could not block. If he took it, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as he substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing out. 7 streams of stellar energy condensed into swords, like the convergence of 7 stars, and intercepted the huge axe. The 7 streaks of sword chi landed on the huge axe made of stellar energy at different speeds, but they didn't destroy it. Instead, they easily deflected the huge axe's trajectory. Seeing this, Zhao Ming did not stop and pierced through the chest of the Iron Yuan sect leader. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and fell to the ground. The last image he saw was of the woman who had died by his hands. She was now lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, and the simple-minded boy beside her. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's vision turned pitch black, and he breathed his last. After sweeping through the enemies present, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji gathered by Yan Zhaoge's side. Yan Zhaoge said, "I've come late. Junior apprentice sister Jing, please restrain your grief. Junior apprentice brother Zhao, we will slowly catch up later." Zhao Ming nodded cautiously, his gaze focused straight into the distance. That direction was precisely the direction from which the huge axe of Orochi had come. There was also a group of people rushing over from the foot of the mountain. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that the person in the lead had an indistinct spiritual light above his head that shot towards the horizon. Not concealing it at all, he was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. The other party looked to be around 26 or 27, his face cold and stern, his figure tall. He was dressed in black, a mountain peak embroidered on his lapel. It was the attire of a core, direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the newcomer's gaze instantly hardened. Yan Zhaoge glanced at him calmly, similarly recognizing him. Ji Hanru, one of the leading figures of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation. He could be considered to be around the same age as Lu Wen and Xiao Shen, being slightly older than the two of them. In the Eight Extremities world, the name of the small mountain lord Ji Hanru was similarly like thunder to the ears, being an elite of the younger generation. Several years ago, Ji Hanru had battled with the descendant of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Thunder Rumbling Young Master. The Thunder Rumbling Young Master was the only son of a bigwig elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one of the four young masters alongside the Broad Creed Young Master Yan Zhaoge and the world-illuminating Young Master Huang Jia. Ji Hanru fought him to a draw in the past, establishing his position as one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation. Earlier, when he had just arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, Yan Zhaoge had already met him once. He knew that Ji Hanru just happened to be in the vicinity of the Cloud Portent Mountain to temper himself, coincidentally also being at Cloud Portent Mountain. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Ji Hanru said coldly, "Killing people in Cloud Portent Mountain, is this the way of your Broad Creed Mountain as a guest?" Yan Zhaoge raised his chin slightly, indicating for Ji Hanru to look at Ho Xiang, who was still in the midst of clashing with Sikong Qing. "The Scarlet Rainbow Sect is a clan of my heaven domain, and junior apprentice sister Jing is a disciple of our clan. Renting your Infinite Boundless Mountain spirit fields for cultivation has never been short of your offerings and contributions. When our clan came to visit, your Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple connived at others to burn down the spirit fields here. This is how your Infinite Boundless Mountain treats its guests." In terms of attitude towards Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was divided internally. And as Yan Zhaoge knew, of the younger generation, Ji Hanru belonged to the faction that didn't have a good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. Therefore, towards Ji Hanru, Yan Zhaoge similarly didn't have a good expression. Looking at Ji Hanru, Yan Zhaoge was expressionless, or is it to say that you all had a mind to do this? Ji Hanru said indifferently, "I know what you have come here for, but that is not what you can rely on to be unbridled and unbridled. Your 1,000 reasons, all of them cannot change a single fact. This is Cloud Portent Mountain, the territory of my Infinite Boundless Mountain. Whatever happened, our clan has its own rules, and will handle things according to them. Your Broad Creed Mountain overstepped their bounds, even killing people on the spot. Do you treat my Infinite Boundless Mountain as non-existent?" Yan Zhaoge chortled, "Just now, when we truly needed you to appear, you indeed did not exist." Ji Hanru's entire body's aura-chi surged as he strode forward, the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners behind him also doing the same. "All those who have killed people, capture them all, and hand them over to our clan's seniors and elders to deal with. Yan Zhaoge, I don't have the mood to argue with you. Your name has been very famous recently, but I wonder how much true ability and knowledge you have. I, Ji Hanru, have never believed in rumors, only believe in my own eyes and fists." Saying thus, he punched out, his fist heavy as a mountain. Not even looking, Yan Zhaoge met it with a palm. As his palm struck out, it resembled the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Orochi that resembled flames condensed on Yan Zhaoge's palm, meeting Ji Hanru's fist head-on. Ji Hanru laughed coldly, "Meeting me head-on?" Of the 6 great sacred grounds, infinite boundless mountains martial arts were famed for their heavy momentum. A fist that was heavy as a mountain, with an unstoppable momentum, wanted to destroy Yan Zhaoge's Tushita palm. However, with a flick of his wrist, Yan Zhaoge's power suddenly skyrocketed madly, instantly erupting. "Since we can't come to an agreement, then we'll fight. So what if I meet you head-on?" Within the Tushita palm, the essence of the mighty ape demonic fist was integrated. The sudden, explosive power shook the heavens and shook the earth. Chapter 125. Ji Hanru's expression, which had always been calm, finally changed slightly. Sucking in a deep breath, he roared in a heavy tone, "Open." Following his will, a change suddenly occurred in Ji Hanru's fist. That dense, vigorous orochi actually emanated a feeling of spirituality. It was as if atop a towering mountain, there were plants growing, flowers blooming. In the eyes of others, Ji Hanru's fist that resembled a mountain no longer seemed so illusory and stiff, instead having a feeling of being real. As Ji Hanru punched over, it was as if a mountain peak had really appeared before everyone's eyes. The mountain peak toppled, the pressure of Mount Tai, causing one's heart to palpitate. Having spirituality developed in their orochi, this was the true embodiment of an early Xiantian martial scholar's power. Ji Hanru was also a proud person. Facing the late outer aura martial scholar Yan Zhaoge, while he had previously heard that Yan Zhaoge had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shen, Ji Hanru had still not exerted his full strength, instead wanting to have a proper match with Yan Zhaoge. Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would really be ferocious, meeting Ji Hanru's iron fist head-on without dodging or avoiding? What Ji Hanru found even harder to accept was that the one at a disadvantage was him. In a head-on clash, Yan Zhaoge clearly held the advantage. His infinite boundless mountains martial Dao, whether in attack or defense, was most proficient in head-on clashes. Thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Ji Hanru no longer dared to hold anything back, immediately bringing out his true abilities. The spirituality of his orochi manifested, his fist heavy and majestic, also naturally agile, as Ji Hanru forcibly stopped the declining momentum of his divine mountain fist. However, at the same time, a red light flashed on Yan Zhaoge's face. Wind fire calamities, fire calamity. Under Yan Zhaoge's fist, he exerted force 3 times consecutively, the explosive power coming wave after wave. The terrifying explosive power seemed limitless as it unceasingly rose one peak after another. Yan Zhaoge's palm was completely purplish-red, the Tushita palm's speciality in breaking through his enemy's orochi being displayed to the point of perfection, forcibly breaking through Ji Hanru's layers of orochi, his palm pressing down on Ji Hanru's fist. An explosive sound resounded in the air, as though heavy objects had collided. Ji Hanru's fist trembled uncontrollably. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge. Astral energy condensed, vigorous and domineering to the extreme. Ji Hanru's palm struck down, like a giant spirit god brandishing a giant axe that could split the heavens. With a swing of the axe, even the towering mountains in front of him were split in half. Seeing all of Ji Hanru's actions, Yan Zhaoge let out a long laugh. The Tushita palm of Yan Zhaoge's left hand did not change as it pressed onto Ji Hanru's right fist, while the index and middle fingers of Yan Zhaoge's own right hand formed a sword, the Big Dipper sword appearing once more. The heavenly reflection of the jade pearl, which had reached the pinnacle, struck Ji Hanru's weakest point. The Tushita palm in his left hand was as violent as fire, while the 7-star sword in his right hand was light and graceful. Yan Zhaoge simultaneously executed 2 martial arts, one hard and one soft, both worthy of praise. Ji Hanru's 5 needles heaven-splitting axe came to a halt in midair. During this pause, Yan Zhaoge continued exerting force with his left palm. Amidst the roar, the sound of something shattering seemed to ring in the ears of the surrounding people. Ji Hanru's figure retreated with a loud bang. Having gained the upper hand, Yan Zhaoge immediately leapt into the air, his finger like the tip of a sword, pointing straight at Ji Hanru. His astral energy condensed into a sword, a green light vaguely flickering on it as the roar of a dragon resounded. A variation of the coiling dragon's sleeve, Cloud Rising Soaring Dragon, was executed, instantly arriving before Ji Hanru. Ji Hanru's right hand was currently numb. Having lost the initiative, he decisively brought his left palm horizontally before his chest. Countless layers of astral energy condensed, merging as one, giving off a feeling that there were no flaws at all. Infinite Boundless Mountain's direct lineage, Great Chaotic Element's palm. Perhaps it was clumsy, perhaps not easy to cultivate in. However, in terms of frontal defense in the current Eight Extremities world, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the best. The Great Chaotic Element's palm was precisely its essence. Even though he had lost the initiative, even though he was unable to use his right hand, Ji Hanru steeled his heart to defend like this, his palm seemingly sealed, instantly causing Yan Zhaoge's Cloud Rising Soaring Dragon to be hard-pressed to succeed. There are no invincible martial arts, only invincible people. As Yan Zhaoge said slowly, his sword's momentum suddenly changed, 7 sword silhouettes shooting through the air, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper as they converged together. The sword silhouettes formed a single line, their power suddenly condensed to the maximum, concentrated at a single point. Yan Zhaoge's arm shook, resembling a heavenly dragon flipping its body. The sword intent of the coiling dragon's sleeve and the sword intent of the Big Dipper sword, at this moment, seemed to have merged as one. Dragon riding 7 stars. Iron hammers could not break through cowhide, but cowhide could be pierced through by sharp steel nails. This sword of Yan Zhaoge's condensed power to the extreme shockingly pierced through the defenses of Ji Hanru's Great Chaotic Element's palm. Ji Hanru's right hand finally regained feeling, as he managed to block Yan Zhaoge's sword in time. However, his right hand, which had originally already been somewhat injured, was injured once more. Ji Hanru stumbled backwards step by step. After this sword, Yan Zhaoge did not continue attacking, instead leisurely standing with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look towards the sky. There, the air shook mightily, as a few figures walked out from within. It was precisely Fu Enshu and a group of Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs. Ji Hanru's face turned slightly green. Although he still had many techniques that he had not used, in just a few short exchanges earlier, as a Xiantian martial scholar, he had actually been suppressed by the outer aura Yan Zhaoge. This was not a late outer aura martial scholar fighting a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but an early Xiantian martial scholar fighting a late outer aura martial scholar. The gap between the two cultivation levels was even greater than that between the early outer aura martial scholar and the mid-outer aura martial scholar, or between the late outer aura martial scholar and the late outer aura martial scholar. The group of Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples behind him also looked on in shock at this scene before them. In the past year and a half, there had been many rumors regarding Yan Zhaoge, and his fame in the Eight Extremities world had also been growing more and more resounding. However, hearing rumors and personally witnessing and experiencing it for themselves were naturally completely different. Especially when the Yan Zhaoge before them was even more ferocious than in the rumors. A late outer aura martial scholar, forcibly attacking head-on, suppressing an early Xiantian martial scholar, the heavens favored son of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation, Ji Hanru, who was most proficient in head-on attacks. Ji Hanru had clearly been the first to forcibly attack, but in an instant, he had been reduced to only being able to passively defend. And what was even more embarrassing was that he had not even been able to defend against it. Seeing this scene, Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder Zhua, the Magnetite Elder and the others also frowned slightly. Fu Enshu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She was clearly in a good mood. Even the gaze with which she looked at Yan Zhaoge now contained a rarely seen benevolence and gratification of a senior. While Elder Zhua's expression seemed calm, his gaze was currently on Yan Zhaoge. The Magnetite Elder and another Infinite Boundless Mountain martial grandmaster, seemingly intentionally yet unintentionally, surrounded Fu Henshu. Seeing their three martial grandmaster experts standing together with Fu Henshu alone, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners instantly felt much more at ease. No matter what, here at Cloud Portent Mountain, they had more experts. Fu Henshu was not Yan Di. In the current situation, even if Yan Zhaoge was a dragon, he would have to lie down, even if he was a tiger, he would have to lie down. What was laughable was that while he had fought to his heart's content earlier, with so many experts of infinite boundless mountain present, he would immediately have to repay his debt. Towards their gazes, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored them. Facing Elder Zhua, who was glaring at him like a tiger, he was also neither flustered nor flustered as he greeted him courteously. Seniors, this Yan did not fail in his mission. I have already extinguished the fire, successfully preventing the arsonist from further damaging the giant spirit magnetite vein. Chapter 126. Yan Zhaoge's expression was firm as he was neither flustered nor flustered. Whether a young man was confident or just bluffing, it was not hard for infinite boundless mountains martial grandmasters to discern. Elder Zhua didn't say anything. The mystic stone elder frowned again. As for infinite boundless mountains longtime elder Shan Sherwing, the one with the highest cultivation base of the three who had accompanied Yan Zhaoge and Fu Henshu over from infinite boundless mountain, his expression eased slightly. Shan Sherwing looked at Yan Zhaoge. What did you just say? Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. This place is close to the source of the yin-yang cloud spring. If a great fire were to be lit, the fire qi would affect the balance of yin and yang within the spring. The water vein of the yin-yang cloud goes straight to the foot of the cloud portent mountain and connects with the earth vein. During this period of time, the balance of the energy vein will change, and it will affect the spiritual qi of the earth vein surrounding the entire cloud portent mountain. To martial artists of my generation, the effects in this area are not obvious. But to the giant spirit magnetite, which has already been damaged, the slightest change in the surrounding environment will have an effect. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Coincidentally, as the fire qi entered the ground, the spiritual qi of the earth veins automatically adjusted itself, originally tending to become more yin cold, neutralizing the external fire qi. And the earth veins lean towards the cold, which will further damage the marrow of the giant spirit magnetite vein. The crowd of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, whether at a loss or unconvinced, wanted to rebuke Yan Zhaoge, but due to the presence of their clan's seniors, they didn't dare to act rashly. Ji Hanru knit his brows tightly as he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Shan Sherwing and Elder Zhua didn't say anything, but the magnetite elder opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, the earth veins lean towards yin and cold. Will it harm the giant spirit magnetite vein? To infinite boundless mountain, giant spirit magnetite was one of the most important resources, virtually accompanying the entire history of infinite boundless mountain's development and rise to prominence. Infinite boundless mountain naturally had an in-depth understanding of giant spirit magnetite. As the first seat elder, the magnetite elder was specifically responsible for keeping watch over the giant spirit magnetite vein in Cloud Portent Mountain. His knowledge of giant spirit magnetite was one of the top few in the entire infinite boundless mountain. Yan Zhaoge's words surpassed what he knew, but combined with what he knew of the situation, he vaguely felt that it made sense. With the matter at stake, the magnetite elder did not directly and arbitrarily reprimand Yan Zhaoge. However, the doubt in his tone could not be any more obvious. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the giant spirit magnetite stoutly stores essence, its spiritual qi vigorous as one, not seeming to be involved in the separation of yin and yang. However, in the process of the birth of such spirit stones, there is a process of yin and yang merging. The reason why your clan's two mines in infinite boundless mountain and here have successively dried up is because your method of mining giant spirit magnetite is to violently excavate with the power of masculinity. In order to deal with this external yang heat, the vein where the mine is located produces its own yin cold to neutralize it. In the long run, as time passes, the cold yin energy will damage the marrow of the mine, so the giant spirit magnetite produced by the mine will become less and less, until it finally dried up. Yan Zhaoge spoke frankly with assurance, smooth and organized, You might have discovered the changes in yin and yang in the surrounding spiritual qi of the ore vein, but not understanding the principles behind giant spirit magnetite, you did not connect it to this aspect. At this point, not only the mystic stone elder, but Shan Sherwang and Elder Zhua also fell into deep thought. After a while, Elder Zhua asked, "But, how do you know about these things?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I have let senior see a joke. Ever since young, I have been fond of miscellaneous studies, liking to consult ancient texts and study ancient characters, especially being fascinated by the legacies of before the Great Calamity. In the past, because of this, I even somewhat delayed my cultivation in the martial Tao, causing the seniors of my clan to be rather dissatisfied. Saying this might be a little offensive, but seniors should all know that the giant spirit profound art was not created by your clan's founder. One of the foundations of Infinite Boundless Mountain, its core martial art, the giant spirit profound art, was a martial scripture that had existed before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained a remnant portion of it, researching and cultivating in it, perfecting and deriving it, finally forming the current giant spirit profound art. A considerable number of martial scriptures of the current Eight Extremities world had come from this way, just that the giant spirit profound art that Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained back then was comparatively more complete. Therefore, the current giant spirit profound art was also more similar to the ancient chapters of before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain had never denied this point. Shan Sherwang directly nodded, "That's right." He looked at Yan Zhaoge, "The meaning of your words is that you have obtained the complete giant spirit profound art of before the Great Calamity?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head, "Naturally not. Sorting through the ancient texts, what I obtained was some information regarding the giant spirit clan of before the Great Calamity. Before the Great Calamity, there had been a powerful power known as the giant spirit clan. The giant spirit profound art had once been a martial art of the giant spirit clan." Yan Zhaoge said, "Before the Great Calamity, those of the giant spirit clan who cultivated in the giant spirit profound art had already begun to make use of giant spirit magnetite. Amongst them, they also naturally had their own research regarding the giant spirit magnetite vein. Daring to recommend myself to come to this cloud portent mountain, I naturally wouldn't speak without thinking, speaking without thinking." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "The damage caused by the cold yin qi to the giant spirit magnetite vein is accumulated over a long period of time. Normally, it would not be obvious, but now that the pith of the vein has already been damaged, even a slight change would actually be very obvious. Your clan's people didn't realize this problem before, or perhaps didn't pay attention to it. However, now that they are already aware of it, entering the pith of the vein and carefully inspecting it, I believe that they will discover that what I said is not false." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled and kept his mouth shut, his hands behind his back as he stood silently where he was. The magnetite elder was silent for a moment, before he said in a heavy tone, "I'll go down and take a look." Shan Sherwang nodded lightly. Ji Hanru and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples all felt a little awkward for a moment. They hoped that the truth would prove that Yan Zhaoge was speaking nonsense. Otherwise, they would really lose a lot of face this time. The person who had set the fire to the point of endangering the giant spirit magnetite vein was related to their clan. Broad Creed Mountain's people had instead become the ones who had helped to put out the fire. Their own clan having been beaten up earlier, not only had they suffered it for nothing, they instead had to thank and apologize to the other party. Being slapped and still having to smile apologetically, this was already not something that could be described with just the word aggrieved. Elder Zhua stared at Yan Zhaoge, "If it is really as you say, our clan will first thank your clan for your great kindness. However, with such a secret, no one knows of it." The person who set the fire was also in a situation where they were unaware. Rules cannot be broken lightly. Matters that occur within the territory of my Infinite Boundless Mountain naturally have our clan's rules to deal with them. When have we ever needed others to interfere and do it for us? Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "If there was enough time, I would also like to wait for Infinite Boundless Mountain's senior apprentice brothers to rush over to deal with it. Time is pressing, and we have been presumptuous." Elder Zhua's eyes narrowed, as Fu Enshu glanced at him from the side. "Zhua Cheng, are you looking for trouble? If you want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, then let's have a proper talk." Just having arrived here, there's already someone causing trouble. Is all this really just a coincidence? Fu Enshu's brows gradually rose. Do you take me for a fool, or do you think that my broad Creed Mountain is easy to bully? Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder's expression was heavy. Fu Enshu, not waiting for him to finish, Shan Sherwing raised his palm, saying slowly, everything shall wait for the magnetite to return before we speak. Elder Zwa glanced at Shan Sherwing, who met his gaze calmly. The seemingly old Shan Sherwing, who rarely expressed his opinions, was the one with the highest cultivation base and seniority amongst the three bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Elder Zwa retracted his gaze, falling silent. But a moment later, the magnetite elder had already returned, his expression grave as he nodded towards Shan Sherwing and Elder Zwa. Without needing to speak, just looking at his expression, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all felt the world before their eyes go dark. Chapter 127. Yan Zhaoge stood composedly where he was, gazing elsewhere. Over there, Sikong Qing and Ho Xiang were shockingly still fighting. The two of them fought with all their might, to the extent that they acted as if there was no one else around. They might have noticed the arrival of Fu Enshu, Shan Sherwing, Zhua Zhanglao and the others, but they did not stop. The battle was too intense, to the extent that whoever retreated first might be injured by the other. Sikong Qing and the other person could only focus on the competition. If they wanted to interrupt their competition, only someone with a higher cultivation could intervene. As soon as Fu Enshu and the others arrived, they naturally first paid attention to Yan Zhaoge and Ji Hanru. Afterwards, when Yan Zhaoge mentioned that the blazing fire had affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins and damaged the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was too shocking. As a result, no one had interfered with Sikong Qing and Ho Xiang. Fu Enshu looked at the battle with a look of relish. Elder Zwa and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners were all silent for a time, instead beginning to focus on the competition between the two inner aura martial scholars. From a certain point of view, they also valued the things that had been displayed in this competition. Ho Xiang was Infinite Boundless Mountain's young genius who had recently risen to prominence, rarely meeting a match amongst those of the same age, leading the pack. Previously, Broad Creed Mountain's Jing Yunji was older than him, but had only been in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm like him. In actual combat, she had been forced into a perilous situation by Ho Xiang. Now, however, there was a young girl who might be even younger than Ho Xiang who could stand against it. This naturally caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to secretly take note of it. Without a doubt, this was yet another rising peak genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were all paying close attention, because Yan Zhaoge's performance just now had really been too breathtaking. An outer aura late-stage martial scholar fighting against an early-stage Xiantian martial scholar had vaguely crossed a huge gap in strength. In all fairness, Ji Hanru had still underestimated his opponent a little, not going all out when he had first made his move, allowing Yan Zhaoge to seize the upper hand instead. By the time he realized that something was wrong, having fallen into a disadvantageous position, he was already hard-pressed to reverse the situation. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's relentless chain of attacks. In the end, even with the full force of the great chaotic element's palm defending, it was still broken through by Yan Zhaoge. While Ji Hanru had lost rather miserably, Yan Zhaoge's victory had not been a fluke, because he had always appeared to be at ease, making it hard for others to estimate exactly how powerful he was. The Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples could argue that Ji Hanru had not used his full strength, but who could be sure that Yan Zhaoge had not? Of course, thinking of this, everyone felt even more terrified of Yan Zhaoge's strength. It was one thing for Shan Sherwing and the other higher echelon bigwigs to observe the battle between Sikong Qing and Ho Xiang just to avoid awkwardness, at the same time gauging the strength of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation disciples. The younger Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples, on the other hand, were paying close attention to the battle situation, practically even more nervous than Ho Xiang himself in the midst of the battle, urgently hoping that Ho Xiang could defeat Sikong Qing and regain some ground for Infinite Boundless Mountain. A portion of Yan Zhaoge's attention, however, fell on that young boy. He didn't forget that Zhao Ming's retainer had mentioned that the son of the owner of the manor had injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The Tai Yuan sect was here for the son of the owner of the manor. Of the victims in the medicinal field, not counting those wearing the robes of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the others were all people of the manor. Amongst them, the boy's parents were dressed the most luxuriously. Yan Zhaoge even saw a damaged high-grade combat artifact beside the man's corpse. For a small family to possess a high-grade combat artifact, it could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at that boy again, while he had a simple and silly look on his face, his clothes also stained with dust and mud, no longer as clean as before, it could still be seen that his background was different from that of an ordinary person. There was a 90% chance that this child and his parents were the family of the owner of the manor. Then, the problem arose. A child who was only around 10 years old like this, being able to injure a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect? Even if they wanted to frame him, this was also a little too unreliable. Unless, this child really was extraordinary. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he held the child's hand, feeling his pulse, carefully checking the condition of the boy's body. The boy raised his head to look blankly at Yan Zhaoge, before lowering his head to look at his parents. This child? Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he asked gently, "Child, what is your name?" While the boy felt a little silly, it could be seen that his parents had always been teaching him diligently. Hearing his words, he answered dazedly, "Han." Long. As he raised his head to answer Yan Zhaoge's question, Yan Zhaoge focused on his eyes, his gaze seemingly wanting to peer into Han Long's mind. Han Long shook his head. After answering his name, he lowered his head once more. "Good fella, I even thought that I had made a mistake just now. From the looks of it now, I didn't make a mistake." Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, glancing at Ji Hanru and the others from the corner of his eyes. "Just you wait to regret it so much that you'll be knocking your heads against the mountain, knocking down the infinite boundless cloud portent." Standing by Yan Zhaoge's side, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji also did not notice Yan Zhaoge's abnormality, instead focusing on the sparring Sikong Qing and Ho Xian. Junior apprentice sister Sikong's style is indeed the same as yours, both clashing head-on with those of infinite boundless mountain awe. After watching for a while, Zhao Ming said to Yan Zhaoge somewhat admiringly. Beside him, Jing Yunji nodded, also having a look of admiration on her face. The current 6 great sacred grounds all had their own complete martial arts systems, encompassing all aspects. Compared to the other first-rate and second-rate powers, the martial arts of the sacred grounds possessed an all-round advantage in most areas, overlooking the entire world. However, between sacred grounds, there would more or less always be a comparison of your strengths and mine weaknesses, with each having their own unique styles. Infinite Boundless Mountain was famed for its heavy momentum, being tough and vigorous. Its attacks were like the pressure of Mount Tai, toppling mountains and overturning seas, crushing head-on with a powerful force that caused one to feel despair. Its principles were as firm as a boulder, impenetrable as gold, causing one to feel as though they were facing a towering mountain that was hard to surmount. The martial practitioners of Infinite Boundless Mountain were most proficient in head-on attacks, clashing head-on. Generally speaking, very few people would be able to gain an advantage over Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners in a head-on clash. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge's victory just now had especially caused Ji Hanru and the others to feel extremely embarrassed. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but what caused the expressions of the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples to be a little bad was that Sikong Qing had also used the same method, meeting offense with offense, clashing head-on with Ho Xian. Looking first at Sikong Qing, then at Yan Zhaoge, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of Feng Yunsheng's mouth. Yan Zhaoge tilted his head. "It's definitely nothing good. It's just that when I was adventuring in the outside world previously, I heard those people from first-rate and second-rate powers privately making up a jingle about our 6 great sacred grounds." Feng Yunsheng didn't beat around the bush as she laughed openly. "I originally felt that it made some sense, but seeing you and senior apprentice sister Sikong now, I feel that it's very different." Chapter 128. Not just Yan Zhaoge, even Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji felt curious as well. While paying attention to the battle situation on Sikong Qing's side, they also pricked up their ears. Feng Yunqing said, "Let me say this first. It's not very pleasant to hear." Yan Zhaoge and the others all laughed. The 6 great sacred grounds stood high up above, bringing immense pressure to the first and second-rate powers beneath them like great mountains. If there were any good things, the 6 great holy lands would definitely be the first to share them. It was normal for the others to complain a little. Feng Yunqing didn't beat around the bush and directly announced the answer. Broad Creed Mountains bandits, the great solar wilderness. Rushing to reincarnate into the heavenly thunder hall, the smelly and tough infinite boundless mountain. Of the slippery turbid wave pavilion, Jade Sea City is the most vicious. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others all had strange expressions on their faces, before they all burst out laughing in unison after a while. "You don't say. Your summary is quite on point." Zhao Ming shook his head with a smile. Jing Yunji, who was beside him, also couldn't help but laugh. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain was the most comprehensive, possessing martial arts of all types and styles. Just from the style alone, it was very difficult to find an existence that could completely counter Broad Creed Mountain. When the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain clashed with others, their style was also the most variable. Someone had once said, "It is hard for a man to subdue Broad Creed Mountain, but easy for Broad Creed to subdue a man." Wanting to use style to counter Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts was very difficult, but if Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners were sufficiently profound and extensive, they could change their style to counter their opponents. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts became the representation of craftiness, being extremely crafty as they specifically targeted the weak points of their opponents, artificially creating a situation where the strong bullied the weak. Situations like Yan Zhaoge just now and Sikong Qing now clashing head-on with their opponent's strong points were instead rare. The Sacred Sun clan's martial arts focused on aura and not on moves, wild and unrestrained, not conforming to common sense, making it hard for one to predict and analyze it. Therefore, some people secretly criticized it. It was clearly an ultimate technique of the Holy Land, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a wild fox meditation. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were sharp in their attacks, their style even more tyrannical and swift than that of the Sacred Sun clan, resembling flashing lightning and rumbling thunder. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the Heavenly Thunder Hall placed the greatest emphasis on speed. Also, the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall rarely walked the extreme path amongst the 6 great sacred grounds. If one were to say that the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan that were tyrannical as fire were heavy on attack and light on defense, then the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall could virtually be said to be only on attack and not on defense. Smelly and hard Infinite Boundless Mountain was a criticism of Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners as being as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine pit, also describing their martial arts as being relatively heavy and heavy, lacking in nimbleness as compared to the martial arts of the other sacred grounds. Of the legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners were the most proficient in frontal attacks, but their movement techniques were the weakest. Slippery Turbid Wave Pavilion referred to the style of Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts, habitually using softness to overcome hardness. Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts technique of borrowing force and dispersing force could practically be hailed as the #1 martial arts in the 8 extremities world. Its defensive abilities were renowned alongside Infinite Boundless Mountains, one soft, one hard, while its movement techniques also specialized in short-distance movement, being extremely nimble. As for the final, most vicious is none other than Jade Sea City. It referred to Jade Sea City's martial arts, habitually unleashing hidden forces, resembling the surging undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, formless and undetectable. Jade Sea City's famed peak martial art, the Jade Sea Formless Sword, was even more so a formless sword. As its sword intent expanded, the enemy felt as though they were within the sea. The sword chi was formless yet omnipresent, pervasive. As soon as it entered one's body, it would be like maggots in one's bones, hard to get rid of, as it was labeled by people outside of Jade Sea City as sinister. Zhao Ming laughed. This Jade Sea formless sword is not just cursed by first-rate and second-rate powers. The other 5 great sacred grounds, our clan included, also deeply detest it. Holding Han Long's hand, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, who doesn't have some supreme martial arts that others deeply detest? Feng Yunqing nodded. It is precisely so. Glancing at Jing Yunji, Yan Zhaoge sighed to himself, handing Han Long over to Feng Yunqing for her to take care of. Jing Yunji had acted in a righteous manner, but in the end, she had been implicated in the burning of the medicinal field that her clan had painstakingly managed, with even those of the Scarlet Rainbow sect having perished. While this junior apprentice sister of his was rather understanding and reasonable, asking her to help take care of a child now would inevitably be a little unreasonable. While Feng Yunqing found Yan Zhaoge's actions a little strange, she did not ask about it, smiling as she took Han Long's hand. Han Long was dazed, his gaze still lingering on the corpses of his parents. Father, mother, why aren't they awake? Feng Yunqing sighed within her heart, her gaze growing increasingly gentle. Meanwhile, on the other side, a victor was also gradually being decided between Sikong Qing and Ho Xiang. Sikong Qing executed the great heaven-earth sword of the 8 extreme arts of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, defeating strength with strength, accumulating her advantage bit by bit. The great heaven-earth sword, attacking and defending as one, seemed simple and clumsy, but was actually intricate to the extreme, encompassing all phenomena, majestic and grand to the extreme, truly being the essence of Broad Creed Mountain's sword Tao. The Big Dipper sword went from complexity to simplicity, while the great heaven-earth sword hid complexity within simplicity. At this moment, Sikong Qing displayed the flare of the great heaven-earth sword to its fullest, her advantage expanding unceasingly, finally resembling a rolling snowball as she gained the upper hand the more they fought, leaving Ho Xiang completely unable to find a chance to turn the tables around. Zhao Ming glanced at Yan Zhaoge beside him. Similarly clashing head-on, Yan Zhaoge's style was fast and decisive, resembling the speed of wind and lightning, victory and defeat being decided in an instant. Meanwhile, Sikong Qing's style was more dignified and upright. While it wasn't as shocking and eye-catching, it was stable as Mount Tai. The young girl was even more stable and robust than her opponent, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner, firmly grasping the advantage within her hands. While Ho Xiang was still barely holding on, looking at it now, it gave people the feeling that his defeat was only a matter of time, with virtually no one feeling that he had any hope of turning the tables around. However, as compared to Sikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge gave off a feeling of unfathomable depth, causing people to be completely unable to guess just where exactly his limits were. Junior apprentice sister Sikong's current style of fighting seems stable, but her own sword intent is unceasingly surging forward, not showing any signs of lethargy at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, looking in another direction. There, yet another group of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners appeared. One of them bore some resemblance to the Zhao Ming beside Yan Zhaoge. It was clearly the Zhao Hao who had disappeared after the Battle of the Eastern Tang. Yan Zhaoge swept his gaze over Zhao Hao. Oh. Not having to intentionally breathe in and out, there's a stream of qi slowly flowing around his body. Is that the acupoints of his body have already been opened, the acupoints automatically taking in qi? He's already a martial scholar, and also already at the peak of the early inner aura martial scholar realm. He'll be able to open all of his acupoints very soon, stepping into the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. His speed is pretty fast. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. Although more than half a year ago, Zhao Hao had only just broken through from the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the mid-chi directing stage, to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the late chi directing stage. Afterwards, he had entered the minute refinement realm, then broken through the heavenly chasm of the martial scholar realm, achieving the inner aura martial scholar realm. Jumping 3 levels within a short period of time, it had truly shocked the world. However, Yan Zhaoge knew Zhao Hao's foundation. With his previous life's cultivation and experience, now that he had been reborn, it was only natural that he would improve rapidly in his initial stages. There were only some cultivation that required painstaking, slow, and painstaking effort. Zhao Hao would inevitably have to spend some time on it. Other than that, all the bottlenecks that had to do with comprehension, to him who had been reborn, were basically as easy as walking on flat ground. The problems that others would be stuck at for a long time, needing to ponder over, were all nothing to Zhao Hao. Although he had been reborn, as long as he constantly grasped the current situation of his body, there were also no barriers to knowledge. Therefore, Zhao Hao's rapid progress in the body refinement realm and the martial scholar realm was completely within Yan Zhaoge's predictions. Yan Zhaoge had also known that Zhao Hao had accompanied the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners in leaving the Eastern Tang previously. However, Yan Zhaoge had not expected that Zhao Hao would appear at Cloud Portent Mountain. Chapter 129. Xikong Qing's advantage had already accumulated to the point where it was hard to reverse. As long as she did not act foolishly, not being careless, victory was already within her grasp. The cold girl's zeal towards the martial Dao surpassed many people's imaginations. Currently focused on the match, she naturally would not underestimate her opponent. Therefore, Ho Xiang's defeat was already destined. As the sword in Xikong Qing's hand sent his spirit artifact short axe flying, Ho Xiang stood where he was, his face flushed red. The other infinite boundless mountain disciples also had no face. Ji Hanru and Ho Xiang were both elites of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation, but in the end, they had both been defeated by Broad Creed mountain disciples. And in terms of age, Ho Xiang was older than Xikong Qing, while Ji Hanru was older than Yan Zhaoge. Especially when Ji Hanru was older than Yan Zhaoge by more than a year or two. Strictly speaking, the two were not even opponents of the same age. Logically speaking, Ji Hanru should have obtained a complete victory. Zhao Hao was currently also dressed in black, in the attire of an infinite boundless mountain disciple. However, he did not even glance at his fellow disciple Ho Xiang. Instead, it was Xikong Qing who caused his gaze to pause for a moment. However, the next moment, Zhao Hao's gaze shifted to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao. Within his gaze, he could not see the arrogance and disdain from before, but it was also definitely not gentle, instead being as sharp as a sword. Haha, now I don't have to give face to Uncle Zhao. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, his gaze suddenly turning cold and sharp. His gaze was like lightning, the air seemingly trembling slightly, piercing Zhao Hao's eyes to the point of pain. In mid-air, Elders was snorted, a late outer or a martial scholar trying to show off his might against an early inner or a martial scholar? This heavy, cold snort of his was condensed to the point of being tangible, pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge like a mountain peak. Fu Enshu similarly snorted coldly from the side, first take care of your disciple's eyes. Unbridled provocation, does he think that no one can take care of him? As her words resounded, that mountain peak pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge mightily shattered, disappearing without a trace. Looking straight at Elder Zhua, Fu Enshu said slowly, speaking of showing off his might, your disciple, just now, was only at the early Xiantian stage, fighting the late outer Aura Zhaoge, right? Her words had always been like a torrential storm. At this moment, she suddenly spoke softly and slowly, which made her even more infuriating. On the ground, looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Ming sighed, 16th brother, with your talent, even without inheriting the throne, you could still enter my Broad Creed mountain, receiving the clan's focused grooming. Why did you have to go through all the trouble of walking to this step today? Zhao Hao glanced at Zhao Ming out of the corner of his eye, not answering him at all. Compared to Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and the others, Zhao Ming was more straightforward and sentimental, but his temper was also more impulsive. Seeing Zhao Hao's arrogant and disdainful expression, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Fu Enshu's voice came from the sky, so it's that unfilial son of Zhao Shicheng's. The person she respected the most in her life was her master, Yuan Jingfeng. The two of them were like father and daughter, so she could not stand anyone being unfilial. Fu Enshu's likes and dislikes followed her heart. She was not a reasonable person in the first place. Now that she recognized Zhao Hao, her gaze immediately became impolite. Her gaze could really create electricity in the void, and there seemed to be a stream of light flashing in a daze. Elder Zhua's expression changed as he yelled, Fu Enshu, you're too impudent. He moved to block Fu Enshu's attack. Fu Enshu's brows shot up, huh? Shan Sherwang raised his hands to stop the two, his gaze looking at Fu Enshu. Our two clans had an agreement that day, and the matter of the Eastern Tang has already been put to rest. No matter what this child's background is, he is now a disciple of my infinite boundless mountain. Fu Enshu glanced at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing and the others. With her temperament, if she was alone, she might not care about anything else and slaughter Zhao Hao on the spot, even if she was surrounded and attacked by Shan Sherwang and the other two afterwards. However, her clan also had disciples of the younger generation present. If she did not take good care of them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Infinite Boundless Mountains Elder Zhua said coldly, Fu Enshu, do you really think that without your Broad Creed Mountains people, my Infinite Boundless Mountain would not be able to handle the problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein by ourselves? Ha! Fu Enshu was slightly taken aback, lowering her head to look at Zhao Hao. You aren't talking about him, right? Shan Sherwang was silent for a moment, before he nodded. To tell you the truth, our clan's new disciple, Zhao Hao, has also proposed a method to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein. Before this, we had always kept it a secret, not because we were intentionally concealing it, but because we were doing an on-the-spot investigation to ensure that it was complete. At this point, Shan Sherwang's expression did not change, but Elder Zhua and the magnetite elder stared somewhat unkindly at Zhao Hao. This was because this kid was too greedy, always keeping the most important secret to himself, only revealing a limited amount of information. However, this matter was of great importance, relating to one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's most important lifelines, and Elder Zhua also did not dare to suppress the matter and not report it. Therefore, he was unable to monopolize such a great merit, only being able to share some of it through Zhao Hao's recommendation. The magnetite elder guarding Cloud Portent Mountain was also in a similar situation. While facing Broad Creed Mountain, the two Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs were currently supporting their disciple Zhao Hao. They were also extremely dissatisfied with this insensible junior. On the other hand, they also had doubts within their hearts, not knowing whether Zhao Hao's method would really work. These past few days, Zhao Hao had been at Cloud Portent Mountain, doing an on-the-spot investigation. Because they had not completely completed their investigation earlier, when Yan Zhaoge and the others had come to visit, Infinite Boundless Mountain had not raised any objections, having made two safe preparations. This was the reason why Yan Zhaoge had previously felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was ambiguous. Glancing coldly at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, Zhao Hao said, the plan on my side is already complete, there is no longer a need to think of a method from outside the clan. The meaning behind his words was that Yan Zhaoge and the others were already of no use here. Ah, Fu Enshu was angered to the point of laughing. Looking at Zhao Hao, a thoughtful expression appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Yan Zhaoge completely couldn't be bothered with Ho Xiang's earlier nonsense. After the first Extreme Yin bout, when the Extreme Yin crown had fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had warmed, their cooperation increasing. It was only during the second Extreme Yin bout, when the Extreme Yin crown had been obtained by Jade Sea City, that Infinite Boundless Mountain had gradually drifted apart from Broad Creed Mountain. Now that the Extreme Yin crown had fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan once more, would they join hands with the Sacred Sun clan? Therefore, following the third Extreme Yin bout, when the Extreme Yin crown had once more fallen into Meng Wan's hands, the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had immediately eased. However, cooperation did not mean that they were inseparably close. How they cooperated, to what extent they cooperated, what they could obtain from the other side, these were all matters that constantly changed, constantly being weighed. For example, when the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain were at war, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely not help the Sacred Sun clan. However, whether they watched without lifting a finger or truly helped Broad Creed Mountain in facing the Sacred Sun clan together were naturally two different matters. If he represented Broad Creed Mountain in helping Infinite Boundless Mountain solve the huge problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain would owe Broad Creed Mountain, a huge favor. If the two sides cooperated afterwards, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely hold a huge advantage. Also, this would not require Broad Creed Mountain to pay anything of substance. The giant spirit magnetite vein was infinite boundless mountains. Chapter 130. Shan Sherwing also looked at Zhao Hao. Has your plan been perfected? Zhao Hao said, at least we can restore this giant spirit magnetite vein to 70% of its former heyday. As these words were spoken, the spirits of all the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners were greatly boosted. At present, the giant spirit magnetite vein of Cloud Portent Mountain only had about 40% of its production at its peak. For the sake of security, Infinite Boundless Mountain restricted their mining, only about 20 to 30% of what it had been in the past. Regarding the matter of the giant spirit magnetite, the degree of urgency Infinite Boundless Mountain felt could be seen from this. Zhao Hao was confident that he could restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 70%. It seemed like it was still far from 100%, but it had already nearly doubled the current level. How could Shan Sherwing and the others not be moved? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. I have two methods. One can restore it to 70%, the other to 90%. Hearing his words, Zhao Hao knit his brows slightly, gazing at Yan Zhaoge. The crowd immediately quieted down. Shan Sherwing, the Left Elder, and the Mystic Stone Elder looked at each other. The problem that had plagued Infinite Boundless Mountain for so many years, not only could it be solved by Yan Zhaoge, there was even more than one way to solve it. First, not mentioning that method of recovering 70%, if he could really recover 90%, nearing his peak condition, that would be too terrifying, even completely surpassing Infinite Boundless Mountain's expectations. And the 20% advantage over Zhao Hao just so happened to surpass Infinite Boundless Mountain's bottom line. If Yan Zhaoge's method only had an 80% chance of success, then Infinite Boundless Mountain might still choose Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao was a disciple of their clan. Choosing to listen to Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, there was the possibility of being controlled by others. However, 90 against 70, this caused Infinite Boundless Mountain to hesitate. Especially because of the Great Fire just now, Yan Zhaoge had accurately judged the reason for the vein's weakening, something that Zhao Hao had not been able to do. The reason why those of Infinite Boundless Mountain had doubts towards Zhao Hao's method was because they felt that even though Zhao Hao had proposed a method, he still had the feeling of knowing the way but not knowing why. Before Shan Sherwing had left Infinite Boundless Mountain, the higher echelons of the clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief included, had already discussed various possibilities, coming up with plans to deal with them. Therefore, the current situation was not to the extent that he was at a loss of ideas, and there was no need for him to specifically ask for instructions. A plan on paper is not enough to be relied on. We still need to see the concrete results, Shan Sherwing said in a deep voice. Is it convenient for the two of you to reveal the specific situation? Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Practical testing surpasses empty words. I also agree with this point. My method produces instant results. I can completely verify it right now and produce results on the spot. Although it doesn't immediately achieve the desired effect, I can already make a rough estimate based on the recovery progress. The final concrete effect can also be tested through the passage of time. During this period of time, I will also remain at Cloud Portent Mountain to observe the effects. Shan Sherwing and the others were slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao coldly said, my method is also very effective. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, there was clearly some doubt within his gaze. He had only managed to recover the giant spirit magnetite vein by chance when he had unearthed some remnant remains of the giant spirit sect of pre-Great Calamity times and learned of the method to restore it. He had not thought much of it before. What did the life and death of Infinite Boundless Mountain have to do with him? Now that he was going to stand out in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it just so happened to be put to good use. However, to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 90%, he also did not have the confidence to do so. After the Golden Needle Liberating Pill technique and the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art dispelling the miasma chi in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Zhao Hao would no longer underestimate Yan Zhaoge now. Yan Zhaoge claiming to be able to restore the vein to 90%, Zhao Hao, who had continuously suffered losses at his hands, was currently indeed somewhat doubtful. However, this also caused his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge to grow more and more obvious. In the Eastern Tang, it was you who continuously spoiled my plans. Now, in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it is you who obstructs my path to ascension. Yan Zhaoge, Broad Creed Mountain, it is indeed still best if you are destroyed. Zhao Hao had always been arrogant and haughty, regarding no one else. In the end, he had suffered at Yan Zhaoge's hands time and time again. Initially, he had found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore because of Broad Creed Mountain. Now, however, his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge had already surpassed his hatred towards Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Shiweng and Elders Wu both looked towards the Magnetite Elder. After pondering for a moment, the Magnetite Elder nodded. With this old man watching over it, we can try. It will not affect the entire vein. Since that is so, let's see the methods of the two of you. Shan Shiweng's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao. Who will go first? While Zhao Hao had become wary of Yan Zhaoge, his own arrogance had not lessened in the slightest as he said calmly, a guest from afar, he can go first. That's why it is said that personality determines destiny. Glancing at Zhao Hao, Yan Zhaoge did not decline as he smiled and nodded, I'm fine with anything. Since that is so, let me try first. There would naturally be people in charge of dealing with the aftermath here, while Yan Zhaoge's group descended the mountain and returned to the basin where the magnetite vein was located. Most of them remained outside the vein, with only a small portion being allowed to accompany them, entering the depths of the vein together. Yan Zhaoge came to where the pith of the vein was, with Infinite Boundless Mountain's Magnetite Elder accompanying him. Where the other party's fist intent passed, the vein seemed to be enveloped by a formless chi flow, but this did not affect Yan Zhaoge in the slightest. Carefully feeling the state of the pith of the vein as well as the changes in the spiritual chi of the surrounding earth vein once more, Yan Zhaoge grew more and more confident. He estimates that his method can allow the vein to recover to 70%, but is not clear on the specific reason for its deterioration. Then, his method should be the broken vein flowing current technique. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge made his move. Not knowing the specific situation, the people standing guard outside were inevitably very anxious. After who knew how long, everyone felt as though the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. Raising their heads, they saw that in the air above Cloud Portent Mountain, winds were surging and clouds were surging. Streams of spiritual light shot out from within the mine, a dense, heavy spiritual chi abruptly erupting. The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all had joyful looks on their faces. They could not be any more familiar with this spiritual chi. It was precisely the aura contained within giant spirit magnetite. Within the vein, carefully feeling the changes in the spiritual chi, a smile instead gradually appeared on Zhao Hao's face. On the other side, after exchanging glances with the Magnetite Elder and Elders Wu, Shan Shiweng said slowly, "You were still holding back." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. There's no such thing as the current method. As long as it continues, it will be fine. Elders Wu said indifferently, if it continues, the vein will at most recover to 70%. Fu Enshu also swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, who smiled unhurriedly. A method to recover 90% might be a little difficult for your clan to accept. Therefore, I will first use a technique that recovers 70% of my strength. This technique is called the penetrating technique. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao. If your clan's disciples' method does not work, then we can just use this method that we are currently carrying out. Zhao Hao was lost in thought as he stared at the pith before him. Shan Shiweng and the others frowned when they saw this. Just as everyone was getting impatient, Zhao Hao suddenly smiled and said, "It's my turn." With that, he began to make his move. Because his cultivation was still low, there was also the Mystic Stone Elder's cooperation at the side. The vein shook again, and the Mystic Stone Elder's face gradually revealed joy. This trend, Shan Shiweng, Elders Wu, and the others were visibly moved as they carefully examined it. Although Zhao Ming hadn't finished, their faces were filled with joy. There's an improvement, and it's not just stopping at 70%. The coverage of the effect has surpassed the previous penetrating technique. At this rate, it's very likely to reach more than 80%. Even if it's not 90%, it's close to it. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Fu Wenxu frowned. The other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners were even more overjoyed. Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head, looking at Yan Zhaoge as he said quietly, "There's also no need for you to take out that 90% technique of yours." Under the premise that the effects were similar, infinite boundless mountain would be able to resolve the problem themselves. Why would they need to seek Broad Creed Mountain's help? Moreover, as Yan Zhaoge had said, the technique that allowed the vein to recover to 90% still contained other hidden dangers. Chapter 131. Having previously consecutively suffered setbacks at the hands of Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing, the group of infinite boundless mountain disciples had lost all face. Victory and defeat were one thing, but after having suffered a loss at Yan Zhaoge's hands, they still had to rely on him to help restore their giant spirit magnetite vein, making things even more difficult for Ji Hanru and the others. Even if he wanted to get back at her in the future, he felt a little short of breath. Although Zhao Hao wasn't all that well liked, it was at least an infinite boundless mountain disciple who came out on top, causing the stifled feelings in everyone's hearts to instantly ease. He said that he has 2 techniques, but who knows if he was just bluffing, raising the chips for his Broad Creed Mountain, and actually only having this one method. An infinite boundless mountain disciple said hatefully. Even if he didn't, even if he had another way, it would be useless. Another person at the side revealed a smile. The method provided by our sect's disciple allowed the mind to recover by more than 80%, close to 90%. It's not any worse than his method. Since that's the case, why should we ask for help from an outsider? The surrounding infinite boundless mountain disciples all nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. This Yan Zhaoge has made the wrong move this time. Ji Hanru's expression was stern, not being too happy. After all, he had truly lost to Yan Zhaoge, and now needed a new disciple to help the clan regain its face. However, as one of the leading figures of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation, if he wanted to regain his face, he could only do so by personally defeating Yan Zhaoge in the future. However, the giant spirit magnetite vein could be restored, and also without the help of outsiders. As a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Ji Hanru heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Wenxu had never concealed her emotions. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the others all looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. Returning without any results this time, even having been defeated by the other party, this would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Yan Zhaoge, who had always had smooth sailing recently. In the following interaction between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain would no longer have an advantage, and might even be on the passive side. Infinite Boundless Mountain was divided internally, but even those who were friendly to Broad Creed Mountain would not wholeheartedly help Broad Creed Mountain without reservation. After all, they would always first consider their own Infinite Boundless Mountain's interests. At the end of the day, while the teeth were interdependent without the lips, the first to face the threat of the Sacred Sun clan was still Broad Creed Mountain, with Infinite Boundless Mountain having more room to maneuver. Shan Sherwing was one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's higher echelon bigwigs who were on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. However, regarding the problem of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein being resolved by his own disciple, he would naturally be happy to see it happen. As for Elder Zhua, who had originally disliked Broad Creed Mountain, he was even happier. He glanced mildly at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he was instead more concerned about whether Yan Zhaoge had surpassed Ji Hanru in terms of personal strength. As for the giant spirit magnetite vein, the outcome had already been decided. Elder Zhuo was in a bad mood because Zhao Hao would be able to reach the heavens in a single step through this. Thinking of how tight-lipped Zhao Hao was and how he refused to hand over the credit, Elder's mood turned sour. However, he would be able to get a share of the credit this time. Elder Zhuo began to think about how he should operate within the sect. Looking at the myriad life forms before him, Yan Zhaoge blinked. He noticed that Zhao Hao's gaze was fixed on him from beginning to end. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, Zhao Hao said mildly, "Seeing your piercing detection technique, I modified my original plan, thus achieving an even better effect. It was precisely you who personally caused the current situation." Elder Zhua cupped his hands towards Fu Enshu. I've let you all come here for nothing, but our clan still owes you a debt of gratitude. Although we did not use the method provided by your clan's disciple Yan Zhaoge, in the entire process, he also made a contribution. Hearing Elder Zhua's feigned magnanimity, Fu Enshu's expression turned even uglier. However, she didn't lose her temper towards Yan Zhaoge, instead staring at Elder Zhua with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. From the looks of it, if not for the three bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain being here, she would probably just directly tear down this giant spirit magnetite vein. Zhao Hao gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Today is only the beginning. You, as well as the broad Creed Mountain behind you, will ultimately be destroyed at my hands. Not the Sacred Sun Clan, not the Heavenly Thunder Hall, not Infinite Boundless Mountain, but me. Although these words were not spoken, paying attention to Zhao Hao's gaze, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel the other party's emotions. Whatever trump cards you have, just use them now. It's not like you'll have any offspring if you keep them. Now, Yan Zhaoge suddenly heard Feng Yuncheng send a sound transmission to him from the side. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. What trump cards can I have? Don't you see that my face is being slapped resoundingly by others now? My face has already been thrown all the way from Cloud Portent Mountain all the way back to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said, and this junior brother Zhao of Infinite Boundless Mountain has become the hero of his clan. You see, the outsider has come to our territory, overbearing, pointing fingers and telling us what to do, while the others of our clan are unable to do anything about it, only able to watch the outsider strut around, a fire stifling within their hearts yet unable to do anything about it. At this time, a young disciple suddenly appeared out of nowhere, turning the tides, allowing his entire clan to hold their heads up high. Not only did he solve the greatest problem that the clan had always been facing, he also slapped the face of the previously complacent outsider swollen, causing him to lose all face, only able to scram with his tail between his legs. And this young disciple who turned the tides thus walked towards the peak of his life, the clan attaching great importance to him, providing him with the best resources as well as the best martial arts manuals to groom and guide him. Right, there might even be beautiful senior and junior apprentice sisters who would fall in love with him because of this. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. How is it? This story is very inspiring, right? It's really moving to the extreme. Feng Yuncheng glanced at Yan Zhaoge, looking like she was smiling whilst also not. It sounds weird. How did you think of all these random things? She looked at herself, then looked at Sikong Qing. According to what you said, shouldn't we also add that the girl who originally came together with the outsider, whether her heart was secretly in love, perhaps curious, perhaps unconvinced, but at the end of the day, her heart was tied to this person from then on? Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at her. Oh, how did you know? Just by following that weird train of thought of yours, Feng Yuncheng said a little exasperatedly. If you have the time to think about these ridiculous thoughts, you'd better think about how to solve the problem at hand. Don't tell me that you really intend to do as you say, having your face slapped swollen, having your face swept to the ground, finally scramming with your tail between your legs? Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, there's a saying that goes like this, explosions are art, justice, faith. His voice was very soft, and Feng Yuncheng did not hear him clearly. What? Before he had finished, the quarry vein that they were in suddenly began shaking intensely. Especially the pith region, which actually gave off a feeling of overturning rivers and overturning seas, as though it was about to completely explode. The magnetite elder was greatly shocked, decisively halting Zhao Hao's broken vein flowing current technique, going all out to suppress the abnormalities in the quarry vein. Chapter 132. The magnetite elder used all his strength to suppress the changes in the giant spirit magnetite vein, but at this moment, the entire mine seemed to be splitting apart. Fortunately, Shan Sherwing and Elder Zhuo were also present. With the three Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs acting together, the vein was once again stabilized. And what made the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain want to cry but have no tears was the fact that Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao's earlier work had all gone to waste. Elder Zhuo took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He looked at Zhao Hao and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Zhao Hao frowned as he stared at the giant spirit magnetite vein that seemed to have become completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't have time to answer Elder Zuo's question. He didn't even care that the changes in the vein had not completely subsided. He touched the marrow in the shaking environment. After a moment, Zhao Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Everything has changed. The broken vein backflow technique is no longer suitable. If it is used, it will destroy the mine again. What exactly is this? Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge noticed Zhao Hao's gaze on him, but didn't think much of it. He looked at the giant spirit magnetite vein in front of him, and also went forward to carefully inspect the pith area. After a while, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. My piercing scouting technique is also useless. Elder Zuo stared at Zhao Hao. It's an operational error. Can we restart? Or is there something wrong with the method itself? Towards Elder Zuo's question, Zhao Hao remained silent, only staring at Yan Zhaoge. While his understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein was inferior to Yan Zhaoge's, it was also not shallow, as he vaguely felt that he had been scammed by Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely because Yan Zhaoge's earlier piercing probing technique had not seemed to be affected at all that it had instead boosted the effectiveness of his broken meridian flowing current technique. But in fact, perhaps it was because of the penetrating technique that he had secretly changed the state of the mineral veins. Not only did the broken vein backflow technique fail, but it also almost caused an explosion. Towards Zhao Hao's furious glare, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored it, instead inspecting the pith of the ore with a puzzled look on his face. Such a change is really unexpected. This time, things will be a little difficult to handle. The magnetite elder's face was bitter, and Shan Shiwen also frowned. The gazes of the two of them, as well as Elder Zuo, shifted back and forth between Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao somewhat suspiciously. Because of the anomaly of the broken vein flow method just now, the flow of spiritual energy in the mine and the surrounding environment had changed greatly. Although the experts reacted quickly enough and joined forces to suppress the anomaly, all the details had been erased. It was difficult to determine the cause of the current situation. They also vaguely suspected that Yan Zhaoge might have done something to it, but they had no proof. Most importantly, as compared to the already helpless Zhao Hao, the current recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein still had to depend on Yan Zhaoge. At the end of the day, they still had to rely on this junior of Broad Creed Mountain. This caused Shan Shiwen and the others to feel discouraged. Shan Shiwen coughed dryly. Just now, you mentioned that there's a technique that can restore the vein to 90%? Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, he belonged to the faction that was on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. Earlier, he had also not opened his mouth to ridicule Yan Zhaoge. Now, he was finally able to ease the atmosphere a little. Elder Zuo and the Mystic Stone Elder were so embarrassed that they kept silent. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he answered, "There is indeed another method. However, that is only for the situation of the vein previously. Whether or not it is still suitable now, I will need to investigate it a bit more." Shan Shiwen smiled bitterly as he nodded. Experienced and prudent. Having a son like this, Yan Di is truly gratified. Hearing Shan Shiwen's evaluation of Yan Zhaoge as experienced and prudent, the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples nearly vomited blood. However, they wanted to retort, yet were unable to do so. Zhao Hao's face was livid as he stood rooted to the spot. How could he not tell that even as Shan Shiwen praised Yan Zhaoge, he was also giving him a warning? Not having enough ability, yet still advancing recklessly. Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Hao could already feel that the gazes of the others currently looking at him were clearly all filled with such criticism. A moment ago, he had still been a hero who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, he had already fallen from the skies to the bottom of the valley. If he wanted to establish himself in Infinite Boundless Mountain, he would originally have been more beautiful than any of their younger disciples. His first step towards ascension, which could be said to be unprecedented, had directly stepped into thin air. Not only had he not been able to ascend, he had instead fallen and become covered in mud. Although the Mystic Stone Elder had managed to stop the abnormalities of the vein in time to come, irreparable damage had still not been incurred. However, it could be foreseen that his, Zhao Hao's, days in infinite boundless mountain would not be easy. As Zhao Hao's introducer, Elder Zhua similarly heard Shan Shirweng's words, only feeling a fiery pain on his face. As Yan Zhaoge carefully examined the pith of the vein, Feng Yinsheng's sound transmission resounded by his ear. It was all within your plans? When I heard that Zhao Hao say that his method could allow the vein to recover to 70%, only then did I completely understand. Yan Zhaoge said, the method that can allow the vein to recover to 70% is the broken vein flowing current technique. The piercing probing technique can actually recover to 80%, but I intentionally suppressed some of its effects. However, no matter which of these two techniques is used first, there would still be a conflict. I have to thank Zhao Hao. Otherwise, it would still be inconvenient for me to let Infinite Boundless Mountain accept the other Thunder Element Revival Art. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing asked, then what if Zhao Hao had made a move first? Wouldn't the one who destroyed the vein then be you? Then I naturally wouldn't have foolishly followed the original plan, directly switching to the backup plan, even though it would have been slightly more troublesome. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, however, personality determines destiny. This junior apprentice brother Zhao didn't let me down. Yan Zhaoge pretended to carefully inspect the pith of the vein, closing his eyes in thought for a while before he looked at Shan Shirweng and said, my second method can still be used. It's just that there is a small problem with this method, it might not be so easy for your clan to accept it. Yan Zhaoge's voice paused for a moment. The effects are clearly better, but the reason why I didn't use it earlier is precisely this. Shan Shirweng asked, now, there's only this method left, right? Yan Zhaoge nodded, at least, other than this, I temporarily have no other methods. After glancing at the silent Zhao Hao, Shan Shirweng said decisively, just say it. Outside of the mountain domain, if a new large-scale giant spirit magnetite vein suddenly appeared, Infinite Boundless Mountain would obtain it no matter what. If the situation forced it, they would even not hesitate to start a war with the other sacred grounds. Infinite Boundless Mountain's current desire for giant spirit magnetite vein had already reached an extremely urgent level. Yan Zhaoge answered, this technique is known as the Thunder Element Revival Art. Thunder Element Revival Art? Hearing this name, the hearts of Shan Shirweng, Elder Zhua, the Magnetite Elder and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain experts all jumped for no reason, as they vaguely had a bad premonition. Yan Zhaoge continued, this technique requires the assistance of a certain item. With a light clap of his hands, Ahu walked up from his side, holding a brocade box with both hands. Opening the brocade box, a purplish-blue jade stone was revealed within. Within the jade stone, streaks of dim blue thunder light flickered, even the rumbling sound of thunder resounding as a human figure seemed to be reflected within. Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Seeing this item, the faces of Shan Shirweng and the others all darkened. At this moment, Elder Zhua could no longer care about face as he raised his head and glared at Yan Zhaoge, your method, must use this thing. Thunderbolt Soul Jade, a supreme treasure unique to the Thunder Domain. Incomparably rare, it was of great use to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, its position was even higher than that of giant spirit magnetite in Infinite Boundless Mountain. Because of its rarity, it was in a state of extreme scarcity where demand far exceeded supply. Scarce to the point that even if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to trade with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also flatly reject it. If the Sacred Sun clan tried to make use of this to join forces with the Heavenly Thunder Hall to force Infinite Boundless Mountain into an alliance, it would instead provoke the Heavenly Thunder Hall first. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the other resources of the Eight Extremities world were all incomparable to the Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Looking at the Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs who looked like they wanted to eat someone alive, Yan Zhaoge said innocently, therefore, I had never intended to mention this method at all from the start. Our clan has come here to help your clan, promoting the establishment of cooperation between our two clans. While we hope that your clan and Broad Creed Mountain can join forces to stand against the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, intentionally provoking disharmony was unintentional. Chapter 133. Yan Zhaoge's expression was one of sincerity, but it caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to feel like their balls were about to shatter. Wanting the Heavenly Thunder Hall to willingly hand over the Thunderbolt Soul Jade was harder than ascending to the heavens. Unless he took out a sacred artifact to exchange for it. In that case, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be more than happy to do so. The question was, would Infinite Boundless Mountain be willing to do so? Or perhaps they could just join forces with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, breaking Broad Creed Mountain together, then snatching away Broad Creed Mountain's supreme treasure to compensate the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Therefore, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had a martial saint and a sacred artifact, the Sacred Sun Clan had a martial saint and a sacred artifact as well as the Extreme Een Crown. Broad Creed Mountain had been destroyed. Although they had obtained the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, with only a single sacred artifact to guard their headquarters, how far was Infinite Boundless Mountain from destruction? Shan Sherwang and the others looked at each other, feeling a headache coming on. This is simply coercion. Elder Zwa transmitted his voice angrily. You only know how to play petty tricks. Shan Sherwang said coldly, if it weren't for the person you recommended stirring up such a big mess, our sect wouldn't be so passive. Elder Zwa snorted, even without Zhao Hao, that Yen Brat would definitely think of some other way. His understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein far surpasses ours. At this point, Elder Zwa paused for a moment. He also felt embarrassed. He paused for a moment, then continued, this pit was specially dug for us to jump into. In the end, it was to force our sect to lose the advantage of freedom and initiative, forcing us to choose one of the two sides. The magnetite elder said bitterly, but right now, we have no choice but to be coerced by him. Elder Zwa's eyes flashed fiercely, not necessarily. Since I'm going to have to choose between the two sides, I might as well stand on the side of the Sacred Sun Clan. It beats being threatened by this mere junior of the Broad Creed Mountain Range. Using our clan's full assistance in exchange for the Sacred Sun Clan handing over the Extreme Een Crown to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall providing Thunderbolt Soul Jade to our clan to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein. After destroying Broad Creed Mountain, how much we can obtain will depend on our own abilities. With the Sacred Sun Clan having taken a step further, Turbid Wave Pavilion should not be able to sit still anymore. While Turbid Wave Pavilion does not care about external affairs, they would not be happy to see the Sacred Sun Clan truly rule over the Eight Extremities world. Elder Zwa said in a heavy tone, at that time, we will join forces with Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City, balancing the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall once more. Shan Sherwang sighed. The possibilities you speak of are too idealistic. Don't let your anger get the better of you. The premise of your so-called alliance of the three sects to restrain the Grand Sun and the Heavenly Thunder is that the strength of the two sides does not change too much. However, if Huang Guanglie comes out of seclusion, he will most likely improve further. If our sect master cannot become a martial saint, it will be too difficult to resist. Whether it is being friendly to Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, the final result is still the rise of our Infinite Boundless Mountain. Shan Sherwang looked at Elder Zwa. I have to admit that the Sacred Sun Clan's current power is great. Joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to restrict them is the best course of action. Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. If we help the Sacred Sun Clan, it will be very easy for them to sweep through the entire world in the end. Everything is for the benefit of the sect. Now is not the time to be angry like a child. Elder Zwa and Elder Blackstone were silent. They also understood this principle, but being manipulated by a junior like Yen Zhaoga like this really made them feel stifled to the extreme. Shan Sherwang shook his head. Moreover, joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to resist the Grand Sun Clan has long since been decided upon by the clan. The only difference lies in how to join hands and how to resist. From the looks of it now, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight while waiting for an opportunity to strike is no longer possible. We have no choice but to truly make a move. The magnetite elder smiled bitterly after a while. The Thunderbolt Mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Hall that produces Thunderbolt Soul Jade is indeed very close to us. Thunderbolt Soul Jade was of utmost importance to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who also had to guard against enemies suddenly attacking and damaging the vein. But on the other hand, if someone did so, that would be a great enmity. Therefore, the other sacred grounds would not do so lightly. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's defenses were mainly against Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, with their defenses in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain being comparatively lower. Shan Sherwing said, "Report back to the clan, and request the chief to make the final decision." Although Infinite Boundless Mountain had previously made preparations for all sorts of possible situations, these did not include directly starting a war with the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If no other external forces intervened and made a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, the intensity of this battle would at least not be lower than the great battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Sun clan that had just concluded. It was even not impossible for an all-out war to erupt. Such a major matter was naturally not something that Shan Sherwing and the other two could decide on. At the same time, this also involved Infinite Boundless Mountain completely joining the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, the three clans joining hands to resist the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If they really wanted to make a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade vein, with Jade Sea City suppressing the Thunder Domain from another direction, the Heavenly Thunder Hall not daring to act rashly, making it easier for Infinite Boundless Mountain to advance and retreat. This had originally been in line with Infinite Boundless Mountain's previous general plan, just that they would have to go into battle bare-chested. "Kid, you can do it." Fu Enshu's expression had now turned from cloudy to sunny as she smiled at Yan Zhaoge. "Whether it was a coincidence or your meticulous planning, this move was played beautifully." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Senior apprentice uncle will also have to sit over it. Fortunately, you are not of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Otherwise, if your temper flared up and you acted in a fit of pique, it would also have the opposite effect." Yan Zhaoge naturally did not say the latter half of this sentence. "Other than that, I still have to thank you." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao from the corner of his eye. "You are indeed a good person, ah." If not for Zhao Hao's interference, Infinite Boundless Mountain might not have accepted it so easily. On the surface, it was still Zhao Hao who, other than the Thunder Element Revival art, had blocked off all other paths of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein, forcing Infinite Boundless Mountain to only be able to choose this one and only path. And this also caused Shan Sherwing and the others to feel even more despondent and helpless. After Yan Zhaoge's initial demonstration of the Thunder Element Revival art, the effects were obvious. However, there was also an expected problem. In the process of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein with the Thunder Element Revival art, an endless supply of Thunderbolt Soul Jade was required. Although they still had to wait for the clan's final decision, whatever the decision was, with the current situation, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to restore the vein, it would all be thanks to Yan Zhaoge. Therefore, Shan Sherwing and the others could only pinch their noses, expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu and Yan Zhaoge. Due to their statuses, Shan Sherwing and the others could not lower their heads to Yan Zhaoge, instead expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu. As for the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners, they had to go express their thanks to Yan Zhaoge. The faces of Ji Hanru and the others were either ashen, or flushed red, as though they were congested with blood. At this point, the beating they had received midway up the mountain earlier could only be considered as having been for naught. They could only break their teeth and swallow their blood. And as compared to Ji Hanru, Ho Xiang had almost been unable to catch his breath, directly fainting. To him, fainting might instead have been a better result. Zhao Hao stood where he was, not moving at all, his entire person resembling a statue. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "You are so simple, while I am full of schemes. I really am sorry about that." Not long after, without any prior warning, Infinite Boundless Mountain experts launched a surprise attack on the Thunder Domain's Thunderbolt Mountain, plundering a large amount of Thunderbolt Soul Jade. At the same time, a large number of peak experts of the Water Domain's Jade Sea City suppressed the border of the Thunder and Water Domains, forcing the Heavenly Thunder Hall to not dare to make any rash moves. Broad Creed Mountain stood between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, preventing the Sacred Sun clan from making a move. Chapter 134. In robbing the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, Infinite Boundless Mountain had not been too vicious, even compensating the Heavenly Thunder Hall with a portion of their treasures afterwards for the purpose of the transaction. Sandwiched between Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall could only endure this. However, this forceful buying and selling had caused the originally normal relationship between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to rapidly deteriorate, with the middle and lower level martial practitioners of both sides clashing unceasingly from then on. This time, the Sacred Sun clan was no longer as domineering as before. However, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City did not relax, because they knew that the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were currently enduring silently for the sake of erupting in the future. They were waiting for the east-coming martial saint, Huang Guanglia, to come out of seclusion. Although they had ultimately chosen to stand on the side of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain was also not easy to deal with. Regarding the news of the giant spirit magnetite vein's recovery, Infinite Boundless Mountain had sealed it off greatly, with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall only obtaining bits and pieces of simple information. However, intentionally by Infinite Boundless Mountain, news of Yen Zhaoge being related to this spread like wildfire. Very quickly, many rumors regarding the Broad Creed young master Yen Zhaoge spread throughout the Eight Extremities world. Yen Zhaoge, who had already been in the limelight recently, became even more famous. Also, it was not just infamy. Infinite Boundless Mountain had secretly helped Yen Zhaoge build up his reputation, truly praising him to the point that he was rare in the heavens, the only one left on earth. At first glance, it would simply make one feel that Yen Zhaoge was the #1 person of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, his shocking potential even more exaggerated than that of his father Yen Di in the past. Without a doubt, they were trying to kill him through flattery. For a time, Yen Zhaoge really began to feel like he was the center of attention. Previously, in the Eastern Tang, he had consecutively defeated the Sacred Sun clans Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong. His fame had already spread far and wide. Now, he was even more eye-catching. However, amongst them, other than the Heaven Domain where Broad Creed Mountain was located, the other regions, including the Water Domain where Jade Sea City was located, were all doubtful rather than in agreement. There was no second place in martial arts, not to mention that most young people were proud and arrogant. It was hard to believe that they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. And as compared to those of the same generation, the higher echelons of the various sects also began re-evaluating Yen Zhaoge, especially the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The higher-ups of the sect naturally thought from a different perspective. If one were to say that the matter of the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge in the past was a little distant, Yen Zhaoge's father, Yen Di, was still fresh in their minds. However, the struggles on this level temporarily had nothing to do with Yen Zhaoge. What Yen Zhaoge was currently concerned about was something else. The boy who was saved by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji seemed to finally understand that his parents would never wake up again. To a child, such a blow was no different from the collapse of the sky. Han Long's somewhat lifeless eyes were filled with confusion and tears. Perhaps he hadn't completely understood the meaning of death, but he already knew that his parents had left him forever. Feng Yunsheng sighed and gently reached out to hold his hand. Unexpectedly, she couldn't pull his hand away. Feng Yunsheng was slightly surprised. She tried to exert more force under her hand, but Han Long flung her hand away forcefully. Feng Yunsheng was not a weak girl. Although she knew when to stop, it was a test just now. The strength she used was not something a 10-year-old child could break free from. In particular, Feng Yunsheng could clearly feel the power that Han Long had unleashed in that instant. Even though she hadn't unleashed her full strength, the area between her thumb and forefinger was numb. This child injured a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect. The Iron Yuan sect and that Ho Xiang came to demand compensation. Their target was not just his parents, but also this child himself, Yen Zhaoge said as he walked over. Since there were no longer anyone of Infinite Boundless Mountain present, Yen Zhaoge had no qualms about speaking. Hearing his words, even Fu Enshu's attention was drawn to him, her gaze falling on Han Long. Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji now realized as well, that's right. When we heard this at the time, we thought that it was the Iron Yuan sect trying to find trouble with him. But from the looks of it now, there seems to be something strange about this child. Fu Henshu's gaze seemed tangible as it enveloped Han Long. Frowning, Han Long swiveled his head to look at Fu Henshu with his big eyes. Fu Henshu let out a light sound of surprise. Instead of being angry, what keen senses. With her cultivation base, while it was just a visual inspection, generally speaking, low-level martial practitioners would not only be unable to stop it, they would even find it hard to detect. Yet, Han Long was able to sense it. This was enough to show that other than his inconceivably great strength, his sensory abilities were also extraordinary. Body like Vajra, heart like a clear mirror. This child's innate talent is really too good. Fu Henshu clicked her tongue in praise, even more like a divine object concealing itself, not revealing it to the outside world normally. Not revealing it himself, even I had misjudged him earlier. Yen Zhaoge said, his innate tendons and bones like dragons and elephants, his clear mind like divine. I once read in ancient texts that this is the Big Dipper body, a top-notch physique for cultivating in martial arts. This is the first time such a thing has been discovered after the Great Calamity. Hearing this, Zhao Ming asked somewhat hesitantly, but this child seems a little slow. If he cultivates in martial arts, will he be able to do it? Yen Zhaoge smiled, relax, he might be slow in other areas, but in martial arts, his mind is definitely faster than most people in this world. Saying thus, he walked behind Han Long, his finger lightly drawing a line as Han Long's clothes split apart, revealing his back. The sharpness of Yen Zhaoge's sword chi could be retracted and retracted as he wished. Cutting apart someone's clothes or writing on the surface of their clothes, the other party wouldn't be able to detect it at all. However, Han Long's body clearly made a forward evasive motion, causing Fu Henshu and the others to repeatedly nod their heads at this. Han Long's reaction was within Yen Zhaoge's predictions, having taken it into account when he had struck out with his sword, still successfully breaking apart Han Long's clothes. On Han Long's back, 36 small dots could vaguely be seen, resembling bruises on his skin. However, within these bruises, a faint golden color could be seen. 36 small dots, precisely matching the number of Big Dipper bodies, vaguely manifesting the shape of a dragon, vivid and lifelike, possessing extraordinary might. Seeing this, Fu Henshu was completely at ease as she laughed towards the heavens. The strength of his innate physique, even if not the strongest in this world, can be counted on one's fingers. Those infinite boundless mountain people who don't know their stuff, just wait to regret it. Yen Zhaoge looked at Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji, asked this child what he's called, and only say Han Long, that should be his nickname. Do you know his real name? Jing Yunji said, according to what his mother said, husband and wife had a son in their old age, but he seemed a little silly. Therefore, their heart ached for him even more, fearing that he wouldn't be able to survive, so they first gave him the nickname of Han Long, not having a real name. If it's a surname, it's Ing. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, I've overstepped my bounds. Yen Zhaoge said, as Fu Henshu nodded. Originally, his master should have bestowed a name upon him, but if not for you, our clan might have missed out on him. It's up to you then. Yen Zhaoge looked at the dragon pattern on Han Long's back. Let's call him Ing Longtu then. Chapter 135. The former Han Long, the current Ing Longtu, was already alone. Brought along by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji, not revealing anything, they left the mountain domain's cloud portent territory, returning to the heaven domain's North Heaven region before secretly sending him back to Broad Creed Mountain. Because of Yen Zhaoge, Infinite Boundless Mountain had naturally kept the matter quiet regarding the earlier matter with the Iron Yuan sect. Infinite Boundless Mountain had also vaguely sensed Ing Longtu's extraordinariness, but it wasn't good for them to pursue it now. Perhaps they were also curious about the abnormality of Ing Longtu's earlier injuries, but unable to grasp any more information, unable to accurately judge, they also didn't want to cause any more trouble over it. And having safely sent Ing Longtu back to Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoge's attention returned to that Yin Yang cloud spring halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain. Regarding Feng Yunqing's recovery of her extreme Yin physique, Broad Creed Mountain was currently still in a state of strict secrecy. Infinite Boundless Mountain also had a maiden of extreme Yin. If they knew about it, it would be hard to say what thoughts they might have. Therefore, when Fu Enchu had suggested borrowing the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring, she had used the excuse that it was still a junior disciple cultivating, with Yan Zhaoge and Xikong Qing covering for Feng Yunqing together. Fu Enchu had a straightforward temper, but she wasn't a fool. Initially, other than having Xikong Qing as a personal tutor, she had also considered this. However, she wouldn't have thought that with the help of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring, Yan Zhaoge would really have some gains. The Yin-Yang Cloud Spring had several springs, independent yet also connected. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing and Xikong Qing each occupied one, not affecting the other. Completely immersed in the spring water, Yan Zhaoge silently breathed in and out. Within his Dantian's qi ocean, a mass of clear qi roiled unceasingly. As the clear qi dispersed, a chaotic mass of qi appeared. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a white cold qi and a crimson hot qi, resembling numerous white dragons and crimson dragons, swimming within Yan Zhaoge's meridians. The auras of ice and fire that resembled dragons intermingled, congregating within the chaotic mass of qi. The chaotic mass of qi first swelled, then, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's breathing, returned to its original state, as though nothing had changed in the slightest. However, the concept of limitless and infinite, containing all things within, seemed even more evident. Within the chaotic qi mass was a fire seed, one bright and one dim, flickering with specks of red light as it flickered unceasingly. It was the crystallization of the sacred heavenly fire scripture that Yan Zhaoge had obtained. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's breathing, this fire seed gradually began to undergo changes. The blazing power gradually subsided until there was no longer any heat. Then, it started to become cold. After a long period of incubation, the fire seed disappeared and was replaced by a small ice crystal. Although the ice crystal was small, it contained an extreme coldness, as if it came from the primordial past, or the future where the world was heading towards its end. In the extreme cold, all life no longer existed, only silence. After that, the temperature of the ice crystals and the mass of primal chaos qi began to rise continuously. The cold subsided, and warmth reappeared. In the end, the temperature rose higher and higher, as if it was hotter than the sun. The ice crystals disappeared, and the fire seed reappeared. Like this, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, but a radiance seemed to gradually light up before his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. Although he couldn't see or smell anything, the surrounding world was getting clearer and clearer. Compared to before, when he used his eyes to see and his ears to listen, he understood it even more clearly. It was as if he had seen the truth. Other than giving pointers to Feng Yunqing, Yan Zhaoge continued to focus on his cultivation day after day. Making good use of external objects, placing most importance on himself, Yan Zhaoge had never relaxed in his cultivation, even working far harder than others. Just like this, close to half a year passed. One day, above Yan Zhaoge's head, a spiritual light suddenly appeared indistinctly, piercing straight into the horizon. That was not a light that truly existed, instead having the feeling of being connected to the heavens and the earth. Within his dantian, within the mass of primal chaos qi, the alternation between the fire seed and the ice crystal came to a halt, the fire seed no longer changing as it was buried deep within the chaos. The clear qi suffused the area, concealing and enveloping the chaos, before streams of aura qi expanded outwards from the clear qi, spreading throughout Yan Zhaoge's limbs and bones. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body shuddered, aura qi erupting outwards. The streams of qi were spirited and lively, resembling rocks that had been infused with life, possessing their own spirituality. Xiantian martial scholar, succeeded. Feeling something, Hu, who was standing guard outside, walked in. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light shooting out as he looked at Hu. Hu was taken aback for a moment, before he grinned widely, smiling in a flattering manner. Young master is young master indeed. What a sufficient essence, qi and spirit, most early Xiantian martial scholars do not have such a thing. Hu, your expression is too fake, you still need to continue practicing. Emerging from the spring, Yan Zhaoge stretched his muscles, smiling, I've finally stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Hu grinned, young master don't look like you've used a long time, okay? From the late inner aura stage to the early Xiantian stage, you only used a little over a year's time. Ah. Infinite Boundless Mountain thinks that they are praising you to death, but from what I see, they are still underestimating you too much. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. Because he had never had the chance to come into contact with it before, Yan Zhaoge himself also did not know about it. In his previous life, only after browsing through the scriptures stored within the divine palace had Yan Zhaoge discovered that he was like a fish in water in this world of martial practitioners, his comprehension ability in the area of martial cultivation being extremely high. Rather than saying that it was a hidden talent, it might as well be said that he seemed to have been born to do this. In this life, having laid down his foundations for a long time, it should be time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. If not for the fact that he wanted to avoid being too shocking and arousing suspicion, his speed would have been even faster. After coming to this world, his long period of preparation and accumulation had not been wasted. Having reached the Xiantian stage, many things can also be done. Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace. Opening its lid, the dim blue light of fire flickered. It was precisely the Li Flame True Fire. The original seed of the Li Flame True Fire, after having been nurtured, had already begun to show some form. Other than this internal crystal furnace of Yan Zhaoge's, the internal crystal furnace which he had left with his father at the clan also contained the Li Flame True Fire. Yan Zhaoge activated the internal crystal furnace with a unique method, the numerous spirit patterns on its surface lighting up with a bright light. Ah Hu, bring over those 2 low-grade spirit artifacts from Yan Su earlier. Yan Zhaoge said, and Ah Hu hurriedly did as he was told, taking out the 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, a soft armor and a belt, and handing them over to Yan Zhaoge. These 2 spirit artifacts had both had their foundations damaged by Shirtai back then, being virtually completely destroyed. It was only because Yan Zhaoge had preserved them with a secret technique that they had been left behind. However, their vitality had still been greatly damaged, and it would be hard for them to regain their former appearance. Whether or not a spirit artifact can be forged is a huge dividing line for the value of the internal crystal furnace. Yan Zhaoge threw the soft armor and the belt into the internal crystal furnace together. Now, I can first use these 2 things to practice. Ah Hu's eyes shone, young master, spirit artifacts that have been damaged to this extent can also be repaired. Chapter 136. One of the biggest regrets of the last book was that it was published in the middle of the month and missed the monthly list of new books. Therefore, no matter what, this book had to compete for the new book monthly ticket list. I can make a preview here. I'm trying my best to accumulate ammunition and wait for the May 1st strike. I hope that everyone can prepare more ammunition so that we can fight side by side. Yan Zhaoge carefully adjusted the internal crystal furnace, occasionally instructing Ah Hu to throw in some supplementary materials before carefully controlling it. Spirit artifacts, even damaged ones, also had their own profundities within. Yan Zhaoge tempering them was also not something that could be done within a short period of time. Especially during this process, Yan Zhaoge was still carefully pondering over the profundities within, comparing it with his own methods of controlling the internal crystal furnace as well as his various knowledge of artifact forging. As time passed, the internal crystal furnace glowed brightly, and the soft armor was the first to be repaired. Yan Zhaoge guided it with his aura qi, the soft armor rising from within the furnace. At the side, Ah Hu took a closer look and saw that from the outside, the soft armor was completely undamaged. However, if he carefully sensed it, he could feel that the spirituality within it was still not as good as a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was still incomparable to a high-grade precious weapon. Next, the belt was also repaired, and the situation was similar to the soft armor. Ah Hu clicked his tongue in admiration. Young master, even so, it's still amazing. After all, it wasn't far from being completely destroyed. If it's used on living beings, it's almost like reviving the dead. After carefully appraising it for a moment, Yan Zhaoge nodded, having recovered to this state, it's enough. Having said that, he waved his hand, and the soft armor and belt sank back into the internal crystal furnace. Staring fixedly at the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge said to Ah Hu at the same time, quickly hand over the thing I asked you to safeguard earlier. Who woke up and quickly took out a huge crystal. The crystal was in the shape of a shuttle, about 2 feet long, and as thick as a human arm. Receiving the crystal, Yen Zhaoge placed it within the internal crystal furnace. Carefully controlling the internal crystal furnace, he then received a specially made pouch from Hu. Opening the bag, a scorching aura immediately rushed out, as if it was even hotter and more intense than the flames. Looking through the opening of the bag, it was a sea of red. It looked like flames, rocks, and flowing water. The existence that resembled lava was precisely the precious treasure that Yen Zhaoge had specially entrusted Yen Di to bring back from the fire domain, the underground fire pith. This thing was incomparably rare and precious, an extremely scarce resource in the fire domain. The Sacred Sun clan had basically forbidden it from being sold outside. In terms of usefulness, the Sacred Sun clan valued the underground fire pith, not as much as the Heavenly Thunder Hall valued the Thunderbolt Soul Jade or Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the Giant Spirit Magnetite. However, the production of underground fire pith was too low. If not for Broad Creed Mountain counterattacking into the fire domain this time, it would be very difficult for Yen Zhaoge to obtain this underground fire pith through any other channels. After pouring the underground fire pith into the internal crystal furnace, Yen Zhaoge controlled the internal crystal furnace even more carefully, while the internal crystal furnace also began shaking intensely. After a long time, a ray of treasure light suddenly rushed out. Yen Zhaoge clapped, "Good! Underground splitting shuttle, done." By the side, Hu looked rather curiously at the internal crystal furnace. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. It is not a spirit artifact, but it is extremely difficult to forge it, requiring the sacrifice of spirit artifacts as materials. I can't bear to part with intact things like the Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel. It can't be that I can use your Black Nightmare armor, right? Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. Naturally, those 2 damaged goods would be even better if they were recycled. Right, counting the days, it should be about time for the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to mature. Yen Zhaoge said, "Let's go. We'll concoct the heaven-returning divine pill for Grand Master's injuries." This final main ingredient has finally been obtained. In coming to the mountain domain this time, other than the unexpected surprise of Han Long, Yen Zhaoge had originally planned on having 3 targets. The first 2 were Infinite Boundless Mountains Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein and Cloud Portent Mountains Yin Yang Cloud Spring. The third target was the Cloud Array Spirit Flower. This flower was extremely rare, but also not valued highly by the people of this world, because it did not have much use. However, to Yen Zhaoge, it was an important material for his Grand Master, Yuan Jingfeng, to concoct medicine. What gratified Yen Zhaoge was that after the Great Calamity, the Cloud Array Spirit Flower had not gone extinct. It had finally been found in the East Strangling Snow Mountains where the Mountain Domain and the Thunder Domain intersected. It was just that when it had just been found, it had not bloomed yet. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge had still remained at Cloud Portent Mountain to cultivate. Now that the flower had finally bloomed, he had set off for the East Strangling Snow Mountains. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had plundered the Thunderbolt Soul Jade from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, their relationship having broken down, and after Infinite Boundless Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain had officially become allies, Yen Zhaoge had also given Infinite Boundless Mountain a way out of this embarrassing situation, completely publicizing the secret art of the Thunder Element Revival Art. Without him having to personally control it, Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners could also execute it. Before leaving, he naturally had to report this to Fu Enshu. Fu Enshu did not ask about Yen Zhaoge's purpose in coming here, only nodding simply, "Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have already come to an agreement, and have also made preparations. You do not have to worry about martial grandmasters assassinating you. However, you have to be on guard against their martial scholars making a move. The time for the new Heavenly Connection meet is already nearing, and it has been decided to be held in the Lake Domain. Since you have decided to participate, after settling your own matters, you can directly head to the Lake Domain, meeting up with the others of the clan on the way." Yen Zhaoge nodded, "I understand. Rest easy, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu." Saying thus, he took his leave. Fu Enshu stood with her hands behind her back. After who knew how long, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing also walked out of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring. Zhaoge said that he has no romantic feelings towards you. Then, Yunsheng, do you feel anything for him? Fu Enshu suddenly asked mildly. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback for a moment before she said straightforwardly, other than gratitude, I also admire senior apprentice brother Yan very much, always having some kind of anticipation towards him. Although he is still young, I indeed have this inexplicable feeling, as though there is nothing that he cannot do. Although he seems a little unreliable, he is actually very reliable, and it is also very relaxing to be together with him, making me very happy to be together with him. Although her life experience far surpassed that of her peers, Feng Yunsheng, who was still a novice when it came to matters of the heart, was still a little hard to describe her grasp of her own thoughts. She laughed self-deprecatingly, I feel that it shouldn't have reached the level of romantic feelings, right? It indeed hasn't. Fu Enshu said mildly, when you are together, being happy to interact with him, always thinking of him, this is actually still nothing much. If, from a certain moment onwards, after you have separated, you still think of him, at that time, you will have to be on your guard. Feng Yunsheng blinked, very sensibly not asking herself why she had to be on her guard. Fu Enshu looked at Sikong Qing, Sikong, what do you think of Zhaoge? Sikong Qing thought very seriously for a moment before answering, I admire him very much, and am also very curious. The matter of the Eastern Tang, the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain this time, I admire him very much, but I admire him the most for returning to the mountain this time, using the Big Dipper sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu Wen. That year, others all said that while he was young and hot-blooded, easily broken when he was tough, he was able to create an exquisite sword art, which was worthy of praise. However, as I see it, he retreated in the face of difficulties, grasping the light and fearing the heavy. In the Eastern Tang, he already made people look at him in a new light. This time, returning to the mountain and using the Big Dipper sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu, I admire him even more. Hearing her words, Fu Enshu gazed into the distance, muttering to herself in an almost inaudible voice, Shui Chu Qing, I am even more unresigned now. As Feng Yunsheng and the other two were discussing him, Yan Zhaoge had already set off. After a long journey, he arrived at the eastern border of the mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory, the east strangling snow mountains already appearing before his eyes. Above the snowline of the mountain range was a layer of pure white snow that never melted all year round. Here, strange beasts often roamed. The advance party should have already arrived, right? Yan Zhaoge asked. Hu answered, they arrived a while ago. As he said this, Hu's expression suddenly changed slightly. Yan Zhaoge's brows also knit as he quickened his pace. Ascending a snowy peak, he saw a group of people currently standing at its peak. Two black-clothed martial practitioners lay on the ground, hands on their chests, blood leaking from the corners of their mouths. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge had arrived, looks of shame appeared on their faces, young master. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards them, Hu moving forward to protect them. The gazes of the group of people opposite them also fell on Yan Zhaoge and Hu. Sweeping his gaze over their attire, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed coldly. Chapter 137. There were talisman patterns flashing on the surface of the petals, as if they were forming an intricate formation. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's current target, the Cloud Array Spirit Flower. However, Yan Zhaoge's attention was currently not on that spirit flower, instead smiling coldly at the person opposite him. Across from them stood a group of people, led by a young man, who was dressed in the style of the northern lands. With just a single glance, Yan Zhaoge recognized their origins. The Thunder Domain's Yan family, their ancestral ground in the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain, one of the few powers beneath the heavenly Thunder Hall of the Thunder Domain. In the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world, they were also one of the great families with the longest history. The Central Heaven region's Yan family of the Heaven Domain that Yan Zhaoge hailed from had split off from the Zhao region's Yan family of the Thunder Domain that year. But back then, the two sides were extremely unhappy. Afterwards, when Yan Zhaoge's family had migrated from the Thunder Domain to the Heaven Domain, they had encountered a great tribulation, which was not unrelated to the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's Yan family. At that time, Yan Di had still been young, while his parents had perished in that great calamity. Therefore, when the two of them met now, it wasn't because they were old friends from different places or because they were related by blood. Instead, it was because they were enemies and their eyes were burning with hatred. Having come to this world, Yan Zhaoge did not have any particularly direct personal feelings towards the Zhao region Yans of the Thunder Domain. It was just that since the other party had not cared about their blood relations and had gone to such lengths to kill them, he naturally did not have any psychological burden in coming into conflict with them. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge's current identity had already determined his stance. And the people of the Zhao region's Yan family before him clearly did not come with good intentions. In that case, there was even less need for Yan Zhaoge to be polite. Young master, they intended to snatch the spirit flower. This subordinate is useless and failed to defend it. If young master had not arrived in time, I would not have been able to stop them, the black-clothed cultivator said as he struggled to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yan Zhaoge said, "It's fine. You have performed meritorious service in guarding the place. You have been injured in the line of duty, there is no need to blame yourselves. As for them..." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, his hands behind his back as he strode forward. As he stepped forward, the people on the other side felt as if a huge mountain was moving towards them. The people of the Zhao region Yans also felt a bit of a headache, not having thought that Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu would arrive so quickly. The leading youth said, "I recognize you, Yan Zhaoge. This spirit flower is ownerless, not having been nurtured by your broad creed mountain. If you want to take it, we won't stop you. However, the two of them are not of Broad Creed Mountain, only servants of your central continent's Yen family. On what basis can they stop us from plucking the spirit flower?" The servants of the branch family were rude to the son of the main family's first wife. "It is my duty to teach them a lesson. Could it be that you want to fight me because of them?" Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather amusedly. They didn't see how he moved, but the other party only saw a blur in front of their eyes and the sound of wind. In the next instant, the young man was sent flying backward. On the young man's right cheek, there was a shocking, 5 fingers mountain mark. The mark was as red as blood, like a birthmark tattoo. It clearly told everyone how he had been knocked down. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "If you are not awake, I will help you awake." The Zhaozhou Yen and the Central Heaven region Yen have long since been two different families, not some so-called main family and branch family. You hit my people, so I hit you. What do I care about whether you're of the main family or not? An old man hurriedly helped the young man up, swiveling his head to glare at Yan Zhaoge. "Yan Zhaoge, you have forgotten your ancestry. I want to see what Yan Di has to say about this. Don't forget that your name was originally destined to be your root." Yan Zhaoge laughed. He had indeed never thought that in this world, there would also be a saying like, "Yen and Zhao have many sorrowful warriors." The land of Yen and Zhao of the 8 extremities world referred to the Yu region and the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's 6 region. The Yu region was also known as the Yen region. Since when has the Zhao region Yen family been able to represent the land of Yen and Zhao? You are the ones who have lost face for Yen and Zhao. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. If my Central Heaven region Yen family indeed has to make a trip back to the land of Yen and Zhao, it is not to visit relatives, but to settle scores. What your Zhao region Yen family did that year, you are not clear on, but the higher echelon elders of your family are very clear on it. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "If I were to settle these scores with you, you probably wouldn't even understand what is going on. I also can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. But having beaten up my people, you want to leave just like that? Those who used your hands, leave your hands, those who used your feet, leave your feet. If you don't realize it yourself, there will be plenty of people who will help you." Ah Hu bared his teeth in a smile, his expression rather savage as he resembled a ferocious tiger that was about to devour its prey, causing one to tremble in fear. Figures flickered in the surroundings, many black-clothed martial practitioners appearing. That old man said hatefully, "Who do you think you are beating up?" This is the direct descendant of our family head, young Master Min. Yan Zhaoge chortled, a name beside the door. Ah. That should indeed be the direct descendant of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. However, this level is really too low. Before speaking, can you not even clearly see the situation you are in? However low his level, it is also not something that a bastard son of a branch family like you can discuss. Before you speak, you had best first understand your own identity. Now, a voice resounded from the distance. Yan Zhaoge asked lazily, is it Yan Shan? Yan Min, with a blood-red palm print on his face, was still dizzy and in a daze. The old man beside him and the other Zhao region Yan family martial practitioners all had joyous looks on their faces. Young Master Shan is here. A streak of lightning flashed past, and in an instant, a youth who looked to be around 26 or 27 years of age appeared on the snowy peak. His features were somewhat similar to Yan Min's, but his aura was much, much stronger. This youth's expression was sharp, his gaze like lightning, an illusory spiritual light shooting straight into the horizon above his head. He was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he looked nonchalantly at the other party. Yan Shan, you also seem to be a little dazed, making people feel that under your great reputation, it is hard to live up to it. Although this was his first time meeting him in person, unlike Yan Min, Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the Yan Shan before him. The most outstanding martial genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. Not only had he been groomed by the Yan family with all their might, he was also a core, direct disciple of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, an elite of the younger generation. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's heaven's favored son, the thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou alongside Yan Zhaoge, was known as lightning flashing thunder rumbling together with Yan Shan, dominating martial practitioners of the same generation of the Thunder Domain. Yan Shan's gaze was fixated on Yan Zhaoge. Snatching the flower and beating people up was actually something he had instructed Yan Min and the others to do, just that he himself had some matters to attend to just now and had to leave for a bit. Yan Shan was older, having cultivated for a longer period of time. Originally, his cultivation base had been much higher than Yan Zhaoge's, and he had never thought much of Yan Zhaoge. However, in recent days, Yan Shan had been feeling very vexed. The thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou, who had always been equally matched with him, his cultivation base suddenly rising, actually leaving him behind, caused Yan Shan to feel depressed to the extreme. And it just so happened that Yan Zhaoge's fame had also risen in recent years, his cultivation base advancing by leaps and bounds, his battle achievements outstanding. After learning that Yan Zhaoge had sent people to guard the Cloud Array Spirit Flower, Yan Shan could no longer suppress the evil fire within his heart, instructing Yan Min to spoil Yan Zhaoge's plans. Because of the news released by Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had originally already found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore. As a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as a direct descendant of the Zhao region Yan family, Yan Shan hated Yan Zhaoge even more. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Shan said coldly, that year, I exiled this branch of yours, but one stroke cannot write two Yan characters. Your Central Heaven region Yan will forever be a branch of my Zhao region Yan. Let alone you, even your father Yan Di, even if he ascends to the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief, he would still be someone who walked out of Zhao region Yan. Chapter 138. It is true that you have entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but the Heavenly Thunder Hall also did not surpass my Broad Creed Mountain. As for you, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, I really can't see where your confidence in saying this comes from. Yan Shan casually said, my confidence comes from the fact that the distance between us is very close. As he said this, Yan Shan suddenly raised his hand, a purple light flashing. It was as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly streaked across the dark night, piercing through the sky and illuminating the great earth. The direct lineage martial art of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, purple lightning shocking rainbow sword. Low-grade spirit artifact, purple gold thunder sword. Yan Shan suddenly attacked, going all out, even directly using a spirit artifact. A man's name, a tree's shadow. Yan Zhaoge's fame had risen greatly recently. While Yen Shan had not personally witnessed it, he had also taken note of it. Unlike Ah Hu, whose spiritual light was not apparent, Yen Zhaoge was like Yen Shan, not retracting the spiritual light above his head after stepping into the Xiantian stage. Yen Shan could clearly determine that Yen Zhaoge was currently already a Xiantian martial scholar like him. Shocked at Yen Zhaoge's rapid improvement, Yen Shan's killing intent was already set. Whether it was as a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall or a descendant of the Zhao region Yen family, he would not allow Yen Zhaoge to continue growing. Otherwise, with Yen Zhaoge's current progress, Yen Shan wouldn't even dare to continue thinking about it. One Yen Wudi was already enough to cause the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Zhao region Yen family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. While Yen Shan spoke arrogantly, he did not hold back in his actions in the slightest. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's unique trait of being as violent and swift as lightning was displayed by him to the point of perfection. The first move was to reveal his true abilities, to decide victory or defeat. With a spirit artifact in hand, to a martial scholar, it was even more of a killing weapon that was hard to withstand. Even for opponents of the same cultivation level, even with a spirit artifact protecting them, if caught off guard and unable to react in time, they would be directly insta-killed by Yen Shan's sword. When Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners fought with others, they rarely fought for long. Most of the time, victory or defeat would be decided in just a few exchanges. Victory or defeat, life or death, were all decided in an instant. Of the 8 extremities world's 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were the most proficient in subduing their superiors, defeating those stronger than them. Sometimes, an opponent whose overall strength surpassed a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner might instead be defeated by a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner who was inferior to him. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was fast. The Purple Lightning Shocking Rainbow Sword, the direct lineage martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, its entire sword art consisting of only a single stance, the sword drawing stance. As fast as lightning, the sword was unsheathed in a flash. The sword Dao wasn't about getting faster and faster. The fastest sword was the first sword after the sword was unsheathed. The speed of this sword was so fast that martial artists below the Xiantian realm would find it hard to detect Yen Shan's movements. Even at the moment of his death, he might not be able to understand how Yen Shan had taken his life. Although it was currently daytime, Yen Zhaoge, who was facing Yen Shan's sword directly, had such a feeling. It was as if there was no light in front of them at all. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the pitch-black night sky, and light appeared in front of them. All the light was concentrated on this purple lightning bolt. The piercingly cold and resolute killing intent caused the electric light to no longer have any heat. Instead, it was bone-chilling cold. This bolt of lightning, however, did not dazzle Yen Zhaoge's eyes. Not slower than Yen Shan in the slightest, Yen Zhaoge's figure abruptly moved. Astral winds warping heaven. Wind and fire calamity, wind calamity. Under the impetus of the wind calamity movement technique and the wind calamity, the originally already swift cloud-rising dragon's sword became even faster. Resembling a divine dragon traversing the heavens, traveling 10,000 li in an instant. As Yen Zhaoge moved, Yen Shan's eyes were also dazzled. Whether it was his field of vision or his acute spiritual sense that allowed him to sense the heavens and the earth, Yen Zhaoge had disappeared without a trace. Yen Shan was shocked, the purple gold thunder sword within his hands vibrating intensely. The Xiantian martial scholar Yen Shan couldn't react in time, but the purple gold thunder sword as a spirit artifact did. The purple gold thunder sword that was rich in spirituality immediately guided it, the perfectly straight sword light transforming into a circular arc. Only now did Yen Shan feel the hairs on the back of his head all standing on end, as though there was an infinite, boundless coldness concentrated at a single point at the back of his head, a piercing pain that felt like needles. Yen Shan didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, his movement and sword aura all following the guidance of the purple gold thunder sword as he turned and struck behind him. Clenching his teeth, the purple gold thunder sword within his hands shook. Heavenly Thunder Hall Direct Lineage, Lightning Character 72 Swords. The violent sword light descended densely like rain, quick as lightning, instantly transforming into a net of electricity before him, purple light filling the entire sky and covering the earth. However, within the net of purple light, a streak of green light shockingly pierced through the densely packed purple light, shooting out. This scene clearly meant that Yan Zhaoge's sword was even faster. The next moment, the all-encompassing purple light was extinguished. Only now did the sound of the whistling wind enter Yan Shan's ears, only feeling as though he was surrounded by a fierce gale. Seeing the sword light that he had emitted vanish, Yan Shan's pupils abruptly dilated as he hurriedly changed his stance once more. However, this time, the sword light that resembled purple lightning did not appear once more. Yan Shan was dazed, before he suddenly saw a severed arm, still holding onto a sword of purple light, flying into the air. Fresh blood dripped from where the arm had been severed, splattering onto the pure white snowy ground. Yan Zhaoge's figure reappeared, the jade dragon sword in his right hand as he looked calmly at his opponent. Only now did Yan Shan feel an intense pain emanating from his right arm. Lowering his head, he saw that his sword-wielding right hand had shockingly been severed by Yan Zhaoge's sword. The speed of this sword of Yan Zhaoge's was too fast, such that even Yan Shan had not been able to detect it before he had already been struck. Yan Shan let out a tragic cry, his left hand clutching the wound on his right arm as he stumbled backwards. It was only now that the surrounding spectators seemed to have awoken from a dream, but they did not understand what had happened. In the eyes of most of them, there had only been a blur before their eyes, as though two sword lights, one purple, one green, had flashed past. Then, they saw an arm fly into the air. The entire process of the exchange seemed to have only lasted for the blink of an eye. Yan Min and the others stared wide-eyed, completely unable to understand how the scene had suddenly turned out like this. The distance between you and I was very close. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at the collapsed Yan Shan on the ground, and then? The fingers of Yan Shan's left hand tapped repeatedly, urgently staunching his bleeding. He looked at Yan Zhaoge somewhat disbelievingly. Although the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had always proudly proclaimed that of all the martial arts under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable, this did not mean that the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were truly unrivaled and invincible within the same cultivation level. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had not been lacking in gaining an advantage against the descendants of the other sacred grounds, but they had also not been lacking in suffering losses. Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples had even once jokingly said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall was only sharp at the start of a battle. If they were unable to obtain victory quickly, they would be like fish meat afterwards. However, Yan Zhaoge had defeated strength with strength, obtaining victory in terms of Yan Shan's proudest unsheathing sword as well as speed. This was the result that Yan Shan found most difficult to accept. Not only had he been defeated, he had been utterly defeated. The faces of Yan Min and the other Zhao region Yan family members were ashen. Yan Shan was the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. Having been groomed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he was also one of the most outstanding figures of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation. As an early Xiantian martial scholar, let alone the Zhao region Yan family martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even mid-Xiantian martial scholars of the Yan family would have to bow their heads in submission to him. Chapter 139. When Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples clashed with others, if victory was decided within a few moves, the victor would often be a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner. The longer it dragged on, the lower the chances of victory for the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. If they won, it would be a quick victory. If they lost to someone else, it would generally be after a long, bitter battle. If not for the suppression of the opponent's cultivation base, how long had it been since a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner was speedily defeated by an opponent of the same cultivation level like today? Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, not moving. Only now did Yan Shan's severed right arm fall from midair. His broken right hand was still tightly holding onto the purple gold thunder sword. The purple gold thunder sword was full of spirituality as it automatically guided Yan Shan's broken arm towards Yan Shan himself. However, just as the purple gold thunder sword moved, Yan Zhaoga's jade dragon sword came to meet it, a green light flickering as it suppressed the purple gold thunder sword. Under the vibrations of his stellar energy, the fingers of Yan Shan's severed hand naturally spread open, releasing the sword hilt. Yan Shan glared furiously at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga was calm and composed as he seized the purple gold thunder sword with the jade dragon sword. Due to Yan Shan's heavy injuries, he was unable to concentrate his spiritual power, and his communication with the purple gold thunder sword was not smooth. Even if the purple gold thunder sword wanted to cause trouble, it was easily suppressed by the spiritual sword Jade Dragon. Yan Zhaoga said calmly, "Your luck is good. When you return, remember to thank Lin Zhou and his father." Yan Shan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Yan Zhaoga, however, ignored him as he kept the purple gold thunder sword, turning and walking towards the cloud array spirit flower, waving towards Ah Hu. Ah Hu laughed sinisterly and walked towards Yan Min and the rest of the black-clothed martial artists. The faces of Yan Min and the others turned pale, only now remembering what Yan Zhaoga had said earlier. Even if they wanted to struggle and resist, how would they be a match for Ah Hu and the others? Ignoring the wails and howls of the Zhao region Yans, as well as Yan Shan whose face was alternating between green and white, Yan Zhaoga minded his own business, plucking the cloud array spirit flower. Leaving behind a pool of fresh blood, Yan Shan and the rest fled pathetically. Before the old man protecting Yan Min left, he suddenly said, ignoring Yan Shan's ugly expression, "Young Master Thunder Rumbling is also in this east strangling snow mountains." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm and without ripples, causing that old man to feel slightly disappointed. Ah Hu returned beside Yan Zhaoga. "Young master, when that Yan Shan attacked just now, he clearly harbored an extremely strong killing intent towards you." Yan Zhaoga carefully kept the spirit flower as he said, "There's still some use in letting him go. That severed arm of his, he took it with him, right?" Ah Hu answered, "I took it away. If it's treated in time, it's possible to reattach it. However, as a martial arts practitioner, it's very difficult for his right hand to be of much use again." Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "It's fine. He trains in the sword. If his right hand doesn't work, there's still a chance for him to train in the sword with his left." Ah Hu scratched his head. "Young master, while I'm cultivating in the Cloud Portent Mountain, you'll receive news as usual and then report it to me." Yan Zhaoga's gaze hardened slightly. "Do you still remember any news regarding the Heavenly Thunder Hall that is worth paying attention to?" Ah Hu came to his senses. "Young master, you mentioned Lin Zhou and his son just now. Lin Zhou, along with Yan Shan, was the other Heavenly Thunder Hall genius known as Lightning Flashing Thunder Rumbling. At the same time, his background was extraordinary, his father being a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who held great authority. In the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago, Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoga and the others had been hailed as the current era's 4 young masters, with the elegant title of Thunder Rumbling Young Master. Unlike Broad Creed Mountain Su Fei, Lu Wen and Yan Zhaoga, or the Sacred Sun clans Tang Yonghao, Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong who basically outshone others in their respective age group, Lin Zhou and Yan Shan were truly of the same age, having fought against each other since their youth for over 10 years, all the way until now. Above each of them stood the 2 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, similarly competitors. Just like the Sacred Sun clan's Chief Huang Su and the current World Illuminating Lord in the past, as well as Fang Jun and Yan Di now. Lin Zhou's father and Yan Shan's master had also always been competing for the position of the next Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Lin Zhou's father has always been at a disadvantage in the competition, and also at an obvious disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, there is an 80% chance that it will be Yan Shan's master who wins, and the results will be known very quickly. If that's the case, with Yan Shan seeking death, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. This way, of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, while Lin Zhou cannot be said to have completely come out on top, within a short period of time, it will be very hard for Yan Shan's master's lineage to produce another junior disciple who can stand against Lin Zhou. While its use is limited, it will at least add some weight to Lin Zhou's father's power, not allowing him to be defeated so easily. A heavenly thunder hall where internal conflicts were more intense, where it was easier to wrangle with one another, would naturally be better for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Who nodded in understanding. However, the internal competition within the Heavenly Thunder Hall seems to have suddenly changed recently. Lin Zhou's father, with a few clever moves, actually gradually regained the upper hand, his authority and influence in the Heavenly Thunder Hall rising in a straight line, even showing signs of overtaking him. The thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou's own cultivation base has also suddenly increased, leaving Yan Shan, who had always been evenly matched, behind him. The competition has now reversed, with Lin Zhou's father having the upper hand. If Yan Shan's master also loses Yan Shan, the competition will be even more disadvantageous. After harvesting the Cloud Array Spirit Flower, Yan Zhaoge carefully stored it, that's right, suppressing the strong and supporting the weak, causing the two sides to maintain a stalemate, to us, is the most desirable result. As for Yan Shan, he should first recuperate from his injuries, then properly train in the sword with his left hand. After that, his primary opponent will still be Lin Zhou. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyelids. I have a feeling that even if the rest of us intentionally or unintentionally make things easier for Yan Shan's master, Lin Zhou and his father's advantage will still grow greater and greater. The good days of Yan Shan and his master have come to an end. Who was a little puzzled. Young master, why Yan Zhaoge said, it's just a premonition, I can't explain it clearly. He handed over the container containing the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to who, low-key and careful, try not to alarm anyone as much as possible, and send it back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Who thought for a moment before saying, my goal is also very obvious, easily drawing attention. Instead, it might be better to let others send it. Yan Zhaoge nodded, you can make the arrangements. Just remember that this thing is very important, and that it will be fine. Personally hand it over to my father. Who agreed, and went to make the arrangements. Looking at Ahu's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge felt that some things, even to Ahu, could not be said too clearly. Regarding the domineering rise of Lin Zhou and his father, Yan Zhaoge actually did not just have a premonition. Combining and analyzing some of the information he had on hand, Yan Zhaoge actually had even more guesses. Lin Zhou, interesting. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, many thoughts flashing through his mind. In the memories of his body's original owner, during that heavenly connection meet 3 years ago, Yan Shan had not participated in it while in seclusion, but the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou had met him face to face. However, before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, the silhouettes of 2 other people vaguely appeared, vaguely overlapping with Lin Zhou's. Chapter 140. Not long after, the accompanying black-clothed martial practitioners reported that there was an abnormal flow of spiritual qi in the mountains to the south. There actually seemed to be an obscure yet extremely powerful spirit formation present. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu immediately hurried over in that direction. As they neared, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, it actually really is a massive spirit formation. Carefully sensing it, they could sense that the aura of the spirit formation was currently in the midst of rising unceasingly. Who grinned widely, young master, such aura fluctuations are not from someone setting up a spirit formation here, but rather from an ancient formation that had long existed. Usually, it is completely concealed, hard to detect. Now, after being touched by someone, the spirit formation has just activated, its power increasing, forming a barrier-like existence, gradually reaching its peak. Who rubbed his hands, smiling till his teeth could not be seen. This is very likely a cave manor left behind by a deceased senior expert. We really got lucky this time, coming just in time. Really, coming early is better than coming at the right time. Carefully sensing the fluctuations of the formation, Yan Zhaoge gradually felt more confident. The legacies left behind by the people of the 8 Extremities world after the Great Calamity cannot be considered too ancient, at least not as ancient as the glacial dragon Martial Saint. The person who left behind these legacies should also not have reached the Martial Saint realm, but this spirit formation has some attainments in it, being concealed and not activated. Even if it has been touched by someone now, the spiritual qi fluctuations should still be limited to a few nearby mountain peaks. If not for me specifically sending people to search for it, they would also not have been able to discover it from a distance. Yan Zhaoge thought, swiveling his head to glance at the happy Ah Hu, you also said that it was someone who touched the legacies that caused the formation to activate. This means that someone beat us to it. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. Someone beat us to it, young master, you can also catch up from behind. Yan Shan retreating with heavy injuries, it is most likely that thunder rumbling young master Lin Zhou. He rubbed his hands, such a cave manner, while ancient, should also have defensive measures. Even if Lin Zhou entered first, it would also not be easy for him to break through those defensive measures. Instead, it would be equivalent to him clearing the way for us. Young master, the spirit formation has only been activated for a short time. If we hurry in, there will still be time. Otherwise, we will be blocked outside. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying nonchalantly, come, let's take a look first. The group of black-clothed martial practitioners remained on the outskirts, while Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu continued advancing, following the spiritual qi network and arriving at the center of the spirit formation. After inspecting the surroundings and confirming that there was no one lying in ambush, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu entered the cave together. The spirit formation grew stronger and stronger, gradually achieving the effect. Yan Zhaoge was not too worried about his path of retreat being cut off. As long as he grasped the core of the formation, it would not be difficult for him to leave. Within the ice cave, there was danger every 3 steps, danger every 5, with mechanisms everywhere, causing Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu to have to be on their guard. After passing through a long ice tunnel, the two of them seemed to have entered a hall at the end of the tunnel. Young master, be careful. Ah Hu's expression was serious, without the slightest hint of playfulness. Yan Zhaoge nodded, his gaze focused on the dense cold fog before him. The fog shrouded the surroundings, causing the space to feel as if it was in disorder. Comma. Yen, the yen, zi, yen, shan, yen, comma, shan, comma, yen. Ah Hu followed closely by Yan Zhaoge's side, not leaving him by a single step. With Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu's eyesight, while it wasn't to the point where they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, they could only see an extremely limited distance. At this moment, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Amidst the cold fog, a dozen or so huge figures slowly rose from the ground. The ice crystal guardian was a giant made of ice and snow. His body, which was made of ice and snow, was tall and sturdy. His entire body was emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Although his movements were somewhat stiff, the heavy power within them was something that no one dared to underestimate. Although these ice crystal guardians did not have any stellar energy, their strength was terrifying, and the destructive power contained in their bodies surpassed that of a human's flesh and blood. They originated from the spirit formation and the cold mist. Even if they were destroyed, after a period of nurturing, they would be reborn from the cold mist. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, so it is the remains of Old Man Great Sorrow's cave manor. Ah Hu nodded repeatedly. The cold fog bewildering formation and the ice crystal guards are indeed the handiwork of Old Man Great Sorrow. It had been quite some time since Old Man Great Sorrow had been alive. However, he had still been rather famous in the past, leaving behind many legends for later generations to pay homage to. And the most colorful of these was the rumor that Old Man Great Sorrow had once possessed a sacred artifact fragment. It was said that it was a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity, having met with a calamity due to the Great Calamity. However, even a sacred artifact fragment still possessed rather great power. Not considering its power, as a material, it was also a rare treasure that was hard to come by. Because of this matter that year, Old Man Great Sorrow had even been surrounded and attacked. Having barely managed to break out of the encirclement, he had then gone into seclusion, no longer appearing in the world. It looks like this is Old Man Great Sorrow's secluded residence. Not being shocked, who was instead overjoyed. Young master, a sacred artifact fragment is no small matter. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment. If Old Man Great Sorrow had not stepped into the martial saint realm, he should have long since passed away by now. Ah Hu pulled back the corners of his li, if he had become a martial saint, Why would he still be living in seclusion? As he said this, Ahu smashed a nearby ice crystal guard into smithereens with a single punch. I'll block them here. Does young master have a plan for breaking this ice fog? Yen Zhaoge said, breaking the ice fog isn't hard. However, breaking the ice fog doesn't mean that all is well. After observing for a bit, this place should be split into 2 layers. One layer is cold ice, borrowing the external environment of the east strangling snow mountains. The other layer is most likely a world surrounded by blazing fire. It is very likely that it continues downwards, borrowing the fire chi of the earth veins. Who knows, there might even be underground lava. Who realized? Oh, right. Old Man Great Sorrow was praised for cultivating in both ice and fire that year. Yen Zhaoge said, move together with me. I'll break the formation, you cover me. Who gave a simple and honest laugh. Yes, young master. The two didn't waste time on words, immediately beginning to move. At the same time, someone was currently quietly watching Yen Zhaoge and Ahu. That was a handsome youth, his expression calm and his gaze sharp. His garb was similar to Yen Shan's, that of a direct disciple of the heavenly Thunder Hall. If Yen Zhaoge and Yen Shan were here, they would immediately recognize this youth. The thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. Where Lin Zhou currently stood, half blazing fire, half cold ice, spiritual chi congregated. This was clearly the core of the spirit formation of Old Man Great Sorrow's old residence. He gazed at Yen Zhaoge through an illusory scene that hovered in midair. Chapter 141. However, it had already been too long since Old Man Great Sorrow had passed away. While the spirit formation had been in a quiet, concealed state for many years, its spiritual chi had also been flowing unceasingly. The loss of spiritual chi and the corrosion of time had caused the spirit formation to be damaged, its power no longer as it had been in the past. However, wanting to break the formation with brute force, one would need to be a martial grandmaster at the very least. The cold fog corroded bones. While it seemed inconspicuous, as time passed, it would formlessly corrode one's body unceasingly. Even martial scholars would gradually weaken if they were placed within the ice fog for a long period of time. When their aura chi to ward off the cold was completely exhausted and they were still unable to walk out of the bewildering cold fog, they would be frozen to death within, becoming a part of the ice and snow. Moreover, even as they resisted the bitter cold, they would also have to face the attacks of the ice crystal guards, which would revive unceasingly, causing the martial practitioner's expenditure to be even greater. However, none of this could stump Yen Zhaoge. Unceasingly deducing the changes in the spiritual chi network of the formation, Yen Zhaoge gradually found the key to breaking the formation, his speed increasing. While the area before him was still filled with ice fog, Yen Zhaoge's spiritual sense was growing more and more acute as he was gradually able to discern the direction of his path. Very quickly, a platform appeared before Yen Zhaoge and Ahu. The platform was completely formed of ice, numerous spirit patterns circulating on it. Standing on the platform, Yen Zhaoge squatted down, extending his palm and pressing it onto the surface of the ice. A chill emanated, the ice was solid and thick. Even with Yen Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he still felt that it was hard to destroy. The ice was affecting Yen Zhaoge's aura chi. He could feel a strange flow of chi within the ice, forming a system of its own. Yen Zhaoge wanted to infuse his aura chi within, but it was not so easy as it was rejected by the spiritual chi within the ice. Yen Zhaoge smiled, not hurried or impatient, as he first ensured the stable circulation of his aura chi before slowly grasping the balance of the spiritual chi flow beneath the ice. Ahu reached out with both hands, directly grabbing the heads of 2 ice crystal guards before lifting them up and slamming them together. The heads of the 2 ice crystal guards collided, instantly shattering into pieces. Without turning, Ahu asked, "Young master?" Yen Zhaoge said, "It's fine. This is a part of the spirit formation, an existence similar to a door, whilst also a passageway. The spiritual chi in the ice surface forms a stable balance. try to fuse your stellar energy into this balance and become one with it. That way, you can pass through the ice surface and proceed to the next level. Saying thus, the aura chi within Yan Zhaoge's body shook, the ice beneath his palms suddenly lighting up with radiance. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's figure vanished within the air. With a backhand palm, Ahu shattered yet another ice crystal guard. Following Yan Zhaoge's example, light flickered on the icy surface of the platform as Ahu's figure also disappeared. Passing through the ice surface, Yan Zhaoge and Ahu came to a massive ice room. The cold mist disappeared, and the ice room was empty. There was only a huge ice crystal coffin in the center of the room. Ahu looked at the coffin curiously. Is this old man Great Sorrow's tomb chamber? Yan Zhaoge shook his head. The fake tomb is also a part of the mechanisms and spirit formations. The coffin itself should contain dangerous mechanisms. Closing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge carefully felt for a moment before he instead leapt upwards, his body hanging upside down as he stood firmly on the ceiling of the ice room. As though he was standing upside down on the ceiling of the ice room, Yan Zhaoge walked a few steps left and right, his footsteps following a strange rhythm. After a while, he suddenly halted, just happening to have arrived directly above the ice crystal coffin. On the ceiling of the ice room, beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet, the ice surface lit up with radiance once more. Ahu grinned widely, flying up, also leaping onto the ceiling of the ice room. Then, the two disappeared within the ice room together. Passing through the mechanisms of the spirit formation once more, the scene before Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly changed, going from a snow-white world of ice to a crimson world of blazing fire. A vast river of flames appeared before the two, its dry, hot aura virtually suffocating. Beneath the pure white snow-covered east strangling snow mountains was, shockingly, a massive zone of lava. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that in the center of the river of lava, there was a massive rock that resembled a lone island. As the blazing hot lava flowed, striking that massive rock, terrifying sparks flew unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu leapt over the river of lava together, arriving on the massive rock that resembled a lone island within the river. At the center of the massive rock, there shockingly was still a stone coffin. On the surface of the stone coffin floated words written in flames, regretful. Regretful. This was the true burial ground of Old Man Great Sorrow. While the situation was as he had predicted, Yan Zhaoge was unable to feel happy, while Ahu had a puzzled expression on his face. I can't feel the existence of the sacred artifact fragment. He shook his big head. Young master, could it be that Old Man Great Sorrow placed the sacred artifact fragment somewhere else, and it wasn't here all along? Yan Zhaoge did not answer, coming before the stone coffin and first bowing. Coming to his senses, Ahu also hurriedly did the same. Then, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, carefully feeling his surroundings for a while before opening them again. The sacred artifact fragment was indeed here before, but someone beat us to it. Ahu's expression was a little ugly. Young master, we haven't been here for long. If it was that Lin Zhou who beat us to it and took away the sacred artifact fragment, by the time we arrived here, he would already have disappeared without a trace. Wouldn't the speed at which he entered be a little too fast? I still thought that he was still trapped within the ice fog bewildering formation, having been overtaken by us. Although I heard that Lin Zhou's cultivation base had advanced rapidly after entering, leaving Yan Shan who had always been on par with him in the dust, he couldn't have become a martial grandmaster so quickly, right? Even if it was a martial grandmaster, unless his cultivation base was very strong, it would also be impossible for him to break the ice fog bewildering formation above so quickly. Even though Old Man Great Sorrow died, the spirit formation he left behind is not so easy to break. Ahu hesitated slightly for a moment. This is even faster than young master's speed in breaking the formation. Ahu scratched the back of his head. It's practically like he already knew where to go before entering, and didn't have to fumble around to break the bewildering formation at the last minute. Or perhaps there was another shortcut here, and he directly took it over. Ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to this world, this was still one of the few times that he had lagged behind others. Rubbing his temples, Yan Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding world of flames. Is it that there are always people better than you in terms of ability, heavens beyond heavens, or is it to say that he really already knew this place like the back of his hand before entering? His gaze finally rested on Old Man Great Sorrow's stone coffin, focusing on those characters of flame that remained in midair, not dissipating for a long time. The two words extremely regretful, having experienced the long passage of time, seemed to be able to allow one to traverse time and space, to feel the regret and unwillingness of Old Man Great Sorrow before his death. As he pondered, the world of flames that the two were in suddenly shook intensely. The long river of lava surrounding the huge rock began roiling mightily, the rocks above shattering and falling unceasingly. This underground lava region seemed like it was about to transform into a sea of flames, the heavens collapsing and the earth caving in. At the core of the spirit formation, within the space where ice and fire intermingled, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou looked calmly at the two trapped within the violent world of lava. Breaking the formation step by step, the level of your technique is not something I can compare to. Lin Zhou's gaze was a little strange, however, since you don't know where the secret passageway is, that means that you and I are not the same kind of person. Although I don't know what it was that caused such a great change in the trajectory of your destiny, even causing many things to change. However, you have really muddied the waters of this pond, causing my originally clear memories to also become specious, with things that I originally was certain of no longer being certain of. If you completely disappear within this underground lava, perhaps everything in the past can return to the right track. Lin Zhou murmured to himself, this way, I would have more bargaining chips in my hands. Anyway, you were originally a thorn in my heavenly thunder hall's side. Chapter 142. The purple orb automatically hovered in midair, revolving around Lin Zhou as a shocking aura emanated from within. This was the manifestation of the sacred artifact fragment that Old Man Great Sorrow had collected that year. Keeping the sacred artifact fragment in the form of a purple orb, Lin Zhou glanced at the illusory scene one last time. Within the illusory scene, the figures of Yan Zhaoge and Ahu could already no longer be seen, only all-encompassing flames and gushing lava. The core of the spirit formation that Lin Zhou was in was also gradually beginning to collapse at this moment. On that side of the flames, the blazing flames grew more and more intense, being completely supported by the cold ice on the other side. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth as he stomped heavily, stepping on the core spirit patterns of the spirit formation below. The spirit patterns shattered, spreading outwards in all directions as the entire spirit formation began to become unstable, the space on the side of the ice also beginning to collapse. With this as the base, affecting the entire mausoleum of Old Man Great Sorrow, not only was the underground world of lava where the coffin was in overturning the heavens and overturning the earth, the ice palace above was also collapsing. In the outermost region enveloped by the cold fog bewildering formation, the cold fog roiled like tidewater, restless and violent. Within the fake tomb, within that coffin of ice, a dazzling, bright light suddenly flickered as the mechanisms set up within were activated, a destructive power beginning to spread outwards in all directions. The raging flames in the underground world of lava and the sudden changes in the ice palace above even fused with each other. The spirit formation that Old Man Great Sorrow had set up began to completely reverse and collapse, the originally stable and stable spirit formation seemingly going berserk in the end, erupting with a shocking power. Ice and fire intermingled, resembling hell itself. Lin Zhou also didn't dare to remain here any longer as he retreated, leaving the spirit formation, making use of the final stabilizing force of the spirit formation before its collapse to open a passageway, returning to the surface. Meanwhile, within the underground world of lava, within the river of lava, the massive rock that Yan Zhaoge and Ahu were standing on had already begun to shatter. Blazing fire flew, lava surged in reverse, everything seemingly collapsing between the heavens and the earth. Ahu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, without touching the coffin, only taking away the sacred artifact fragment. There shouldn't be such a change, right? Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. Through the core of the spirit formation, reversing the spirit formation, it should be possible. Such a power that resembles a natural disaster, even many martial grandmasters are unable to withstand it. Ahu's expression was ugly. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. There is no harm in being prepared. The ancients did not deceive me. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his left hand, a thin string tied around his wrist, a rhombus-shaped crystal suspended from it, crimson like fire, resembling a small shuttle. Yan Zhaoge took it down, infusing his aura chi within. The small crystal instantly expanded, becoming 2 feet long and as thick as an arm. It was precisely the underground splitting shuttle that Yan Zhaoge had personally forged. Yan Zhaoge lightly flicked the underground splitting shuttle. Under such circumstances, 2 perfect low-grade spirit artifacts would not be of any use, but this thing can. Exploration and treasure hunting are essential for home and travel. The subterranean splitting shuttle, which was 2 feet long, once again grew in size, instantly turning into a crystal shuttle the size of a small boat. Who stared wide-eyed as Yan Zhaoge grabbed him, entering the underground splitting shuttle together. In the next moment, the underground splitting shuttle turned into a fiery red streak of light and plunged into the lava river. Within the underground splitting shuttle, only now did Ahu help his lower jaw, which had nearly fallen to the ground, return to its original position, looking here and there. Young master, this is the true use of the underground splitting shuttle? Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. The underground splitting shuttle, as its name suggests. What did you think it was used for? Ahu rubbed the back of his head. I thought it was just a tool used to open up a path or scout out the way. I didn't think that it could carry people. Saying that it's used to open up a path or scout out the way is actually not wrong. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked over. Separated by a thin layer of crystal, surging blazing fire and lava rampaged about, as though they could destroy the underground splitting shuttle at any time. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. In such an environment, it is still a little dangerous. After a long time, the underground splitting shuttle will also shatter. Who was shocked, just about to ask what to do when through the transparent crystal, he could see that the scene before him had suddenly changed, the fiery light dimming as it was all pitch black. Gazing back, he could see the crimson blazing fire and lava hot on their heels. It turned out that the underground splitting shuttle had penetrated deep into the rock formation, breaking away from that blazing fire world, leaving the blazing fire and lava far behind. Yan Zhaoge said, luckily, it wasn't used purely for defensive purposes in the first place, but for breaking out of an encirclement and fleeing. However, after this incident, the underground splitting shuttle's vitality will inevitably be greatly damaged. Even with the internal crystal furnace restoring it, wanting it to still have such good effects, it will still have to wait for a period of time. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he looked somewhat absent-mindedly towards the front. Who finally let out a sigh of relief, his heart that had been suspended in midair finally settling down. Having safely escaped from danger, his mind naturally turned elsewhere as he ground his teeth, saying, young master, this Lin Zhou really has some methods. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Competing for the sacred artifact fragment, everyone will have to rely on their own methods. Generally speaking, after obtaining the sacred artifact fragment, one can just leave. Before this, there was no direct contact, no irreconcilable enmity, and there is also no need for one's competitor to be put to death. However, my situation is a little special, not mentioning that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are allies. Infinite Boundless Mountain leaked out some of the foundations of the Thunder Element revival art. If the Heavenly Thunder Hall knew that it was my idea to rob Infinite Boundless Mountain of the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, they would naturally want to get rid of me. Currently, our clan's Heavenly Water Mountain Tridomain Alliance has basically already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun Clan's Thunderfire Alliance. Lin Zhou is of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage. If he kills me, not only will he not be punished when he returns to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he will also have performed a great meritorious deed. Yan Zhaoge's voice sank, an indiscernible glow flickering within his eyes. Perhaps he has a more personal reason, wishing to erase my existence? Who grimaced. But how can he be so fast? We haven't been able to catch up to him along the way. It hasn't been that long since we entered the spirit formation. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Who knows, there might always be someone better than you out there. He stretched out both hands and placed them on the protective wall of the underground splitting shuttle, injecting his own stellar energy. The direction that the underground splitting shuttle was heading towards was changing slightly. Who looked over curiously, young master. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes. raising his spiritual sense to the maximum. Old Man Great Sorrow specifically choosing the east strangling snow mountains to live in seclusion, it might not be without some other reason. Do you still remember the words formed of the flames on the stone coffin, not dissipating even after a long time? Ah Hu answered, it seems to be regretful, meaning very regretful. Yen Zhaoge asked, what do you think Old Man Great Sorrow regretted before his death? Regretting that while he obtained the sacred artifact fragment, he still had to live in seclusion, gathering dust along with his treasure? Ah Hu scratched his head, saying somewhat hesitantly. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his hand and drawing speedily on the underground splitting shuttle. The patterns that were formed actually similar to the spirit formation that Old Man Great Sorrow had set up. What you said is one possibility. However, there is another possibility as well. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, regretting that he had unfulfilled wishes, that his plans had not succeeded, yet his lifespan had already come to an end, only being left with regrets. Accompanied by the formation of the patterns, the underground splitting shuttle's trajectory clearly changed, advancing unceasingly. Chapter 143. Within the originally pitch-black underground, a large amount of purple light suddenly appeared, dazzling and dazzling. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Within the underground splitting shuttle, Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu could hear a series of exploding sounds of electricity by their ears. The two narrowed their eyes slightly before opening them, seeing that there was actually a massive hole within the underground rock stratum. Within the empty underground cave, a speck of purple thunder hovered in midair. With it as its center, numerous purple thunderbolts danced unceasingly within the space. On the four walls of the cave, numerous indistinct runes surfaced, the spiritual chi calm and tranquil. The runes, one red, one white, resembled the merging of fire and ice. The two spiritual chis of extreme cold and extreme heat congregated together, protecting the purple thunder light within, yet also preventing the electricity within from leaking out. At the same time, the hot and cold mutually balanced each other, no cold intent or hot chi leaking out at all. The purple thunder light that was the brightest in the center was shrouded by numerous clumps of light mist, resembling a violent thundercloud. At the center of the thundercloud, a purple orb was indistinctly visible, looking to be the size of a human fist. Looking at that orb, Yen Zhaoge snapped his fingers, it is indeed so. Ah Hu stared. It is rumored that the sacred artifact fragment that Old Man Great Sorrow obtained transformed into a purple orb, shrouded by thunderbolts. However, it was only the size of a chicken egg. This is much bigger. This was formed from another sacred artifact fragment. Yen Zhaoge said, that's right. It seems that this sacred artifact fragment's autonomous spirituality was even stronger that year, with Old Man Great Sorrow not being able to collect it after finding it. Therefore, he set up a spirit formation here, attempting to slowly refine it over time. Yen Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, looking at those numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire. Sadly, his longevity was already at its end, unable to wait until the day when it was completely refined. Ah Hu stuttered a little, young master, you deduce this from the words left behind on Old Man Great Sorrow's coffin? He now understood why Yen Zhaoge had previously imitated Old Man Great Sorrow's spirit formation within the underground splitting shuttle. It was in order to guide the underground splitting shuttle to this place through the traces left behind by Old Man Great Sorrow. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, anyway, since I'm riding the underground splitting shuttle to avoid the pursuit of the blazing lava and lava, entering deep underground, I might as well try searching for it. The words left behind by the flame on the coffin have not dissipated even after so many years. It is clear how strong the regret in Old Man Great Sorrow's heart was. It was almost an obsession. So much so that his essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to such an extent before he died. Looking at that purple orb amidst the thunderclouds, Yen Zhaoge sighed, we can also be considered to have inherited Senior's legacy. Whether it was the sacred artifact fragment that Lin Zhou had obtained first or the one before him, they had all been refined by Old Man Great Sorrow. Otherwise, even with Old Man Great Sorrow's martial grandmaster realm cultivation, it would be difficult for him to easily grasp and collect it, much less a grandmaster martial artist. Ah Hu grinned. Young master, although I've never seen another holy weapon fragment, according to the rumors, and looking at the appearance of this fragment, they seem to originate from the same holy weapon. Looking at that thundercloud, Yan Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal. That's right, it's the same one. Its name is the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, also known as the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Exiting the underground splitting shuttle, Yan Zhaoge rose into the air, approaching that purple orb. As soon as he appeared, crackling sounds resounded in the surrounding space, before numerous snakes of electricity appeared within the air, striking over in unison. Yan Zhaoge was not flustered in the slightest as he extended his hand and drew numerous spirit patterns within the air. His aura chi condensed into spirit patterns, remaining within the air, not dissipating for a long time. The surrounding spiritual chi instantly fluctuated, causing the numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls to suddenly light up. Numerous rays of radiance extended, intersecting within the air. Coming into contact with this radiance, those streaks of lightning that had originally been hacking towards Yan Zhaoge instantly calmed down once more, transforming into scattered arcs of electricity as they dissipated within the air. Yan Zhaoge strode through the air, arriving at the edge of the thundercloud step by step. After carefully observing for a moment, feeling the flow of spiritual chi within, Yan Zhaoge extended his hands, directly touching the thundercloud. The intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls shone with light, numerous streaks of alternating red and white light bolting onto Yan Zhaoge's body. Meanwhile, a great amount of purplish-blue lightning also shot out from within the thundercloud, moving about unceasingly on the surface of Yan Zhaoge's body. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's body covered by numerous streaks of lightning, who within the underground splitting shuttle was incomparably nervous. The next moment, the thundercloud abruptly expanded, virtually swallowing Yan Zhaoge whole, before abruptly contracting once more. The numerous streaks of lightning were all absorbed within the purple orb, which with a wang sound transformed into a bright streak of lightning, shooting into the skies. The spirit patterns on the surrounding stone walls all dimmed, no longer able to restrict the orb formed of the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The orb transformed into a streak of lightning, directly penetrating through the rock layer, flying far away. Yan Zhaoge was safe and sound, a smile instead appearing on his face as he leapt back into the underground splitting shuttle. Let's chase. The underground splitting shuttle moved once more, breaking through the rock layer in the direction where the streak of lightning had disappeared in pursuit. And at the same time, the Lin Zhou who had exited Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb earlier wore a slightly mocking smile as he scanned the group of black-clothed martial practitioners under Yan Zhaoge's command outside. Then, unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhou left the group of mountains where the entrance to the tomb was located in a leisurely and unhurried manner. This time, he had obtained the treasures as he had expected, even having obtained some unexpected gains, causing Lin Zhou to be in a very good mood. However, before he had left for long, his expression suddenly changed. The bag used to store the treasures shook intensely, and the next moment, a streak of purple lightning directly ripped through the bag, shooting out from within. It was precisely that fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor that Lin Zhou had obtained from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The perfectly round purple orb the size of a chicken egg emitted the sound of thunder, wanting to flee into the distance. Sucking in a deep breath, Lin Zhou raised his hand and threw out a massive dark red net. The massive net expanded in mid-air, instantly seeming to cover the heavens and cover the earth as it enveloped the entire sky, dyeing it dark red. The fleeing fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor crashed headfirst into the massive dark red net, being caught within. Looking at the trembling red net, Lin Zhou's gaze flickered unceasingly. This phenomenon was either summoned by the former owner of the sacred artifact, or there is an even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby, suddenly undergoing a change, thus attracting this fragment of mine. With the sacred artifact already having shattered into fragments, its former owner having long since passed away, the first possibility was eliminated. The only possibility left was that there was a second, even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby. While Lin Zhou's heart was burning with hope, he also vaguely had a bad premonition. Not waiting for him to heave a sigh of relief, the sacred artifact fragment erupted with the light of thunder, actually forcibly bringing the red net along as it flew off into the distance. Chapter 144. Lin Zhou watched gloomily as the sacred artifact fragment turned into lightning, still forcibly flying off into the distance despite being enveloped by the red net. Relying on his special advantage, it had been a long time since he had met with such a setback. This scene caused many unhappy memories to surface in Lin Zhou's mind. He quickly regained his composure, expanding his figure as he quickly chased after the fleeing sacred artifact fragment. Being dragged by the red net, the speed at which the sacred artifact fragment flew was not fast, and Lin Zhou did not lose track of it. As he chased, he thought rapidly, I never knew that there was actually a second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment in this area. Just what? That's right. So that's the meaning behind the words on Old Man Great Sorrow's coffin. Lin Zhou abruptly came to a realization. He found the second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, but refining and subduing it required time. He regretted not being able to live to that moment. Lin Zhou sighed, it's a pity that no one realized this. They only thought that he regretted having to live his days in hiding despite having the sacred artifact fragment, unable to relax even until the moment before his death. Looking at the fleeing lightning, Lin Zhou's gaze was somewhat deep. This can be considered as a lesson for me. I only have the information I know, and not all of it. In the future, I need to carefully observe and think about any clues that might be useful, and not be so engrossed in the information I already know that I gradually become numb to it. It's just that the second sacred artifact fragment is definitely in a state of concealment, which is why no one could sense it. Even when Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb completely exploded, it was still not alarmed. Then, what alarmed this sacred artifact fragment now? Is it a coincidence that I took out the first fragment in advance? Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold, or is it someone else? At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Lin Zhou's mind. A figure that he felt was slightly unfamiliar with. The explosion of the tomb's spirit formation ultimately failed to take his life. Even a martial grandmaster might not be able to escape, so how did he do it? A martial grandmaster can only use a low-grade spirit artifact, and a low-grade spirit artifact cannot protect him in such a calamity. Lin Zhou's brows were tightly furrowed. Indeed, everything that exceeds expectations brings about variables, causing the waters to turn muddy. The eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that was already in his possession had actually become uncertain again. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou felt a wave of dejection in his heart. It's really a hindrance. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and bolts of lightning rolled around his body. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were originally focused on speed, their movement techniques being highly esteemed amongst the martial legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds. Using his movement technique, Lin Zhou seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he chased after the Saint Weapon fragment. In the distance, deep underground, beyond the boundaries of the East Strangling Snow Mountains, a scarlet beam of light broke through the rock strata at high speed. Sitting within the underground splitting shuttle, Yan Zhaoge and Ahu controlled the underground splitting shuttle to traverse swiftly. The eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had already broken a path through the rock stratum in front of them, making it much easier for the underground splitting shuttle to traverse. The underground splitting shuttle continued upwards. Towards the end, the rock layer gradually loosened and turned into soil. Then, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. He had rushed out of the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge saw the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor that he had been chasing hovering in midair, flickering with the roiling light of thunder. The roar of thunder resounded in the direction of the East Strangling Snow Mountains. Gazing into the distance, another streak of thunder could be seen streaking across the sky, shooting over in their direction. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It's that first sacred artifact fragment from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The second fragment is even larger and stronger, breaking through the air and appearing in this world, automatically drawing the first fragment over to gather. Who grinned widely, that Lin Zhou also just obtained the sacred artifact fragment, not having had the time to nourish and refine it. He's also not a martial grandmaster. He's completely unable to lock the sacred artifact fragment in place. Yan Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead, looking at the streak of thunder flying over, noticing that it was actually still enveloped by a red net. This thing looks a little like a blood cocoon net. Yan Zhaoge murmured, no wonder this sacred artifact fragment is flying so slowly. As the two sacred artifact fragments met, the roar of thunder within the sky was even more deafening. The sacred artifact fragment that Yen Zhaoge and Hu had been pursuing had originally been hovering in midair. Now, with a "thwang" sound, it moved once more, transforming into a purple streak of thunder as it also shot into the massive red net. The two sacred artifact fragments congregated together, roiling with the light of thunder, shockingly beginning to merge. Within the massive red net, two sacred artifact fragments in the form of purple orbs, one large and one small, combined into one, forming a round orb that was slightly larger than a fist. This orb was enveloped by the purplish-green light of thunder, a destructive force being born, growing, maturing, rotting, dying within. In an instant, this repeated itself millions upon millions of times. It was as though it was the process of the creation and destruction of the world. A vast ocean flowed within, the feeling of eternity in an instant instantly suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Hu appraised the orb of thunder curiously. It is rumored that this is a sacred artifact that existed before the Great Calamity, having suffered a tribulation during the Great Calamity, thus shattering. Yen Zhaoge did not speak as he looked at the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, slightly lost in thought. He clearly knew that what Hu said was not a rumor. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor was indeed a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity. That year, Yen Zhaoge had also heard of its name. Amongst sacred artifacts, it was also one of the peak ones. Yen Zhaoge even knew the origins of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It had been formed from one of the eyes of the Thunder Emperor, a bigwig expert who had been on par with the Flame Devil Emperor. Sadly, after the Great Calamity, everything had become a thing of the past. The fragment before them, having taken on a form of its own, resembled the Eye of the Thunder Emperor of the past, being a sacred artifact with its own spirituality. However, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor having shattered, there were far more than just two fragments. Yen Zhaoge regained his wits. According to the intelligence we obtained, that Lin Zhou is already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Because of the blood cocoon net, the speed of the sacred artifact fragment is rather slow. With such speed, if no one obstructs him, he should be able to catch up. Yen Zhaoge gazed into the distance in the direction of the east strangling snow mountains. Indeed, on the plains at the foot of the snow mountains, he saw a figure shooting over towards them at the speed of lightning. The other party had clearly also discovered Yen Zhaoge, Hu, and the others, as his speed abruptly slowed. As the light of electricity dissipated somewhat, the figure of a handsome youth was revealed, his face sunken as water, his gaze like lightning. Seeing the underground splitting shuttle that Yen Zhaoge and Hu were in, he let out a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what exactly it is, it should only be a unique treasure that can traverse underground, not possessing an extremely strong power. These two also have not reached the martial grandmaster realm. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, his mind wavered slightly for a moment. The person before him clearly looked the same as before, his bearing and even his temperament. If not for Lin Zhou's own unique experiences, he would not have been able to see any abnormalities at all. But now, he just couldn't completely match the Yen Zhaoge before him with the one in his memories. Yen Zhaoge was similarly appraising the other party. In the memories of his body's original owner, he had seen the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou during the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the other party had changed too much. Chapter 145. Not counting the memories of his body's original owner, this was still the first time Yen Zhaoge had seen the Lin Zhou before him in person. However, compared to that high-spirited youth in his memories, Lin Zhou's temperament was much calmer now. While he still looked high-spirited, those eyes, amidst their sharpness, clearly concealed the vicissitudes of life, even gloominess. Lin Zhou was similarly looking at Yen Zhaoge. From the outside, the Yen Zhaoge before him was no different from the one in his memories. The same sharp, domineering aura, even a little overbearing and domineering. However, thinking of the various things that had happened over the past year, Lin Zhou was unable to match the Yen Zhaoge before him with his memories. Too many things that should not have happened had happened, too many unexpected changes had occurred. While being far away in the heaven domain and the mountain domain, information gathering was difficult, with Lin Zhou also unable to know the inside story of some things. However, just from what he knew, those changes that Lin Zhou felt to be chaotic more or less had Yan Zhaoge's figure mixed within them. Lin Zhou did not believe that this was all a coincidence. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Senior apprentice brother Lin of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, long time no see, giving me such a huge gift as soon as we meet. Ah. Glancing at the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the net, Lin Zhou smiled mildly. It should be me thanking you for giving me such a huge gift. Who said this is a saint artifact fragment? Yan Zhaoge chortled. I'm talking about Old Man Great Sorrow's mausoleum. What a grand move you made, collapsing the entire spirit formation mausoleum chamber, nearly burying me alive. Yan Zhaoge stared at Lin Zhou. Still, I'm rather curious as to how you managed to pass through the mausoleum's restrictions so quickly, taking the sacred artifact fragment aside, even finding the core of the spirit formation. Lin Zhou said unhurriedly, although Old Man Great Sorrow is a great grandmaster and is even more proficient in formations, he has passed away many years ago. The spirit array will deteriorate with time. I happen to be proficient in spirit arrays, so it won't be difficult for me to break it quickly. He looked smilingly at Yan Zhaoge. What, do you find it very difficult? Yan Zhaoge applauded lightly. Splendid. I will have to experience your attainments and formations later on. I might not have that kind of free time. Lin Zhou said indifferently. As for finding the core of the spirit formation and destroying the entire tomb, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not sure what's going on either. Perhaps there are others who have also entered the spirit array. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled upwards slightly. Breaking the spirit array wasn't much, but if he could quickly break it and even find the core of the spirit array, then be able to control it as he pleased, with Lin Zhou's past performance, it would be too shocking, the contrast too great. Lin Zhou was also doing his best to avoid others noticing him. While it wouldn't be to the extent of wronging himself, he was still much more low-key than the unbridled Zhao Hao. Don't speak lies before the enlightened. Why must you conceal yourself like this? Yan Zhaoge similarly said, neither hurriedly nor slowly. Your Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples wanting to kill me is also not some secret. We can completely be honest with each other. For example. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Right now, I also kind of want to kill you a little. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold as he glanced at the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment hovering silently in midair, enveloped by the net. He said, there will always be a chance for us to fight again. Now, I want to first take what originally belongs to me. Lin Zhou waved his hands, that blood-red net dragging the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flying towards him. Earlier, when the two fragments had been about to merge, this blood cocoon net had been unable to stop them. Now that the fragment had been congregated, having completed its fusion, it had regained its quiet state. As Lin Zhou activated the blood cocoon net, the fused fragment began to move along with it. This blood cocoon net was a unique treasure that he had unearthed from an unknown secret realm using his own unique advantages. This treasure was in the shape of a net, its greatest use being that it could create a powerful barrier that martial scholars would be completely hard-pressed to break through. Even if martial scholars wielded low-grade spirit artifacts, they would still be hard-pressed to break through the barrier. If martial grandmasters made a move, they would also be unable to resolve it within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind this scene in the slightest, his tone slow and leisurely. I have to remind you that that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor does not belong to you. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a flat, transparent crystal container within which a blood-red glow flickered. As Yan Zhaoge opened the container, numerous streaks of blood-red light instantly shot out from within. Guided by Yan Zhaoge's aura qi, those streaks of blood-red light lunged towards Lin Zhou's blood cocoon net, which instantly began to tremble. Streaks of light arose from the surface of the net, forming a blood-colored barrier of flowing light, attempting to obstruct the incoming enemies. However, the blood cocoon net, which could even block the full-powered attack of a Heavenly Connection martial scholar expert, under those streaks of blood-red light, appeared extremely weak and fragile. Under the attack of those streaks of light of the same color, the blood-colored barrier of flowing light seemed to be corroded as a large hole soundlessly appeared within it. That hole that had appeared expanded unceasingly at an extremely fast speed. What is this thing? Lin Zhou's gaze hardened. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he fiddled with the transparent container which was already completely empty. This was precisely the blood devil plate which he had previously forged using the blood refining orb and the flowing cloud mirror as its main materials. Specialized in breaking through all kinds of barriers. Ah Hu grinned widely, laughing happily as he strode towards the large hole in the blood cocoon net, his target being the sacred artifact fragment. A cold light flickered within the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes as he looked at Yan Zhaoge, suddenly saying, I wonder, in your heart, what is more important, your personal gains and losses, or the interests of your broad Creed Mountain as a whole? Ha! Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Lin Zhou said mildly, I've heard that your broad Creed Mountain has a new disciple named Feng Yunsheng. As you say, one must not speak lies before a true person. She is actually a maiden of Extreme Yin of the Sacred Sun clan whose Extreme Yin physique has been crippled, right? I've heard that she is currently cultivating together with others at the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain. You have done well in avoiding the eyes and ears of others, but, Lin Zhou smiled slightly, but, I just happen to have done some research on maidens of Extreme Yin. Using Yin and Yang coexisting, a land of solitary Yin containing solitary Yang, there is a possibility that Feng Yunsheng's Extreme Yin physique can be restored, right? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Lin Zhou's expression was composed. Say, if the Sacred Sun clan knew of this news, what do you think they would think? More importantly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain knew of it, what would they think? Although you are currently in a cooperative relationship, Infinite Boundless Mountain is not a subordinate of your Broad Creed Mountain. The Extreme Yin Crown, Infinite Boundless Mountain has also always wanted it very much. Ah Hu halted in his footsteps towards the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, swiveling his head to look at Lin Zhou with an unfriendly expression on his face. You want to threaten my young master? Lin Zhou laughed. I know that a big fellow like you is not simple, but in terms of speed, wanting to kill me of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it wouldn't be that easy. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. How about it, the maiden of Extreme Yin that your Broad Creed Mountain obtained with much difficulty, or the sacred artifact fragment, which would you choose? You don't have to worry about me wanting to take all the benefits, taking it and then reporting it to Infinite Boundless Mountain. I'm not a greedy person, only want one benefit. Although our two clans are currently enemies, I myself am happy to turn enemies into friends with those who have the ability. I just don't know if you would be willing to part with this sacred artifact fragment. Chapter 146. Originally, having nearly been tricked to death by Lin Zhou in Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb, Ahu had already made up his mind to kill. Yan Zhaoge's expression was a little strange. He looked at Lin Zhou from head to toe for a long time before saying, You look so out of place. Yan Zhaoge's words instead left Lin Zhou and Ahu a little confused. What I mean is... Yan Zhaoge considered his words for a moment, his expression not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Blatantly threatening people, this kind of thing, it seems like it should be me. No, it should be something done by the antagonist. Lin Zhou laughed involuntarily. You can't be saying that I'm despicable and shameless, right? You and I are of similar backgrounds, incomparable to ordinary martial practitioners. We both have quite a few treasures on us, and in terms of external strength, neither of us can gain an advantage over the other. However, this big fella beside you, as far as I know, while his spiritual light is not obvious, he is at least a late Xiantian martial scholar, possibly even in the heavenly connection stage. At this point, Lin Zhou shook his head. With such a person as your personal retainer, even I am a little envious of you. While I am confident in myself, in a 1 versus 2 situation where one of them is even a heavenly connection martial scholar, I don't want to waste my strength if I can. I have other chips on hand that I can use, why wouldn't I use them? Lin Zhou looked at Yan Zhaoge. Of course, if I say, you and I fight one-on-one, whoever wins gets the sacred artifact fragment. If the big fella beside you doesn't interfere, I'd be very happy to compete with you. Everyone speaks with their own abilities. However, I am a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. You are an early Xiantian martial scholar. Wouldn't it be even more despicable if I suggested this? Lin Zhou said calmly. Moreover, firstly, our clans are already enemies, and secondly, this matter involves the sacred artifact fragment. Extraordinary. Even if you agree to a duel, I'm still worried that you'll go back on your word. Isn't it normal to have some chips in your hands? Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. No, don't misunderstand. It's just that happiness came too suddenly, leaving me somewhat unprepared. He looked at Lin Zhou and sighed with a smile. This is a little out of my expectations. It's a little different from my impression. Lin Zhou lightly said, I only care about feelings for the people I value. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. It doesn't matter if the method is bright or dark. The Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao is indeed an open and above-board gentleman, but he will lose his life because of this sooner or later. Hearing the latter half of his words, a playful look appeared within Yan Zhaoge's gaze, fluctuating slightly before immediately regaining its calm. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge tilted his head slightly, correcting some errors in your understanding. You are not in a safe state where you can attack or retreat. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's words, Ahu laughed savagely, his figure abruptly lunging forward. As his figure moved, his massive frame resembled a drifting, ghostly shadow, his entire person in just an instant. He lunged before Lin Zhou. It looks like you have chosen the sacred artifact fragment. Lin Zhou's expression did not change as he retreated, his speed as fast as lightning. The swiftness of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's movement techniques was displayed to the extreme. However, Hu roared savagely. After the lunging attack of the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, he executed the Howling Wind leaping technique of the Tiger Roar Demonic Fist. Lin Zhou had originally looked like he was about to evade, but Ahu leapt up a second time, resembling a strong wind as he instantly broke through space, arriving before him once more. The spiritual light above Ahu's head shot straight into the horizon. It was not an illusory light, but a true spiritual light that connected to the heavens. The pressure of a heavenly connection martial scholar directly locked down the surrounding space, the air as heavy as rock. Faced with this dangerous situation, Lin Zhou's eyes instead shone brightly. As the light of thunder flickered behind his back, he actually unfurled a pair of wings completely formed of thunder and lightning. As this pair of wind-thunder wings vibrated, Lin Zhou's speed rose yet again, narrowly avoiding Ahu's lunging attack. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, who was still where he was, standing between the blood cocoon net and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, as well as Ahu who had arrived before him, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth. Very good, everything is going according to plan. You are not willing to part with the sacred artifact fragment, but I am. Lin Zhou's gaze was sharp, cold. The blood cocoon net that was gradually breaking apart suddenly emitted a bright light, numerous thin threads of blood suddenly piercing straight into the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Suddenly stimulated, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment shook mightily, its thunderbolts becoming incomparably violent. The roaring sound of thunder resounded throughout the horizon, an incomparably terrifying pressure erupting from the sacred artifact fragment, as though it wanted to sweep through the heavens and the earth. The expression of Ahu, who had already almost lunged before Lin Zhou, abruptly changed as he looked back in shock. This fella, from the very beginning, his goal was never the sacred artifact fragment. His goal was to kill young master. Using the news of Feng Yunqing regaining her extreme physique to threaten Yan Zhaoge to either directly give up on the sacred artifact fragment or fight him one-on-one, these were all just traps to further numb people's minds. Having come here and seen Yan Zhaoge, Lin Zhou's plan had been to kill him here. Even if he had to give up on the sacred artifact fragment, he would not hesitate. Who immediately halted, turning and rushing towards the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment as well as Yan Zhaoge. Lin Zhou had a card up his sleeve as he looked mildly at this scene. This evil servant of yours, while his cultivation base is not weak, his flaws are too obvious, too easy to deal with. You have always placed Yan Zhaoge's safety first. Between protecting Yan Zhaoge and killing your enemy, your choice would definitely be the former. But sadly, it's already too late. hurriedly returning, you would only be accompanying him in death. Ah Hu hurriedly turned and retreated. And Lin Zhou's originally retreating figure also came to an extreme halt, before instead charging forward. While the sacred artifact fragment is good, it is only a fortuitous encounter. If you, Yan Zhaoge, die, everything will return to normal, no longer causing any disturbances, and I will have even more fortuitous encounters that I can stably obtain. Yan Zhaoge, you are too much of a hindrance. Even if the power of the sacred artifact fragment couldn't kill Yan Zhaoge and Hu, it would still cause them to be like an arrow at the end of its flight. Lin Zhou would not let go of this chance. Gazing at Lin Zhou, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile. Blood cocoon net, good stuff, very rarely seen. Lin Zhou's expression did not change, but his heart abruptly trembled. He knows all about the blood cocoon net as well as all its uses. Yan Zhaoge smiled, punching towards the blood cocoon net and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment from a distance. I was specifically waiting for this move of yours. I just knew that you would deliver yourself to me. The demonic red light emitted by the blood devil plate earlier that was currently corroding the blood cocoon net suddenly turned dark and gloomy, pitch black as ink. As the jet black light flickered, the blood cocoon net's movements in contact with the sacred artifact fragment were instantly restrained. While the movements of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment continued, they no longer intensified. Rushing back, Hu clasped his palms together, his aura chi transforming into numerous black hurricanes that enveloped the sacred artifact fragment. With his heavenly connection martial scholar cultivation base, he resisted the current movements of the sacred artifact fragment, preventing it from erupting. His speed as fast as lightning, Lin Zhou, who had already been hot on his heels, instantly knit his brows tightly. His wind thunder wings could advance and retreat as they pleased. Knowing that the situation was bad, he changed directions once more, preparing to retreat. Too late. Yan Zhaoge laughed, raising his hands. Two bright lights, one green, one purple, resembled long rainbows streaking through the heavens, piercing through the clouds. At such a close distance, however fast Lin Zhou was, he would also be hard-pressed to evade. He barely managed to twist his body to evade, but the two wings of thunder behind his back were completely shattered by the two streaks of light, one green, one purple. Yan Zhaoge's figure crouched and leapt, as fast as lightning, killing his way before Lin Zhou. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the Author's Hall of Glory as well as the general selection of works during the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, the Fan Festival will also have some red packets and gifts. Receive them, and continue to subscribe. Chapter 147. The green and purple lights were the two low-grade spirit weapons, the Jade Dragon Sword and the Purple Gold Thunder Sword. As a martial scholar, Yan Zhaoge was unable to simultaneously wield two spirit artifacts. But he chose a more decisive method. While controlling his Jade Dragon spiritual sword, he directly landed the Purple Gold Thunder Sword. Severing the connection between him and the spirit weapons, he borrowed the explosive force in the last moment to send both swords flying, slashing straight at Lin Zhou. Yan Shan's Purple Gold Thunder Sword. At such a close distance, be it parrying or dodging, Lin Zhou was caught unprepared. He didn't even have the time to activate his spirit weapon. He could only try his best to avoid being hit at the critical moment. However, the two wind thunder wings that extended from his shoulders were pierced by the two spirit weapons. As Yan Zhaoge's figure leapt, the aura wind heaven warping chi, broad creed mountains direct lineage wind calamity movement technique as well as the howling wind leaping technique of the tiger roar demonic fist were executed simultaneously. With the three arts combining as one, Yan Zhaoge's figure was as swift as a gale of lightning as he instantly shot before Lin Zhou. Even with Lin Zhou's cultivation base as a mid-Xiantian martial scholar as well as the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage swift and violent movement techniques, Yan Zhaoge was still instantly able to close in on him. Although he was a little gloomy, Lin Zhou did not lack the courage of a martial artist. Seeing that Hu was being held up by the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, he let out a loud roar that was like a sudden clap of thunder. Lightning abruptly burst forth from Lin Zhou's hand, and a cyan-blue long saber appeared in his palm. Impressively, it was also a low-grade spirit weapon. He brandished his saber, yet actually just like Yan Zhaoge had done earlier, directly striking down his own spirit artifact. The violent saber light broke apart the Jade Dragon sword within Yan Zhaoge's palm. The Jade Dragon sword vibrated and let out a dragon's roar. The sword light shone brightly as if it had a life of its own and clashed with Lin Zhou's flying thunder blade. While Lin Zhou threw the saber, his other hand was raised like a saber towards the sky, as if he was raising a saber. Along with this action, the ear-piercing sound of electric currents zizizi resounded between heaven and earth. He released his energy. Like bolts of lightning, they condensed in the air to form a giant lightning saber that was more than 100 feet long. The violent purplish-blue light of thunder directly illuminated Yan Zhaoge's face, turning it purple. Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage martial art, Wild Thunder Lightning Blade. Its speed might not be as fast as a martial artist of the same realm using the purple electric rainbow sword, but its momentum was more ferocious and domineering. Unlike back on Cloud Portent Mountain, when Ji Hanru had clashed with Yan Zhaoge, he had even felt that it was an unfair battle due to his higher cultivation base. Lin Zhou immediately used his full strength when he attacked. As the saber chopped down, bolts of lightning flashed, seeming to transform into an illusory world. The illusory world formed from stellar energy was filled with thunderclouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds and descended from the sky, making the entire world seem like a purgatory of lightning. His stellar energy, which had gained sentience, combined with his martial path, turned into an illusory world. This was the technique of a middle-stage Xiantian martial artist. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the acupoints of his entire body shuddered simultaneously. Streaks of blazing hot aura qi that resembled fire dragons intermingled with streaks of icy cold aura qi that resembled ice dragons, rising together. Yan Zhaoge simultaneously struck out with both his hands, one executing the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist, the other executing the heavenly Snake King fist. One active, one passive, one hard, one soft, communicating the changes of yin and yang, indescribably wondrous. The combined attack of the turtle and the snake. The divinity of Xuanwu. The orachis of the blazing hot and icy cold meridians merged, their might powerful as never before. The power that erupted mightily broke through the illusory world formed of Lin Zhou's saber intent and aura qi. Lin Zhou's gaze was heavy and cold. After the ferocious saber, his style suddenly changed. A dazzling sword light lit up, not as violent as the saber light, but even faster. Purple electric rainbow sword. Unsheathing a sword, its speed was already at the peak. The purple electric rainbow sword executed by Lin Zhou, who had stepped into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm, was even faster and stronger than Yan Shan's. This was known to the world. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's lightning flashing being proficient in the sword, thunder rumbling being proficient in the saber. But now, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that Lin Zhou was truly suppressing Yan Shan in all aspects. Breaking through the preconceived notions of others, this sudden sword of Lin Zhou's was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Even though their cultivation bases were similar, the threat it posed far surpassed that of Yan Shan, who was famed for his sword. The speed of this sword was so fast that Yan Zhaoge's vision was virtually unable to capture its trajectory. What was even more frightening was that as this sword of Lin Zhou's appeared, it was a short sword 2 feet long, spiritual light overflowing in all directions, shaking one's very soul. Shockingly, it was yet another low-grade spirit artifact. Even with the background of Lin Zhou and Yan Zhaoge, or even Shaoshan from back then, to them who were still in the martial scholar realm, possessing 2 spirit artifacts was already an extraordinary thing. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since been on guard against Lin Zhou suddenly revealing his trump card. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, a dazzling golden light rose, resembling the rising sun. The radiant sun wheel that resembled the blazing sun collided head-on with Lin Zhou's cloud dust sword. Shaoshan's radiant sun wheel, indeed changed too many things. Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold, as even as the purple electric rainbow sword arrived, he also punched out. ZZ. With this attack of Lin Zhou's, his fist and arm were instantly filled with a dense net of thunderbolts, flickering brilliantly, resembling ghosts and divinities. Another direct lineage martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Right Heart Fist. The Radiant Sun Wheel and Lin Zhou's Cloud Dust Sword mutually restricted each other, both collapsing outwards. Lin Zhou's fist that resembled explosive thunder directly arrived before Yan Zhaoge. Rumble. A sound that resembled explosive thunder resounded. Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth before him were collapsing, as a massive fist entwined with purplish-green lightning struck towards him. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, a bright light shooting out from within his eyes. Facing Lin Zhou's iron fist, Yan Zhaoge also punched out. However, halfway through his fist, Yan Zhaoge's arm suddenly shook. Resembling a divine dragon waving its tail, his arm shook. A flick. A flick. He had clearly merged the sword intent of his coiling dragon sleeve within his fist intent. Coiling dragon sleeve, divine dragon waving its tail. As Yan Zhaoge's arm shook, his body rotated, a massive compass beneath his feet abruptly twisting. The violent, distorting force caused even the air beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet to have a charred smell. Just like this, Yan Zhaoge's fist smashed onto Lin Zhou's wrist, deflecting his Green Thunder Right Heart Fist. Lin Zhou was shocked, wanting to change his stance, but Yan Zhaoge was faster than him. His body rotating, Yan Zhaoge's right fist smashed aside Lin Zhou's Green Thunder Right Heart Fist. Making use of the force of its collision with the Green Thunder Right Heart Fist, his body spun in the opposite direction at an inconceivable speed. His left fist swept out horizontally, resembling another massive dragon swinging its tail as it mightily smashed towards Lin Zhou's temple. Twin dragons sweeping their tails. Lin Zhou roared loudly, his entire body's aura chi surging madly as his bones emitted explosive crackling sounds. His body actually inconceivably abruptly grew taller by over an inch. At the same time, his body retreated at its greatest speed. However, the power of Yan Zhaoge's explosive force shocked the world. Even though Lin Zhou's reaction could already be considered extremely fast, he was still unable to completely evade the second divine dragon sweeping their tails. While he avoided his temple, his cheek was still brushed past by Yan Zhaoge's fist. Lin Zhou could only feel stars before his eyes as he felt slightly dizzy, one side of his face aching to the point of numbness, all of his teeth seemingly about to fly out of his mouth. Yan Zhaoge being stronger than he had expected, Lin Zhou's viciousness was also stimulated. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's brows twitched as he saw Lin Zhou not caring about taking that punch, directly kicking out from below, wanting to return a tooth for a tooth. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gifts for the Fan Festival. Collect them and continue to subscribe. Chapter 148. A cold glint flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes as the sound of thunder exploding resounded from where the two had come into contact. His punch felt as if he had punched a mountain and was struck by lightning. His fist felt numb. The circulation of his chi and blood was impeded, and his entire fist felt as if it wasn't his own. It was similar to his right hand. Although the divine dragon swings its tail had deflected Lin Zhou's green lightning righteous fist, his right hand, which had come into contact with Lin Zhou's arm, was also paralyzed by the explosion of the lightning aura on Lin Zhou's fist. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were proficient in offense and not defense. As soon as one fell to a disadvantage, the disadvantage would only grow greater and greater. Lin Zhou, who had already lost the initiative, did not dare to continue retreating. He immediately launched a counterattack with a kick. He wanted to turn the situation around with a method that would cause both sides to suffer. It's not a martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but more like a variant of the flying dragon chasing star kick of before the Great Calamity. These thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind like lightning. With a low snort, Yan Zhaoge similarly did not retreat, instead taking a step forward, raising his knee like a shield. All the muscles in his body were knotted, and under his skin, countless large tendons twisted together to support his skin, making his already tough skin even stronger. One of the 6 spirit demonic fists, the rhinoceros demonic fist. His fist theory was modeled after the primordial giant rhinoceros, an ancient demonic beast. Its defensive power was unparalleled in the world. Yan Zhaoge raised his knee, not retreating a single step as he forcibly took on Lin Zhou's dragon soaring chasing moon kick. At the same time, in a single breath, the numbness in his hands was alleviated, and his blood flow was restored. Yan Zhaoge's entire body's aura qi surged, not giving Lin Zhou any time to catch his breath as his iron fist turned into a palm, a purplish-red color covering his palm. The Tushita palm continued to strike toward Lin Zhou's face. Lin Zhou crossed his palms. His second wave of counterattack had already been launched, but he helplessly discovered that the second wave of counterattacks had already been launched. Yan Zhaoge changed his moves even faster. With the two clashing like this, it would be him who would be struck by Yan Zhaoge first. Having tested the defensive power of Yan Zhaoge's spirit rhino demonic fist with a single kick, Lin Zhou had already clearly understood one thing. Although his realm was a level higher, if he were to exchange injury for injury, then he would definitely lose. On the contrary, he would suffer a greater loss. Lin Zhou's brows knit tightly as he could only retract his fist, raising his arm to block Yan Zhaoge's Tushita palm. With this, Yan Zhaoge's first mover advantage was completely secured. They were unforgiving when in power. Yan Zhaoge's following attacks resembled an unceasing chain of tsunamis, each higher than the previous as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they struck towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was also not discouraged or flustered, displaying a toughness that was rare amongst Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners as he pushed his movement arts to the maximum, resembling the flickering silhouettes of lightning as he dispelled Yan Zhaoge's attack. The two of them stepped on the void, their figures flashing continuously in the sky and landing on the ground from time to time. He stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear. The spiritual weapons of both sides clashed with one another, but on their bodies, precious weapons would shine. Spiritual light shot out in all directions, mutually restraining and neutralizing each other, exchanging blows. Yan Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi, emitting the roars of dragons and tigers. While Lin Zhou's aura qi contained the fierceness of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it also displayed a heaviness that far surpassed Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. His aura qi that was filled with spirituality manifested as an illusory heaven and earth enveloped Yan Zhaoge, bringing with it an immense threat such that Yan Zhaoge was also unable to continue expanding his advantage. As the battle reached its climax, Yan Zhaoge's aura qi transformed into a sword. A Big Dipper sword that was exquisite to the extreme seemed to descend from beyond the heavens as it shot straight towards Lin Zhou's forehead. Lin Zhou's cold gaze suddenly turned blazing hot. His figure suddenly spun, a fierce, violent saber art. Suddenly becoming soft and gentle as water. Amidst the all-encompassing thunderbolts, a stream of water suddenly appeared. That stream of water condensed into a single line, cutting through space, seemingly indestructible, yet also agile and ever-changing, its trajectory hard to predict. Yan Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated, Jade Sea City's one-line edge? The sea and the sky as one. Who dares to contend with it? The direct lineage martial art of the water domain's Jade Sea City, one-line edge. It had actually been executed by the direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Zhou. It was not just an imitation, but a powerful martial art that had truly obtained its essence. While Yan Zhaoge had expected that Lin Zhou would definitely have a trump card, executing this one-line edge had truly surpassed his predictions. This was far more shocking to Yan Zhaoge than Lin Zhou executing some supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times that had already been lost in the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge's Big Dipper sword changed, resembling the 7 stars locking down the heavenly river, forcibly halting the strange, unpredictable attack of that water line. Making use of this chance, Lin Zhou finally obtained the chance to switch from defense to offense. The aura qi of his entire body abruptly skyrocketed. His left and right hands simultaneously, his Orochi transforming into saber and sword, one hand gripping the sword, the other wielding the saber. The undetectable rumbling of thunder resounded between the heavens and the earth. In the illusory heaven and earth formed of Lin Zhou's Orochi, other than all-encompassing thunder and lightning, there was nothing else. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage lightning character formula 72 swords and thunder character formula 36 sabers were executed together. Seeing this, the expression of awe who was stabilizing the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment by the side instantly changed, thunder and lightning intersecting? How did he do it? The Heavenly Thunder Hall's supreme martial art, saber and sword combined, thunder and lightning intersecting. Ever since the Heavenly Thunder Hall had been founded, there had never been a martial scholar who could execute it. Lin Zhou had set a precedent. That illusory heaven and earth that was filled with thunder and lightning, mightily exploded. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold to the point that it didn't carry any warmth at all. If no accidents happen, Yan Zhaoge, you would actually be a dead man soon. This world does not need your existence. Walk the path of destiny that you originally should walk. Sword light that resembled lightning and saber light that resembled thunderbolts suffused the entire sky within a radius of 1,000 meters. The two forces collided, causing the originally violent force to completely erupt in an instant. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he sucked in a deep breath. His fists came together in the stance of the ocean stabilizing spirit fist. As the clear qi within his dantian surged, the chaotic qi mass abruptly shook. The aura qi that resembled dragons coiled within the acupoints of his entire body suddenly changed in unison. The aura qi that was blazing hot as fire, in an instant, completely transformed into an aura qi of cold ice, merging with those originally numerous streams of ice-cold aura qi. A layer of cold mist seemed to arise around Yan Zhaoge's body. The ice-cold aura qi that was vast as the sea propelled the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist. As Yan Zhaoge struck out with this move, his entire person seemed to have transformed into a bottomless icy sea. It was incomparably quiet, incomparably cold, and even deathly silent. Everything returned to the bottom of the abyss, as if they had entered the land of eternal rest. As those violent thunderbolts descended, they were like clay oxen entering the sea for a time, unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge. Even if there were saber lights and sword shadows that broke through the defenses of Yan Zhaoge's ocean-stabilizing spirit fist, they were forcibly withstood by Yan Zhaoge's body of steel tempered through the spirit rhino demonic fist. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. Lin Zhou's lightning strikes were incomparably violent, but they left as quickly as they came. At this moment, the momentum of Yan Zhaoge's fist abruptly changed, the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist transforming into the heavenly Snake King fist. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, it changed in an instant, yet it was perfect and free. It was as if a true dragon had ascended to the heavens after hiding in the abyss. As the chaotic qi mass within his dantian shook once more, Yan Zhaoge's ice-cold aura qi instantly turned fiery hot as well. A violent force erupted in an instant, brazenly breaking apart Lin Zhou's saber and sword combination that had lost its sharpness. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, activating his aura fire qi as he simultaneously struck out with both hands, simultaneously executing the Tushita palm, striking towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou exerted all his strength in his legs and dodged backwards. He raised his arm in front of his chest to block the attack. Crack! Crack! Two muffled sounds resounded as the bones of Lin Zhou's left forearm were directly broken into three by Yan Zhaoge's two palms. Thank you, everyone, for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Fame for the Fan Festival as well as the overall selection of works. Other than that, there will also be some red packets for the Fan Festival. Receive one, and continue to subscribe. Chapter 149. Yan Zhaoge simultaneously struck out with both his palms, causing Lin Zhou's left forearm to distort unnaturally, appearing somewhat twisted. Lin Zhou let out a low and miserable groan. He didn't dare to continue to face the attack head-on. His body borrowed the force of the impact to fly backwards. However, he was currently already completely thrown into disarray. Even as he retreated, he was still enveloped and locked down by Yan Zhaoge's aura. A wisp of a fierce expression flashed in the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes while his chest heaved up and down, and then a rain of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. The blood rain turned into mist in the air and enveloped Lin Zhou's body. The jade pendant at the center of Lin Zhou's waist suddenly lit up, its color turning from dark green to blood red. The jade pendant shattered and a red light shone, wrapping around Lin Zhou's body. Instantly, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distant horizon. This speed was even faster than when Lin Zhou flapped his wind and thunder wings with all his might. Even a great grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to stop this sudden speed. Looking at the red light that had instantly vanished into the distance, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh, blood-transforming flowing light jade ah? You've already matured quite a bit, and your family background is quite deep. Compared to Yi Jing and Zhao Hao, you're more difficult to kill. If I want to kill you, I need to make some preparations in advance." Who was suppressing the sacred artifact fragment, asked with some worry, "Young master, we let him go. Miss Feng is at the Yin-Yang Cloud Spirit Spring on Cloud Portent Mountain. It's fine." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I was just intentionally trying to deceive him just now. Junior sister Feng's side has actually reached the final stage. Even if she leaves the Yin-Yang Cloud Spirit Spring, it won't affect her much. As long as we don't delay here, we can immediately send a message back. Martial Aunt Fu understands the situation and knows how to deal with it." Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. "I am rather interested in some of the things that he has displayed himself. To be honest, I was even somewhat mentally prepared for the fact that he could cast the thunder and lightning strike at the Grandmaster realm. But he actually knows Jade Sea City's one-line edge. This has truly surpassed my predictions." Thunder and lightning collided. No matter what. They were all martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The martial arts derived from the Flying Dragon Chasing Star Kick could also be Lin Zhou's own fortuitous encounter, which could also be explained. Just like how Yan Zhaoge wasn't afraid of others asking him why he knew martial arts like the Six Spirits' demonic fist. The Great Calamity had caused the martial legacies to be severed. There were also many relics left behind, giving many opportunities to the martial artists of this era who were starting over. However, a single line edge was different. This was the direct lineage martial art of the current water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Also, it had been created by Jade Sea City's own martial practitioners, its legacies and pre-Great Calamity times being very shallow, being one of the crystallizations of the martial civilization of the current era. Lin Zhou's one-line edge. It was exactly the same as the current direct lineage of Jade Sea City. Finding an expert of Jade Sea City who was proficient in this martial art to execute it would also be like this. This caused Yan Zhaoge to feel extremely interested. This fella, how did he learn the one-line edge? Who grinned widely. He's still thinking of leaking news of Miss Feng to Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. Young master, if you leak this news to Jade Sea City will immediately find trouble with him. This time, the conflict between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Jade Sea City has intensified. He can't deny it. If he doesn't admit it, young master doesn't need to say anything. I'll go perform the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony with him." Yan Zhaoge said, "Let's not talk about that first. The power fluctuations of the sacred artifact fragment are still very conspicuous. While Lin Zhou has come to try his luck, adding on Yan Shan from before, who knows if they might draw over other people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. I'll first collect the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge came before the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment once more, clenching his hand into a fist, punching out. His fist didn't land on the sacred artifact fragment, as Yan Zhaoge used his fist intent to shake and merge it within. During this process, Yan Zhaoge's mind was also connected to the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Before his eyes, a world filled with thunderbolts appeared. This place was far more realistic than the illusory heaven and earth formed of Lin Zhou's aura qi, and also much more terrifying. A single carelessness. Yan Zhaoge's soul and mind shattered here, his entire person becoming an empty shell like a walking corpse. However, the concept contained within was also boundless profundities. While it was incomplete due to the sacred artifact being shattered, looking at it, Yan Zhaoge comprehended many things. This was the most primitive power of thunderbolts. Released in an instant, the power of life and death. As though accompanied by the sound of thunder, chaos was broken, the heavens and the earth split apart. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, an instant's thunder, in an instant, combusting everything, concentrating all its power to be released in a single instant. The so-called instant, with the flick of a finger, was 60 instants. Eternity and an instant, the longest and shortest, the two extremes of time. Having comprehended eternity and an instant, one would also have comprehended the profundities of time. The concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor was to use the life and death of thunderbolts to deduce the birth and death of all things, the changes between the heavens and the earth, deduce the infinite profundities of time. Yan Zhaoge's palms abruptly came together, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment before him shaking, retracting the light of thunder. The purple orb that was even a little larger than a human fist began gradually shrinking in size, before transforming into a bluish-purple light of thunder. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes wide, focusing on the area before him. Then, the bluish-purple light of thunder before him slowly entered Yan Zhaoge's right eye. Ha! Yan Zhaoge let out a muffled groan, closing his eyes as he unconsciously covered his right eye with his hand. An uncomfortable feeling emanated from his right eye. Even with his eye closed, purple light still flickered unceasingly before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge even felt his head swell, as though he was about to faint. Streams of refined qi that resembled electricity traversed within his body, causing it to feel numb. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling this refined qi of thunder. Within his dantian's qi ocean, it circulated at an extremely high speed, dissipating and absorbing this refined qi. After a while, Yan Zhaoge opened his right eye, a violent purple light flashing past, shaking one's very soul. Quietly standing guard by the side, seeing this, Ahu now said, "Young master, nourishing the sacred artifact fragment with your own body will be of great benefit to the fragment, as well as to your own cultivation. However, the danger involved is also extremely great." Still feeling a little uncomfortable in his right eye, Yan Zhaoge immediately closed it slightly, nodding, "You can rest easy, I know what to do. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go." The two quickly left the area, the few spirit artifacts scattered by the side also being collected by Yan Zhaoge. Other than the sacred artifact fragment, this time, Yan Zhaoge had also obtained Lin Zhou's low-grade spirit artifact, the Flying Thunder Saber. TSK, the Radiant Sun Will, the Purple Gold Thunder Sword, and now the Flying Thunder Saber. I've collected quite a few signature weapons of my opponents. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, glancing in the direction of the Thunder Domain. "However, I am more interested in this. How much do you know about Maidens of Extreme Yin? Is it your own knowledge, or have you heard it from somewhere else? Thank you, everyone, for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you can support the Authors Hall of Glory and the general election of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Also, there are some red envelopes and gift bags for the Fan Festival. Take one and continue to subscribe.